getting started here in just a few moments. Join the Discord if you want to participate in the discussion. Hopefully my boy, the Mental Ninja, will come through. Choose a photo. What's good, bro? Just one moment. Give me 1 sec. Just still setting everything up. One sec, bro. Just 1 sec.
You talk what?
Just one moment, my brother. Just setting everything up, almost done here. Trying to bring Misha through. Going to get started here in just a few minutes. If you're tuning in, just relax. If you don't want to participate in the discussion, feel free to just relax and have a listen. It's going to be a great build. You know, we're all about self-empowerment over here. And so what we hope to achieve is to uncover the truth of yourself so that you might see who you really are. Just a few moments as we finish getting set up here. Just a few more moments. Thank you for your patience. I promise if you're here, it's going to be worth it.
Okay, okay. Yep. Yeah. Mhm. Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go on mute. Let me get my background together, and then I'll come back. Okay. Right.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and just open it up softly. We just gonna ease into it, you know. Nothing major. This is nothing major. We just really wanna just build. Last night's build was so fantastic. Man, I listened back to some of it, and originally I was gonna delete the stream, but then I was like, man, this is actually really good. So I was like, wow. So it just made me want to do it. Yeah, it made me want to do it again. So I was like, oh, let's do this
Yeah, I'm
again.
happy that I was listening back to it too.
Oh yeah, did you hear the ending? I know you dropped off towards the end. Did you hear?
I did drop off, and I did not hear the ending, so I'm looking forward to checking it out.
Yeah, it was fun, you know. But you know, one thing I noticed, which was great, and you actually brought it up at first, was that the concept of the empathy for the lower self, and I think that was kind of like the theme of the whole conversation, without trying to be, like without even trying, it just turned into that. It became that. And then when I listened back to it, I was like, oh, this is really the whole theme of it. And so, and I liked how, you know, when you were talking to Mental Ninja, you kind of, you know, kind of helped us take a step back and was like, yo, you know, this thing that this brother is into works for him, you know? And
Right.
and that's something that, you know, we can respect on that level, which goes right along with having empathy for what we could perceive as the lower self when we get involved with certain things and stuff like that. But just having that understanding of like, okay, this is something that works for him, you know, and you know, it's helping him be the best person he can be right now. And so I thought that was powerful when you brought that up.
Yeah. I mean, I think I brought it up because, you know, I related it to it in my own way, but I think we see that play out a lot, like, you know, Christians, for example, like those who are really committed to the word in the way in which they really believe, right, that it helps them, is one of those things like, who are you to, you know, to take that away? Like,
Exactly.
But yeah, I think I wasn't even, I think I was just speaking from my spirit, from the heart, but I see how that, you know, yeah, like, it'd be profound.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, it was powerful because I was like, man, you're right. You know, it's not about a judgment, you know, or condemnation or this or that. What we think, you know, you were, you know, empathic enough to notice that, you know, this works for him, and we can just appreciate it for that. That simple thing is like, okay, it works for him, has him on the right path. It's good for him. That simple. That was beautiful. And so we continued to build a little bit after you dropped off and everything. We just kind of rounded off. I actually got a chance to go ahead and break down what I had already talked to you about as far as the Baphomet breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
So we got into that, and you know, he was able to, you know, to see where I was coming from with that, and so that was a beautiful thing too.
In what way? Do you mind, like?
Well, I broke down to you, you know, everything about it, and I think the one thing that I left off when we were talking was the wings, which represent the masculine, which is movement, right? So wind is masculine. The wings would be the movement. So I broke all of that down to him, and he was with it. He agreed with that, and he could see where we were coming from with that. So it was good. He saw, like, he acknowledged, like, oh, I see what you mean. Like, it's a feminine figure. It was actually a feminine figure primarily, and then it's giving you hints of the rest of it on top of that. So because form itself is feminine, and that kind of segues into what we're dealing with right now with this discussion, as far as the divine paradox. We have those two sides, that, you know, what we perceive as two sides, the masculine and feminine. We think that it's two separate sides, and we came to the agreement last night between us all that these are the same force, and just
Mhm.
two aspects of the same force. And so
Right. Polarizing, the paradox of it all.
exactly. So
Hmm.
it's like this, we experience the polarization of it, and it's like, oh, one can be the other, and then the other can be the one, and it's this and that. And me and the brother, he was familiar with this concept called the Ein Sofer. I brought it up, and he recognized that, and I was kind of happy to know that, because most people don't really understand that. It's more of like an ancient Hebrew kind of spiritual concept of the Ein Sofer, where Ein is nothingness. Ein Sof is, because what it does is it builds off. It's a three-way build, so it's like a trinity, and it basically defines like the mother, father, and child, the masculine, feminine coming together, equaling creation. That's what the Ein Sofer is breaking down. And so Ein is nothing or nothingness. Ein Sof, you build on top of nothingness and you invert it, and now it's everything or infinity. And then Ein Sofer is infinite light. Ein Sofer. So that's the creation. That's the Christ in the scenario, where the Christ is born out of the divine womb of the divine mother, which could be seen as either nothingness or infinity, and it's like ones and zeros, like the binary
Right.
code.
I mean, it sounds so complex, but at the same time, it's so very simple.
Mm-hmm.
And as humans, we have to navigate sort of that, right? Because we live in a world that doesn't necessarily have a lane for duality. I think we don't um, recognize if duality in a way. So you have to be, and I mean, some of these things are true, but just off the top of my head, like you have to be, a man or a woman, or women have to be only feminine, or they can't be masculine, or you know what I mean. Like our society really perpetuates that, like there's no lane for a paradox or a duality.
Right.
Um, so I think for most folks, that's a concept that's very difficult to wrap your mind around. So yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. It can be staggering, and like you said, it's just like complexity and simplicity.
Hmm.
They're coming from the same source, just different perspectives of the same thing. Just the same thing is what we're talking about with the paradox. It's, complexity is comes from simplicity. Or you can
Hmm.
say simplicity deduces from complexity. And so
Right.
it's just the perspective that we're looking at it from, right? And so what we see is the truth is always simple. Like, you can always see the simple version of the truth, like it's there, and you can see the complex version as well. Like, we talked about the higher and lower aspects of self, and we were building on that a lot last night, and
Hmm.
the truth is and the paradox is simple. So when we talk about nothingness, we talked about the zero and the one in the binary code, because we know that binary code is just ones and zeros and ones.
Right.
So the different patterns or combinations of the zeros and ones together is what creates, the binary code. And the binary code is arranged in a way that it can create all of these things that we're experiencing right now, as far as like the technology and the creation, right? Because we look at the black screen, because we can even look at the monitor that we might be looking at, or the phone screen, or whatever screen we're looking at is usually with a black background before we turn it on, right? Because that's the Ein Sofer. That's the light being coming out of the mother's womb. That's what we're seeing every time. Like, it's repeated every time throughout our reality. Like, even our computer screen is the same thing. It's like, it's black. It's the black infinite abyss, and then boom, out of it we turn the lights on. Now there's something on our screen. There's creation, and then there's objects on our screen. We have different windows open and this and that, and we're looking at all these light based forms, right? And so that all is repeating the same pattern. The part, like we said, it's all the same force. It's all one thing. And so it's the feminine and the masculine, or the masculine and feminine. It's all the same thing. So what defines the light, or what light comes out of the womb, that's the masculine aspect of, direction. Because again, movement, when we talk about movement, that is the masculine aspect. And so we know that there is no form without movement, and there's no movement without form, because we know that all things vibrate, right? So even when we're standing still, we're still in a state of vibration and movement. So, there's no discounting one or the other. The only thing we could do is just perceptionally ignore one or the other and say, okay, just for a thought process, or, from a conceptual standpoint, we can ignore like the masculine part of this force or the feminine part of this force and just see the other part by itself in order to examine that part more. And that's all we can do. But to actually say that we can separate them is an illusion. We can't actually separate these forces no more than we can separate one side of the coin from the other. The coin is the coin. It has two sides. We flip it, and it's one side and the other side, and it's a balance of those two sides, and that's what it is. And so the divine paradox is what I see as, the zero, like the number zero. It's neither, but it's both. It's both and neither. Because it's neither, it's both. Because it's both, it's neither. So
Right.
it's not one or the other. It's both and neither.
Right. I think that's deep. And so, for me, I love to have these conversations. I love to challenge my mind to think beyond, surface level. But I also know, there's a lot of people out there that don't see the value, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so for me, because we don't know who, might be listening, but for me, I think the value becomes relevant when it's sort of like what is will be. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's what comes up for me when we have this conversation. And for me, I think that can influence folks on all levels, be it your mental health, if you're struggling with this, whatever it might be. I think in a practical way, that's where, it becomes sort of beneficial to understand the nuance of what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you realize like there's nothing new under the sun. There has to be all the levels that we see. There has to be the hoods and the suburbs and everything in between. Right? Like, and that doesn't mean that you can't move. I don't want to say up the ladder, but doesn't mean you can't transition in your life or grow in the ways that you feel are best for you. But just speaking to that need as humans for sort of the practical application of what we're saying is like, yeah, like everything that is like, just it will be. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this makes sense, but
It does.
yeah, like, and then when you're able to grasp that, I think that's empowering, right? Because without that understanding, you can maybe feel, super stagnant. And like, I think society perpetuates this idea that, if I'm in this condition or if I'm at this level of class, like this is where I'm meant to be. It's so difficult. You know what I mean? Like society is so much of the lower self, I guess I would say, in ways that you can't see how the lower self is the high. I don't know. Like they're one and the same, and you have that ability. Like, so, yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I would love if you. So your title, I really liked your title. And what you talked about, in terms of what the topic would be, and maybe you can set a foundation for that. And I'm gonna mute up and kind of I got some things to do in the background, but I'm mute up and I kind of want to listen, and then I'll jump in where it makes sense. If
Okay.
that sounds, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. And yeah, thank you for what you just said. I mean, I'm loving like our rapport. I feel like, man, it's so easy to talk to you. Like you Like it just flows so naturally, your insight, and we're able to just build effortlessly. It's beautiful actually. And so
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
absolutely. Man, so it's so refreshing. But yeah, so with this divine paradox idea, we're dealing with electromagnetism. And I love the fact that you just brought up practicality because you're right, that is what people are looking for. Like they're like, hey, how does this relate? Like when we were talking about the flat earth stuff and all that yesterday, it's like, how does this relate to my life? Like, how can I, get value from this? Um, let's never mind we add the value that we add to things. Of course we can add value to anything, but never mind that the average person is wanting to know where's the intrinsic value that can be shown to me from this. And yeah, it's just knowing that that this is the construct that you exist within, knowing that now you understand the forces that you are in sync with or that you contend with, right? It's these same things. So the practicality of it is just knowing how your life is working. When we have these tough times, when we experience these things that give us that challenge and that are what we see as opposition based in our reality, we start to realize that it's not an opposition. It's actually a part of the same force. This is the same stuff that we're talking about when we deal with the divine paradox. Because you're like, well, how can something be painful and hurting me, but yet be a part of my growth and learning? That's the way it works. Because, the pain and the discomfort makes you want to go away from the thing. It makes you want to feel separate from it. But in actuality, it's showing you that it is a part of you. And the rejection of that is the part that causes the suffering. And so the separation equals suffering. And so that's what we find with the divine paradox, is that it's that way of showing you that, like you said, it is what it is, or all things in your life are a reflection of you, whether we perceive them as good or bad. So we can perceive something as bad because it makes us feel bad, or it hurts us, or it's uncomfortable, or we suffer. But the truth is, that's just a part of our growth. And that's the divine paradox, is that the bad is good. And it's not it's not like Vampire in Brooklyn where Eddie Murphy was saying, evil is good. It's not that because because, that's what I feel like with the brother and everything. And I don't want to speak too much on that because he's not here right now, but that's why I feel like, with those kind of groups and organizations, like they think like that. Like they think how Eddie Murphy was talking in that movie as a vampire, like evil is good. But see, the truth is, evil is an illusion. Evil's not good. It's not bad. It's an illusion. And so evil's not real. Just like the shadow is not real. And so it's just reflecting an aspect of ourselves, much like the shadow reflects an aspect of the object that's casting the shadow. It's in the shape of that object, right? And so that's what we find out in our shadow, is that it's in the shape of our being and our self. And so those things that we consider our bad parts or our so-called negative traits, or these things that are not good for us, that's a certain aspect of ourself that, albeit is an illusion, but it's still reflecting a part of ourselves to some degree. So it's giving us an outline or a shape. That's why I like to use that shadow example, because it's just a simple way to see it, to know that, hey, a shadow is not exactly the same as the object that's casting the shadow. A shadow is not three-dimensional. It's actually one less dimension than the object that it's being casted from. So that's kind of what we're looking at with illusion.
If I could jump in real quick. So
of course,
it almost, what just came up for me is like that. So when we talk about polarity in the, how, I'm sorry, I got a baby background, how, nothing is evil. That if you look at it in a way where it's like, it's a warning sign, right? Like if you are, having elements of yourself, right? Like you talked about shadows. So like if you're manifesting things that to you would call evil, I mean, it almost feels like that's a like warning, like flashlights, like, are going off. And then if you look at it in that way, that's beneficial, right? So again, about the sort of paradox, like polarity. I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because
Absolutely.
only yourself can say what is evil to me, what is. So if that feeling comes up for you, then that's like it's a warning sign.
Absolutely. Exactly. And it's like you said, it's that reflection of self. It's telling you something about yourself. You know, which if say like if I was struggling with a particular thing, oh, I'm struggling with patience, right? Let's say I have an anger issue and I'm struggling with patience and I'm often angry. Like I'm in traffic. I'm having road rage. My anger is uncontrollable. It's just spilling out from me, right? It's like anything can just trigger the anger, right? So let's say I have an anger issue. Well, that can be that shadow aspect of yourself, because really that anger issue is actually just showing you a part of yourself, as a representation. But that anger itself, you're not bound to that. Like, that's an illusion. Like, that's not, that's in the realm of illusion. Like I was breaking down to Mental Ninja last night. Like, form itself is the feminine aspect of that force that we call masculine feminine or electromagnetism. So form is that part of it, where everything that has a form, that itself is inherently feminine because it's magnetic. It's a certain level of magnetism required to create that form. And so when we look at that, we realize like, oh, the shape, it's not the form that we see as the shadow is not bad. It's showing you an aspect of that form that is on a higher dimension. So that's how it is in this physical realm. It's like it's a shadow of a greater part of ourself, and it's just showing us an aspect of ourselves. And that's where we get the lessons of life from. Like, oh, you're learning your lessons in life like that. Like, say if I had that anger issue, that would be one of my lessons. It will be that shadow lesson I have to learn, meaning I have to go into the illusion aspect of myself that's affecting me in real time. Therefore, I can learn, almost like reverse learn, or reverse engineer, back to my greater self by looking at that other lesser portion of myself.
Right. I mean, it's a trip because, like, we as humans, we have human emotions. And so, if you think about it, there has to be a beneficial reason why we would have those. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of losing my thought. I had one there, but like, because, our spirit isn't necessarily human. And I don't know that our spirit holds emotions in the same way that we do. And so because we're here on this plane, this level, it has to be for a reason. And so if we have those certain emotions that come up more than others, like I think you kind of mentioned like a lesson, and so again, all for the benefit of of your soul, essentially. And that's the point of life, right? Like
Right. And it's like we're in a dream, you know, because when we
Mhm.
look at a dream, it's also because what we see is this mirror. It's like this cascading reflection over and over again. It's like reflecting, 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 reflecting. Everything is literally telling you. That's why I'm a big, proponent of like studying nature. Like, I'm huge on studying nature, like my ancestors, because in nature, it just tells you all the so-called mysteries of the universe. Like, it defines those mysteries for you right there in nature. It's like simple. It's like right in front of us all the time. Simple. Like, we could literally look at a blade of grass and start learning like these deep mysteries, right? We can look at a drop of water and start learning these deep mysteries. And I think that's even part of that same paradox of complexity and simplicity. Just another reflection of that same paradox that we come from.
Right. And I think that it would be too easy, right? Because what you're saying is very much true, right? Um, I need to study nature more, but most definitely, I see that. But it it if it was that easy, what are we here for, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so it leads me to believe that, like, it's on purpose that we're here, that the average person can't just say, "Oh, look at nature." You know what I mean? Like, the average person can't sort of, because I mean, we're building on this, but you and I both, I'm sure we have challenges in our own personal lives, right?
Of
Even though
course.
we have this sort of level of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
so
right.
if you take all of those ideas or points, sort of leads me to believe that it's on purpose. Does that make sense? Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's, yeah,
Like the challenge
like it
is on
really is.
purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have
Yeah.
that perception of challenge on purpose. Uh,
Right.
so yeah, I totally agree with that, and I definitely see like the deep insight in that. That's true. And I'm man again, always glad to hear you bringing up these great points. Like that is true. Like it's not as simple as like, oh yeah, everybody's just gonna be able to comprehend that the mysteries are right in front of us. It's like again,
Right.
it's that same duality. It's that complexity simplicity duality. Like even though it's simple, we make it complex because it's almost like we need these reasons. Like and it's a natural aspect. That's natural though. I'm not saying like that's a bad thing. It's
Mm-hmm.
natural that we need that because again, like I was talking about the ego last night. Like without the ego, like you said, it would be pointless, right? Like what would be the point of being in this realm if we didn't have like that perception of ego and that self identity
Right. Because
that
our
was separate?
creator, the almighty creator, right, wouldn't do anything just for no purpose. Like, something that we perceive as so complex, there's no way it would just be, you know, yeah. That's deep.
Absolutely.
That's deep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so, because again, we never know who might hear this. And I think it's always helpful to bring it back, because I think that that's, me being in sort of social service, like, that industry, social services, um direct service, professionals always want to, so what's the solution, right? Like, that's always the what it comes to, especially when you're talking about complex things. The average person is like, so what's the solution? But and so, just to add that again, like, the practical part of this is that, I think, again, back to last night, empathy for lower self. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
And like, and when you can really feel that, it's not that you won't ever not have human emotions, but you have a baseline to come back to, that it just is, and it will be. Like,
Right.
yeah.
Absolutely. I just want to take a moment to welcome my bro, Jetpack. Bro, Jetpack just joined the discussion. Jetpack's Misha,
Hello, hello.
very wise woman here. That I've now befriended. she's she's a part of my
Yeah.
soul. We're
Yeah.
part of each other. I mean, this is it's incredible. How things just come together without effort. That's when you know you're in the right place. Um, but yeah, gorgeous
Right.
build. We're just talking about the divine paradox, and I know you're a pretty deep fella yourself, Jetpack. So yeah, I don't know if you have the YouTube open, but I don't know if you do, you probably should mute the YouTube, but just leave it
You
open.
gotta mute it because if you don't, you'll hear feedback.
Yeah, but how's it going, man?
Oh man, just chilling out, living life,
Absolutely. But
per
yeah,
usual.
yeah, I already know hacking the interwebs. I know what it is. But you know, what's appropriate about it is like you're a big like tech guy, like you're a tech wizard, right? And we're relating even tech to this discussion because we're talking binary code. We're talking zeros and ones, you know, ones and zeros. And the divine paradox that I wanted to kind of zoom in on, right, especially as relation to tech and this kind of idea, right, of like projecting reality based on just the simple code of 0 and 1, right, off and on, off and on. It's like nothingness and infinity, right? So I did some thought experimentation and just did some meditation on this, right? And I was examining these numbers. So, like when I talk about the Ein Sofer concept, it's a three-part concept from ancient Judaic mystery teachings, right? And so, you know, in these teachings, it talks about the Ein Sofer. I don't know if you caught that part, Jetpack, but I was breaking that down, and I'll just really quickly just review that. As you know, the Ein would be nothingness, which we could roughly say is 0, right? Then the Ein Sof would be, and again, it's building off of each other. So each concept builds from the last one. So it's not just Ein and then Sof and then It's Ein, then Ein Sof, then Ein Sofer. Those are the three. So it builds from each other. So the Ein would be nothingness, then Ein Sof would be infinity, and then Ein Sofer would be infinite light, which is creation, right? So we understand these things to be the masculine and feminine foundational principles, which is really one principle, but we in duality we divide it into two things, which is masculine and feminine, or electricity and magnetism, electromagnetism, and it comes out to the creation that we see, right? And so, looking at binary code and zeros and ones, I'm like, this relates to Ein Sofer, right? So I'm like, well, I see the 0 as the Ein, or nothing, and then the Ein Sof, or the 1, as the thing, right? Some would say, well, it's not infinity because you can actually establish infinity where numbers just keep going on and on. And that is infinity, because why? Because it's in motion, right? It's going in motion. So in this way, we can see the masculine aspect of infinity, you know, and then, you know, the Ein Sofer would be the creation, the result of the masculine and feminine. So, you know,
Well, to sum it up, you could use zeros. Think of it like a car battery. Zeros are negative and one's the positive.
mm-hmm,
That's exactly how it's constructed. You know, even for instance, Discord or software or the internet itself, or everything's made of zeros and ones. It's crazy because you can just break it down into simplicity, where 0 is this
mm-hmm,
and 1 is that. Then you got 0, 0, 1, then 0, 1, 1, 1, and then
mm-hmm,
going forward, which can change code in itself. You know, if you ever used a hex editor, and you can open up, doesn't matter what application you open up, doesn't matter what you look at programmatically, which obviously we've programmed, but regardless of the variation code, Python could be this, could be that, could be this, it still comes down to zeros and ones, no matter what. So if you can put that into, let's say, humanity, 0 ones, even look at your own body, it's essentially the same. You know, there's zeros, ones, and one change, and that 0 and 1 changes the genetic shield. So what you are is based off how many zeros, how many ones, and the difference that differentiates me from you and you from somebody else, and things of that such.
right, exactly. And it's just those two things, just the off and on switch. It's like, what pattern? It's like this. It just creates these patterns, these complex patterns of just, you know, off on, off on, you know, off on, you know, like just these different patterns that block together and then produce like an experience or an image.
Or the end result, you know, which is basically the end result would be what those zeros and ones and how they're constructed will change everything on a plane. The human brain is zeros and ones too. It's very mathematical, but the basis, if you break down all this math that goes beyond zeros and ones, it's still overshadowing the fact that zeros and ones are the basis for everything.
Right. Absolutely. And so I was looking at this concept closer, right? I was looking at this binary concept and I was like, oh, this is fascinating. So I looked at like, okay, you know, because of course, from a polarity or polarized duality, like in our reality, we try to like make things, you know, what's the word? Uh, you know, we try to make things fit. There's a better word, but I can't think of it, but we want to make things mold to like our perception of reality, conform. We want to make things conform, which has the word form into it. So we're forming something into our perception of it. So we want to make these concepts linear, right? Meaning something is first and then something's next and then something's next. And so because that's how we experience it because of time. I'm sorry, Misha. Go ahead.
No, I just said right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so, you know, so we have the linear part of it where we want it to go in order. So when we look at it, you know, I noticed this. I was like, okay, well, 0 could be feminine, you know, but then I was like, wait, but there's places where 0 could be masculine, you know, and then 1 would be feminine or masculine. So instead of one being one or the other, what I've noticed is that actually 0 and 1 are very much the same. 0 and 1 are the same. This is what I understood. And so how are they the same? Because actually 0 is both and neither, right? It's both and neither. So meaning you want to talk about the ultimate divine aspect of that spectrum of masculine and feminine. Well, 0 is both and neither. 1 is the inverse of 0. So you have no thing and then you have a thing. So you have nothing, which is 0, and then you have something, which is 1. And 1 is the inverse of that. So what you know, so far what I see is that, you know, it's just a perspective thing because you have, as we have, both and neither. Like we have both. So we're actually as soul beings, you know, and I'm not sure if everybody subscribes to the soul, but you know, I subscribe to it, the idea of the soul. And as soul beings, I feel like our consciousness is both and neither, meaning it's actually physical, but it's not physical. Like the physicality exists while we're in the place that it exists in, but then we're also not physical at the same time. So we're beyond the physical. So we have aspects of ourselves that is beyond this reality. Even if we don't believe in the soul, we could just make this like very logical. Like even if you think of your mind, like you think in your mind, right? Like think about like how you can just create an image in your mind. Like I can just close my eyes and I can just create an image. Like I can just imagine an apple like in my mind right now. Like I could just see an apple in my mind and I can even take bites out of the apple in my mind and everything, right? So this showing you a very non-physical, physical aspect. So it's another aspect of yourself that's not here in this reality. So you're forming this, and some people will say, oh, but that's happening in the brain. But it doesn't matter if you can say it's happening in the brain. The truth of it is it's not in this reality. So you're creating images and like a projected reality in your mind that's not in this reality directly.
Yeah,
So,
when it comes down to even binary is not strictly based around our human self, because we follow a numeric system, you know.
mm-hmm,
So let's say you head for a 0, right, and then it reaches a 1, and then you strive for a 2,
mm-hmm,
3, right,
mm-hmm,
which is a story basically of our entire life. So in hopes of reaching a 1, we sometimes would be like negative about something, or something negative happens. Then we fall back 2, so then we're at -1. And then sometimes life gets like to a complex area where 2 looks easy. But then once again, it can change in a fraction of a second. Within a fraction of a second, we know that things can happen. You could snap your fingers and something could change. So it's not life's not just about black or white. There's gray areas in there, things like that. And let's say love usually is like what the color of like red in most people's heads.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was a negative situation, it turns into a negative situation. So let's say it becomes a negative relationship, then that
Like
relationship
hate,
becomes
like hate,
then
right?
then
Because hate is red too, right?
right. So then you're based with the fact that black now is the driving factor of the shitty relationship, or it's falling apart or something like that. Or if you get stuck in that area where it could be gray, which is in between those two colors, um, yeah, we got like whatever soberness could be blue, smiling could be green. Um, so regardless it comes to, there's no strict balance between those binary numbers. It's still, it's kind of like the saying, two steps forward, one step back.
Mm-hmm.
So if you use that as mathematical, yeah, let's say you're already at zero and you're just at a flat plane, right, neutral, and then you take these two steps up, which is good for you or whatever it may be, feel good about yourself, something went well, and then something bad happens within that same, let's say, day, week, anything like that, you have to take, so it's like two steps forward, one step back. Now you're back at one, right? And then from there, if you continue on, let's say something bad happens again, now you're back down to a zero, and then so on and so forth. It continues from there. You go into the negatives. So I guess what I'm trying to wrap up is that binary, I guess it 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 has something to do with life because it's a numerical system, and binaries of zeros and ones and 0 1 1 1 and 0 0 0 1 and things like that. It's basically going like back and forward. The positives are
Right.
here, the negatives are there. So, and if you go too negative, you'll start winding up in the negative digits. Uh, I guess that's what I'm trying to point out.
No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Exactly. It's like that ripple effect of that up and down, that oscillation, that that sine wave, right? It's the sine wave. It's the oscillation of the wave itself. It's the movement of the wave. And, that part is like the masculine part of the force, where the wave itself as a thing is like, okay, boom, it's feminine, because we're dealing with magnetic or magnetism, you know, things drawing in. And so when we look at magnetism, we you have different poles. What's good, Ray? We have different poles, where you have the positive and negative pole, and the negative is the attractive aspect of the magnet, and then you have the repulsion or the repelling, and repulsive. So that's the masculine, which is electric. And so there's an aspect in ancient teaching. I like to tie like our modern understandings with the ancient teachings, because I realize that they all are the same thing. Like it's all the same. So when I look at the ancient aspect, exactly, and I look at the ancient aspect, and it's like there's this thing of the masculine being the hidden force. Like, for instance, like if you look at wind, right? Wind is in motion. Motion is masculine. That's all. That's all masculine is. It's like they're the same force. Masculine is feminine, but it's just feminine in motion. Feminine is masculine, but it's stagnated masculine. You know what I'm saying? It's
That's
just
so deep. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say. Like negatives attract, right? Like negatives attract. Let's say this, which goes back to magnetism. You can
Mm-hmm.
say, well, positives attract. Well, two positives do not attract; they actually repel each other.
That's right.
So a negative and a positive, let's say a female and a male,
Mm-hmm.
negative, positive, doesn't really matter who's a negative and who's a positive. You stick together.
Right.
And then once you get two negatives involved, it does what? Pushes itself backwards. So you can look at a relationship basically based off that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get together, that's great in the beginning, but then things start to fall to pieces. That's when you have changed your polarization from two positives attracting, and then it's a negative and a positive, or two negatives that are being negative in themselves
Mm-hmm.
against. It doesn't matter what it may be. It could be somebody slept something, whatever, that you just start to have a fallout. And then you're always going to push each other away, no matter what, until that is flipped and exchanged, like figuring out a problem. But if you're in a relationship and you believe that one thing is right that you say, and the other person believes that you're wrong, that creates that positive negative, the two negatives, sorry. Um, but then when it comes down to it, where you agree on something or you could change your way of thinking, then you can go back to the two positives and cling back together. And yeah, I would agree that when it comes down to a relationship, it most definitely goes around magnetism as a whole, because your brain, once again, a lot of people forget about this. There's electricity in your brain. It fires on cylinders left and right. If it fires on the incorrect cylinder because you're angry, or it fires on the positive one because you're happy about something, um, those two positives, let's say two positives, you can make things work. But if that electricity becomes negative, once again, we go back to magnetism, and then you're now creating nothing but two negative barriers going against one another, because in both your brains, it's firing electricity in the wrong areas. So, don't know if that makes any sense, but
Yeah, yeah, I think I follow what you're saying. So you need that balance, in other words, for the functioning of it to work. Like, you know, like to come together, you need that balance. Like there must be some kind of balance of force that it can't be the same force, the same forces, um, achieving which is interesting in itself if you think about it, right? Because it's like you said, two positives, right? It's not going to create the connection, so to speak, that you want. You know, it's not going to give you that same, like, what you need as far as the magnet connecting and clamping together, which is interesting if you think about it, because you would think, right, hey, these two, same thing would create a balance because they're the same thing. Because you're like, hey, it's a positive and a positive, they're the same thing, so isn't that a balance, right? But
well,
then
yeah, then it gets to the point where you also have, because the positive and negative sticks, right? So
mm-hmm,
let's say you get together, this is just relationship wise, and I hate when people say this, two positives attract. That's not true when you think about it, because a positive and negative stick together. It
right,
sneaks together. So that doesn't mean that that person is necessarily negative. It just means that the opposites attract does fit into this equation. Not every single relationship, obviously, because they may not notice that the positive and negative stick together. So they'll both try to be positive, which in my head means that you will argue your point, and you will not say sorry because you think your point is right, and so do they.
mm-hmm,
And the beauty to me is that you should never agree on everything, because it doesn't work that way. You have to work towards that and find a middle ground. So the positive and negative sticking together, and then the two positives do what? They push each other apart. The two negatives push each other apart. So when it comes down to people that always say that, like, two positives attract, it's not true in my eyes, because as a matter of fact, I've never seen it work. Because say you got with somebody, there's no way that you 100% agree with everything that they say. You may have difference of opinions and things like that, which is okay, as long as you're okay with those differences of opinions and can deal with that situation and say, yeah, you know what, I don't feel that way, but that's okay. It's okay that you feel that way, and it's okay that I feel that way, and we're just all right with that.
right. Yeah, I totally agree. And that makes perfect sense to me. Um, you know, I look at electricity, I look at magnetism as those balancing forces. Like I feel like that positive part of the magnet is like the hidden masculine force of electricity, because electricity is that movement that we talked about, like it's going towards, whereas the magnet is bringing it in. So the negative force of the magnet is the actual, what we think of as the magnet, or we think of as the magnetism of attracting or drawing in. That's the feminine, that's the vagina, you know what I'm saying? It's going in. The positive is pushing out. The electric is pushing out. It's repulsive. You know what I'm saying? So that's why women are attractive. you know, I mean,
Yeah,
obviously.
and they mostly and the thing is that women, they usually don't like somebody that likes everything they like, and you don't like everything that they like because it makes it interesting.
Right.
Let's say music, you're like, hey, I like, country music, and you're like, well, I don't like country music, but I find you to be beautiful. I like your intellectual, how you're
Yeah.
intellectual, and it draws you to them.
Yeah.
Um, I think
1000%.
I think that if you want the same as you don't want it. I don't think it works. Like for me, I love computers. I love what I do, but the excitement is to have somebody that has a difference of opinion
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't match mine. So there's the positive and negative slapping together instead of two negatives, which would be the same person with the same ideals and same things, and you'll think it works, but it doesn't because you're going to butt heads and it won't work. So
Exactly.
the two
Right.
positive and the two negatives, I'll say, two negative people, obviously two negative people are not going to be good for one another. Two positives sounds like a great idea, but it still
Mm-hmm.
doesn't work. You need to have that change, where you see difference of opinions, and it's good to have a difference of opinion. That's
Right.
what makes things entertaining. It
Who can
makes it.
check who if everybody's positive,
And
right?
I think that most people know that, right? Like, so for example, you'll hear people say things like, it's known that like, oh my God, he's too nice, right? Like, and typically, if I may, I think that usually comes from someone who's overly trying to satisfy you. I like what you like. I don't have a different, I don't, there's not a lot of, they're not comfortable to show their uniqueness, right? So that's one way in which I think it shows up. When women say, and it's looked at as negative, I think that's just because folks don't articulate it in that way. That's
Mm-hmm.
one way, and the other way is like, it's, everybody
That's
wants
one way,
someone to learn from, right? Like you learn when, so for example, you just gave it, like, you're into tech. Me not so much, but I find it intriguing, and because I'm not into it so much, that's a space where I could learn from you, and different things that I'm into that you might not be into. Then, and I think most humans, they spark up when they get to learn something new. So I think most folks know these things to be true, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you know something that it could be intriguing to me, it's something that I don't know, and I know something that you don't know, but you find it intriguing. Is that I want to learn what you know, and you want to learn what I know, which would create the
Right.
positive and negative to come together. If we both know the same thing, you're going to try to one up one another. Your eyes are going to be like, well, I know more about this, and like, well, I know about that. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
no, it doesn't work that way because I'd rather have the excitement
Right.
of learning something new from you than actually knowing that you know the same things I do because it becomes extremely boring and it simply won't work.
Exactly. I totally agree. And I think, I mean, this is some very deep stuff here. I mean, like we said, it can be complex. We can see it as very deep away from the surface, or we can just see it as very simple. And that it's just right in front of you. And I think that when you're able to grasp the complexity of it, that's when it's simple. Which again is a paradox in itself. It's like, okay, because I understand how complex it is, it's simple. And so, we're dealing with these same forces repelling each other, as I'm showing here on the screen, as you broke down, Jetpack. I mean, this is literally science, as we know it here, real science, not the pseudo stuff. And we see, it's just basic magnetism where these opposite ends of the same force show you that they're the same by coming together. And so that's what we have with that attraction aspect of it. And the reason why I think that it's represented as attraction is because, again, the feminine is form. So the actual matter is the mother. The mother is matter. You know, it's very
Yeah, and I also believe that saying, which is true, everybody's heard it, every one of us has, opposites attract,
right.
literally opposites. even if you think you're, and this is a problem with a lot of humans, especially when it comes to relationships, is that they think you've heard this before. Somebody's like, no, I want somebody just like me and all this. It's like, no, you don't, because that would get boring very quickly. Um, Opposites attracting is way more intricate because and more entertaining. Because I would like to learn what you've learned that I have not put in my brain at all. Then you want to learn what I learned. And I think that's where the beauty comes in, where the opposites attract, which is
Correct.
just like two magnets. It's the opposites attract, not the same. The same do not attract each other, they repel each other, which will cause what? Divorce, hatred,
Mm-hmm.
madness, things like that. So
Mm-hmm.
if you're keeping me on my toes all the time and I'm keeping you on your toes with different subjects, it's yeah, I think that's where the beauty comes in a relationship, is that you're learning something new from them at all times and they're learning something new from you, which makes it exciting.
Exactly. And I feel like in that way you complete the bigger picture. Like you're completing a larger picture by filling the sides that you know that go together. So like with the opposites, you're taking like the bigger picture, like that side of it and this side of it, and it makes one big picture. And that's the creation of it. That's where creation, the Ein Sofer, comes in, where light or Christ is born out of the infinite womb of the mother, by direction of the hidden father. Um, and so what you see is that, the two make one. It's almost like counting down or going in reverse. The two make one. And so, like I said, zero, like the brother last night, Mental Ninja, he's a part of the OTO and stuff like that. And he was talking about how they believe there's this concept they have of they go from 0 to 2, like they skip one. They're like they go from 0 to 2 because he's saying that the 0 is 1. Like the 0, he's like, once you articulate the 0 or you actually
Oh wow.
write it down, it's 1. And I saw what he was saying, and I agree with that from their perspective and how they're looking at it. But of course, I do see the place for the 1 as well, of course. But
Right, right.
what he did was he said, then after you have the 0, you draw the line in the middle, and now that 0 with the line in the middle is 2. That's how it goes to from 0 through 1 to and ends up at from 0 to 2. And I totally understood what he was saying, but what I would just add to that, and this is my own personal perspective, is I would say, the 0 and the 1, are the inverse of each other. So yeah, I agree.
They're the polar opposites.
Yeah, they're the
Right.
opposites,
So if
therefore they are each other in a way.
are
Like
you
they're
right? So you're saying the same thing in
right.
right?
Yeah, I'm saying the
Right.
same thing. Yeah.
And then yeah,
Right.
and then you get to the two, and now you skip past the polar opposites. Now you're on to the two positives or two negatives.
Right. And then that
So what
becomes
happens is
3.
that'll break down because it won't work, and then you will be back to the one and the 0 again. That's why binary does not fall into the twos, threes, fours, five, six. It's 0 and 1. So if you
Mhm.
go this is my personal
No,
opinion.
I
If
love
Oh
you
it. I
wow.
love
go
it.
Hmm.
if you go beyond the 1 and now
Mhm.
you're 2, now you're 2 supercharged, which means what's going to happen is kind of like two people that believe in the same thing. You're going to get that polarization, that separation, which is going to shove you back down to 1 or 0.
Yeah, I can see that. I definitely see that. And so what I was really saying with the 0 and 1 being the same thing is what I'm saying is like they're different perspectives of each other. What he was saying is that hey, he was saying that too, but he was saying it in a way where he was like, you can skip the 1, which I like that's because basically you're going from 0 to 2, but all you had to do was go from 0 to 1. It's the same thing. So it's really no reason to skip the 1. Is what I'm saying. It's like I'm saying like 0 and 1 is necessary because it's another view of 0. Like you said, polar opposites, right? So it's the necessary other view. Like we're talking about the two forces of repulsion and attraction, where you get negative and positive, and they come together and create the magnetism.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
both necessary in that equation to be
And
what
and
they are.
and and then the two comes along, and the two are what? Two ones, which
That's right.
automatically creates a fucking negative, completely negative or two positives, which positive would be one, and negative would be zero. So if you have two, you have two positives, and we know what happens at magnetism. It doesn't work. They repel each other.
Right. I love that
So
point.
it has no other way except to drop back down to the 0 and 1 level where it should stay
Exactly.
and stick together.
I see what you're
The
saying.
two, that's why binary does not have twos and threes and fours. It's just 0 and 1. And
Because the
if you have
two
zero,
makes the one. Like you said, I see what you're saying. Like I see what you're saying, yo. Like that's beautiful because I see what you're saying. Like it went
Yeah.
from zero, like
Mhm.
they're not together, and then the two makes the one. So it's still
right,
one. It becomes like what you would think of as two forces. It just reduces back to one because they connect.
right. And
But that's
if you
but
have the number two, you have two ones. So
that's
two,
essentially. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go.
no, that's okay. I
Mm-hmm.
don't mean to
You
cut
know,
you off.
I was gonna say that's essentially what happens though when you find that good balance, right? Like when you actually find someone who's the opposite of you, but you guys are able to work in unison, that goes back down to the one.
Correct. And
Right.
that's exactly what I'm stating because you can't be at two. It doesn't work. That will fail because two ones make a two. Now two ones obviously already do what? They bounce off each other. They reflect power.
Mm-hmm.
So now you make a two, which is two ones, which will not work. So then it has to do nothing but default. Then think of it like a breakup. They get to two, right? And it's there. And there's two ones they start to fight or complain, or they have a complete. They thought they were alike, but it gets boring. So then it defaults back down to the 0 and the 1 again, where they can be attracted. And that's where breakups happen. Is they'll stay at the 1 and 1, and they think they're going to argue and win, and they're going to win
Mm-hmm.
their conversation, but really they're not going to because they're already repelling each other. So once it gets back to a 0 and 1, which would be balance in a relationship, a balance is 50-50. No matter what happens, if you're wrong, you say you're wrong, things like this. Well, a two will not do that. They will not apologize. They will think they're right. And if those two people are both ones, they're always going to fight at odds ends. But if somebody drops back down to a 0 1, we put it there, then they can come together and talk rationally. Otherwise, they go back up to a two, and it's a ping pong effect, and it just won't work.
That's so deep, and then it's not like it's so deep, and then it's so base. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I can
And if we
definitely
got
see that.
what happens if we get to a three? Then there's what, a 2 and a 1, and then
Yeah, right.
that's where the two attempts to take over because the one is not up to speed with the two at that point. The two is trying to take over, which is kind of like a relationship. If somebody just thinks they own the relationship, that
Right.
would be a three. That would be 2 and 1, whoever the
Chaos
person is.
fuse. I mean,
So then there's no way it has to default back to the 0 and 1 in order for it to level itself out, which is why relationships break up because they want to stay at 2 or 1, or they want to stay at three, which is two ones. And I don't know if that's making much sense, but
I got an example
yeah.
for you guys. No, go ahead, Misha.
No. I'm thinking like how um language language is coming up for me, and
Mm-hmm.
like we these concepts are so basic, but they're not. But I'm gonna end it here. But like I think language comes in as a barrier to a lot of people, and how we try to um fit these concepts into language. I don't know. That's coming up for me, but I digress.
well, you're not incorrect because with language comes what? Difference of opinion, right? Depending on how you grew up or what you believe in or what your strong feelings are about. And, unless you're open minded, you're not open to changing your mind. So the people that are open to changing their minds are the ones that actually got it figured out. Because how many times have you been in a relationship and it's gone the other way? You weren't open minded. You're like, no, this is exactly how the fuck this is supposed to be, and that person's like, this is exactly how this is supposed to be, and you're like, no, it's not. And there goes the two. So you got the 1 and 1 combined. And they're like, now if you just drop it back and you were open-minded, you would drop back down to 0 and 1. And then
Mm.
things would work normally.
Hmm. That's really deep. See, that can be like Misha said, like it's so simple, but it's so deep at the same time. So like,
And,
no, go
and then
ahead.
imagine, what if it gets to a 4, right? Let's just
Mm-hmm.
say 4. So we go to 4, right? Well, this either means two twos, which is obviously terrible. Now it steps it up to like hatred level. Then there's two twos, and they're not going to stick together. That's where domestic violence starts. That's where angry starts really bad. Or let's say at 4, somebody's at 3 and the other person's at 1. That means
Mm.
the other person is trying to overrun the other individual.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right, but do you get how you're having to use language? Like, I imagine, when the creator first created creation, I wonder what language looked at like then, because I almost feel like language created that barrier. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like,
it's limitation.
yeah, well,
yeah.
yeah. And think of like let's say for instance Greek mythology or things like that. Back with the Greeks, that's this is just an example, but the people who ran the kingdom, they were the 3. Everybody else was what? The 0, and anybody tries to challenge them would be the 1 or the 2, basically trying to push up against them.
Mm-hmm.
And once they got from 1 to 2, that means the 3, which is the guy on top or woman on top or whatever, starts to be challenged so much they start to lose. And then it will default to now he takes let's say the 3, right? That or she takes the 3, and now he's bounced back down to a 1. So now he's below this thinking process. Instead of being open-minded, which he wasn't or she wasn't, now they're being set backwards, which only causes war, havoc, destruction, chaos. And they try to stick in that 1 to 3 area and just basically go back and forth with one another. But if they were to be open minded, it would default back down to the 0 and 1. And
Right.
then,
I'm sorry. I'm getting
no, it's
excited.
okay.
Yeah. No, I think we're all meant to be a 0 and a 1. But when I say that, again, this language, right? It keeps coming up for me, but language puts a barrier. But when I say we're all supposed to be 0 and 1, it goes back to what you said before, that like they're the same thing.
Yeah. So
And yeah.
essentially, if they okay, so let's say dominant forces, we've had those, right? People that
Mm-hmm.
tried to run the world, things like that. They were the let's say they're the 3 or the 4, right? The general population would be at the 0. They're not going to argue with that 4. But then somebody comes along and they're a 1 or a 2 or a 3, and they're going to try to take over that 4. They're going to push them down or push her down to get them down to their level. Kind of like when they say if you argue with somebody and they're stupid, they'll just keep arguing with you to drag them down to their level.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the whole mindset of taking things over. Like I run something, like a guy.
Right.
I run it. I'm the 4. You're just a 0, and those are the followers. But then you have people that question you, and they come up. They become the 1, the 2. They get stronger with that, and their only thing is to go against the 4, not to go against the 0. It's to go against the 4. And once the 4 starts dropping his points down to 3, and then that person comes up to the 3, now there's 3 and 3, and now you got yourself a serious war, a serious problem, because they're going to butt heads left and right. They will kill each other or whatever it may happen. But if
Right.
they were open-minded and he was to drop back down to, let's say, a 2 to 1 ratio, it wouldn't be as catastrophic. But if they could go back down to that 0 and 1, we wouldn't have a lot of the problems that we have with people, trying to take over, or, let's think presidents or whatever. People that run over the general public, and the general public is not, they're stuck at the 0. And then this person's the 2. They're not the 1 anymore, because that would mean that it would stick together. Things would work. So
Mm-hmm.
once they get to that 2, then they're beating out the general public, which means that they will try to control, because their ideals are theirs and they will beat it into your head so you believe it. Or you'll have somebody that comes along that will challenge them, and it's basically like the lesser of two evils, I would say, something along that. Maybe I'm wrong, um, but yeah, when it comes to that point system, that's what I believe.
Yeah, I can see that, man. You know what it makes me think of is as you're counting up, it's making me think of a pyramid and like the pyramid scheme idea, right? And that's kind of what our society is based on. I think we can kind of all acknowledge that without being conspiracy theorists. I mean, it's right on the dollar. It's we believe in pyramids. We can say that much. You know, that's what we believe in, right? As human society, like our society's based on these ideas, and so, you know, like I look at the hexagram as I have on the screen here, and what you see is two pyramids, right? Now, from my idea, the actual like clear, simple truth of it is as above, so below, right? And so this is 6 points. It's 6 points, and it's dealing with a pinnacle going up and a pinnacle going down. Now, the pinnacle going down as the below, I feel like, you know, either way, your energy should be flowing upwards through both pyramids. So, for instance, higher vibrational energy from the upside down triangle with the pinnacle at the bottom is actually you expanding from your personal self into a greater awareness at the top of knowing that all is one, or you belong to a greater thing. You know, you're a part of something bigger than just yourself. Now, if you look at it from a shadow self or a lower vibrational aspect, you know, you'll be traveling downward on this pyramid and you'll be going towards like a spiral downwards. You'll be coming from the upper expanse to narrowing down into a personal pursuit of lower vibration, which would be like an ego-based pursuit or something like that. Now, if we take the upper pyramid, which is superimposed, we see like traveling from the bottom of it going up is going towards the pinnacle. Well, from a higher vibrational perspective, that's you know, going from the illusion of separation and traveling back into oneness of knowing the truth. It's the same thing, but it's from a higher perspective of pointing it, you know, you're seeing it from like say for instance, if you're looking at something and you're seeing it from within that thing that you're looking at. So it's like you're looking up at heaven from the as below, and then as above, you're in heaven looking, you know, at heaven. And so it's like you're at your higher self looking at what is the higher self. On the other aspect, you're at your lower self looking at what is the higher self. And that's how you're moving upward on both triangles, where on that upward one, it's you going from separation of I'm many parts, we're all our own individuals, we're all many parts, like you were saying, to the entropy of reducing that and going to oneness and getting back to understanding that it just falls back to one and then, you know, zero. And so that's
Yeah,
that's the
it's on point. You know, like think of it like this, like the hexagram. Think of a let me word this properly. Think about society, right? Okay, the ones who run society would be the top 3 points in a hexagram, right? The very bottom dot at the bottom would be the zero, right? So we got three up top, zero at the bottom. We have two there at that where the splits off above that zero. Now it's two. So you got three at the top, two on the corners there, and zero. So at the bottom. The two is the one challenging the three. He's not challenging the zero because he's still above the zero in his eyes, or maybe he possibly is, and he thinks smarter, or you know, he's got, let's just say, more influence. But the three has the most influence. But the two is going to try to break the three. And the zeros just sit at the bottom, not trying to break the two. They're just there where they are. And it's once the two gets to the three, then that's where the battle would ensue, mentally or warlike or anything like that, or just trying to take over would be
mm-hmm.
that. And the twos are the ones thinking that the three, they're like, I don't really think this person knows as much as they know. And they're going to keep prodding away until they break down one of those dots and they become a three. And the person at the top becomes a two, which means they start to fall.
Mm-hmm.
And then the zeros, they're just at the bottom. So they're just watching the shit show happen. but they don't have the intellects to square up on the 2 or the 3, so they stay down there where they're at. That's where basically people would like rise up, or it's happened in history so many times. Um, but yeah, I don't know if you're catching on, but like even the
Yeah,
hexagram itself, just think of
absolutely.
that bottom as 0. The other 2 points coming off is 2, and the 3 at the top are basically controllers of everything below that, like a pyramid, like you said, similar to a pyramid.
Absolutely. And as we see on this hexagram, if we look at the kind of middle section of the hexagram where the two pyramids intersect, because we see the upper triangle here that's left when it pokes out away from the intersection, and then at the bottom the same thing on the opposite end. It's that lower triangle poking out. What we see here, we see two hourglass shapes here. We see a left hourglass and we see a right hourglass shape. And, to me, this is letting us know that we're traversing. Time is motion. Time is motion. So we're looking at double time and duality. We're looking at dualistic time or a traversal or movement across. And so this is either going from lower to upper or upper to lower. And as you put it in the societal terms, it's the breaking down of power, the shift of power.
Correct. Yeah.
Power
Now,
shifting.
and then when I think it works, when enough people start to become smart enough, that triangle turns so it meets the triangle perfectly. So that's the 1 at the top, right? And the 2 at the bottom. But really, when you think about it, it's let me try to word this properly. So then the 1 at the top is basically not winning, I'd say, but the 2 below it can overthrow it if it wants to. Now, it may stay there and it may not move for a while, but eventually the 1 at the top is basically the nice guy, right? Or the nice female or whatever, whoever is dominating at that point. And that's where the pyramid you said comes in, is that there's 1 point at the top of the pyramid, there's 2 at the bottom. So if the 2 at the bottom are content with the 1 at the top and not arguing with it because it's doing right, I would say,
Mm-hmm.
or for the people, or for where it's a perfect balance, the 2s won't attempt to overthrow the 1. And if they attempt to, that becomes what? An issue, because then the 2s will break back down, that triangle will flip back over, and then it'll be 0s, 2s, and 3s at the top. So it's like a balance, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm talking crazy, but just the way I think about it from a numerical value.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it's interesting. It's a good perspective.
Right. But I think what's happening too is another language, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like what you're using sort of numbers as a language, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And it's if you look at society, it almost sounds dead on. Even a rectangle would be what, 2 and 2. That's going to be what? It's going to be positive, positive, or negative, negative, because there's only 4 corners, so there's 2 on top, 2 on bottom. Same thing with a square. A circle is which is crazy when you think about it. It's the perfect shape. The Earth, the Sun, everything like that. Even galaxies, everything's round. It's the most energy efficient. I think if things stuck in a circle, or sphere in itself, it would actually be more beneficial to everybody. But as we know, humanity hasn't reached that point yet, because it's still just like this hexagram, where somebody's at the top, and there's the smart people that aren't as smart as the 3 at the top at those 2 points, and the general public would be at the bottom at 0.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. And
That's
so,
just my analogy. Just my analogy of it.
no, it's a good analogy, man. Great way to see it. Like I was saying, these forces that create like this opposition or this idea of opposition, they're really just one force. It's all just really the same thing, and that's how everything always kind of reduces back to 1 or 0. And so I think those are like the more important, like the most important, because like if we look at like if we take 1 and 0 and we put them around each other and we say, okay, 0 and 1, well, that just equals 1. And then 1 and 0, that equals 10, which is basically the masculine version of one of spiraling forward. Because what it did was you went up to the next revolution, you came back around to 0 again, but now you got to put a 1 in front of it because now you're at 10. Because you made a motion, you went somewhere. You went up 9 numbers and then you got to 10. So you came back around in the circle and you met the beginning again, but you weren't in the exact same spot. You were somewhere else. So it's a spiral. So it's a circle moving forward, which is a spiral. A circle moving. As you're making the circle, you're moving forward. Go ahead, Ray.
You said one equal 10, right?
Yeah, because what I'm saying with that is that you're coming back around. So I mean like 1 and 0, like when you put a 1 in front of a 0, we get the number 10. Well, all that is just you started over. You started counting over again. That's why you go 1 1, 1 2, that's 12, 1 3, that's 13, 1 4, 1 5, 1 6. You just keep going up because you're completing another revolution around, but you're not in the same exact spot because that would be a 0. You're forward now. You're 1 0. Like you've moved forward that amount. Like you've traveled. And so that's what I was saying is like it's the time version of it. It's the linear time, but really I think, kind of what we're building on is like how it just all reduces back to 1 and 0. When you see it clearly, it reduces back to 1, and then 1 is also 0. I look at 1. I know we have the symbol for 1 is like a line down. It's almost like an L, a lowercase L, or like maybe an I or something like that. But I see it as like the 0 filled, like a period. That's what I see as 1. Like I feel like that should be 1 in our mathematics. That symbol of a dot instead of a 0. Like a 0 will be an empty circle, and then a filled. If you fill that circle, to me that's 1. It's like it's the same thing, but it's like the inverse of it, And so the rest of the numbers are not even a factor.
No, they're
Pun
not.
intended.
They're not. They're really not relevant because the 1 is true and the 0 is false. That's what binary means. So if you have, let's say, every decision you make, right, it's either right or wrong. You know what it is. There's no middle ground. So if every one of your decisions is a 1, you live a happier life and you make the right decisions. But if you throw a 1 in there on Monday and a 0 in there on Tuesday and a 0 on Wednesday, you start to see how you lose traction because, when you think about it, it is once. That's why I said when you get to 2, which is it's not even in binary. But if you were to reach that 2, that means that you're doing like let's say 2 goods, right? But in essentials, you're going to fall back down 1 because somebody will, or your brain might take you down a digit back to 1. And I think that always happens with any human because everyday example is something good could happen today, but something bad could happen tomorrow. But if you did something good, you'd be at the 1, right? Mm-hmm. And then if something bad happens, you'll be back reset to the 0. And if you know you're at the 0 and you know it's the negative, you want to get back to the 1. So then you'll have to do something right to get back to 1. But it doesn't really go beyond the 1. I guess I'm trying to counter what I'm saying earlier. But if it ever got to a 2 or a 3, that's not good at all because that means that no matter what, you're stuck in those 1, 2, 3 digits, which will always retract. You need to get that 0 in there to make it stick. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. But when you say get this, when you say get the 0 in there to make it stick, you mean like to give it its identity? Like you need the 0 to give it its identity? Like it has to have an identity in relation to 0, right? Because
I think that you need the 0 to balance things out. So it should only be 0 and 1. If you make a bad decision today, you're stuck at 0, right? Now, if you make 2 bad decisions, you're at -1. And then you have to jump that back up by doing what? A one, something that's right. I don't know if right is the terminology, but something that's truthful.
Mm.
Like liar, like basically liars. Liars sit on what? The zero, and they will go backwards in negatives. So if they tell five lies, they're at -5. It's going to take you very hard to get back up
To
to
just
zero again.
zero, to just a regular state of balance. Like you're inverted, like you're inverse to reality in the negative zone, right?
Yeah, and imagine how many like right things. I guess we'll just call them right things. There's probably another term for this, but that's why liars have a certain way of thinking. They think they can continue being that zero like forever. But what happens with a liar? They always get caught and they have to back that up. Otherwise, they'll just keep lying, is what liars do, unless they come to the consensus that they are lying and it's not healthy for their lives because it never is. And they have to claw they have to back up those five lies and just get back to zero.
Mm.
And that's and then you have to do something good to get to that one. And
Hmm.
I know it may sound very complex, but
No, that's so, and yes, and we're back at that complex simplicity because it's both the same, right? It's like it's complex until we understand it,
Right.
then it's simple.
Right.
So I
Right.
definitely get what you're saying. Like I'm completely following you. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying, bro, and that's perfect. I think that's an excellent point to bring up when you talk about the inverse numbers of going into the negatives from zero, which we know as zero is like almost like the foundation of what it all is, right? It's starting at zero. And so you're going into an inverse, almost like a false reflection of reality, like an inverted false reflection. And I think, like you said, that's a great example you use with the liar. Like these liars, these people that are delusional with these like bodies of religion and certain things that they practice, they're constantly lying to themselves and they end up in like a negative zone of like an inverted reality where they're not even in the positive numbers, which I guess we could say is a certain type of illusion as well, but because we already acknowledged that really it's all about 0 and 1. But you know the positive goes up at least in a different way, that's tangible. It's almost like the other way, the inverse. The negative numbers are not even tangible. It's like you've gone so far in that you've created an inversion, and now you're on another like plane of existence. Like it's not even the same reality, thus making it a delusion. You know, like they're feeding
yeah,
into a false reality, like it's literally a false reality because it's not even a part of the same reality. It's in the negatives now. It's beyond zero. Like it's gone the
it's
other way
like
beyond zero.
yeah, and it's like too far because liars do not just become not liars; they stay in that negative zone. So if we were to just say -1, let's just say that's a liar, right?
Mm-hmm.
0 is obviously bad, 1 is good, but you have the choice to make between 0 and 1 every single day of your life. So if they get stuck in that negative one, even for them to climb out of that, which they usually do not because um, it's a mental thing. They have to lie because they're not happy about themselves. It automatically puts them in 0 all the time. There is no 1 at all in their life. So the only way to go is to -1. And then
Mm-hmm.
they're stuck there. And then and 90 fucking percent of these people, I can't throw out stats because I can't tell you exactly how many people nowadays. It's like telling a simple lie, okay, doesn't mean you would fall into -1. If your wife's like, "Hey, did you clean the toilet today?" and you're like, "Yeah, yeah, no," even though she goes in and she's like, "Hey, it's not clean," and you're like, "I'm sorry." Then guess what? You go from that 0 up to a 1 because you told the truth. And if you're not telling the truth, you're going to go into the negatives and you're going to lie and try to cover that up when really it's obvious you didn't do it. And that person is trying to get you to just admit, and they don't even know why you lied about it. You just lied because you lied. I'm not a liar, so I can't dive into why they continuously do it. I think it has something to do with worthlessness or just define anything that anybody says. Um, But yeah, like, I mean, you can't sit at -1 for the rest of your life, and you will have to get back up to 0, which is 0 is false, 1 is positive, true. So false and true. And I think that's where the liars sit. Uh, in binary, you would just strictly stay at 0. But if you get too far down that path and you start getting into negatives, that means you're covering a lie with a lie, which means another negative and another lie until it blows up. And then you have no choice besides go back to 0 or continue going down that negative plane, which leaves you with a terrible life because you're just going to lie about it. And that's when people look over and like, oh, Steve, yeah, he's a liar. You don't listen to anything he says.
Right. It's so a person like that would create their reality as that liar. I think that's so intriguing. So I thought it was very interesting that we look at like 0 and 1 as like the main ones, the main digits, as we even cycle upwards. And we see that that's just the big revolution back around again. It's the zeros and ones and zeros. We go from 1 to 100 to 1,000 to 1,000,000. And it almost represents a reset each time we go up by these 10 factors, these factors of 10. And, I think that it's all just fluff. It's all a part of the illusion because really it's just one. Like I'm almost willing to say at this point in the conversation from what we've built on so far is like that 1 is the loneliest number. No, I'm joking. But one that's a song, but but one one is the only real thing. And even it is 0. It's a filled 0. Like if you look at the Mayan here, I have it here, the Mayan numbers, I think they got it right. Shout out to the Mayans, which, I feel like a lot of us in America are related to, especially, Jetpack. I know you have your native blood, is everything like that. So I really mean that when I say a lot of us in America, like maybe everybody on this call right now, but
Right.
the Mayans, had it right, which also, if we look at the Hebrew one, they kind of had it right too. These guys came later, I believe, but I think these guys share the same bloodline too with us. So I think it's all a part of that same strain. It's a coincidence. You could say a coincidence. I would say a synchronicity, quite a synchronicity that they got it right on the building part, but it's an illusion, these other numbers, and we don't really see, these guys, they put 3, they made 3 in a pretty crazy way. It looks like a devil. So that could mean illusion, because we know if you go up to 3, that's, even though 3 is a concept that we have in our illusion-based reality, this matrix that we live in right now, because we know it's pretty much based on it's a holographic projection. The more you investigate it, the more it just kind of disappears from you, and you're like, hey, what is this thing? It just keeps morphing, like it keeps passing away. Like we're stuck in these same revolution cycles. Nothing just is stagnant. It's like the day goes away, and then the night comes, and then the night goes away, and then the day comes, and then your body grows, and then it forms, and then it gets older, and then it dies, and then you born, and then and it's like just that cycle of morphing continuously in time and space, which is, again, to me, space would be Mother Nature, time would be Father Time. Same concepts. Time and space can't have one without the other, because time is movement, it's motion. And so that's what I look at with 0 and 1. Same concept, electromagnetism. Same concept, Mother Nature, Father Time. But the only difference, and the only thing I would say is, you can actually, if you want to split them up like that and say 0 and 1 is time and space, or space and time respectively, like 0 and 1 would be space 0 and then time 1. I think you can inverse those too. Like, I think time could be 0 and space could be 1. Like, because they're the same thing anyway. So
I have to correct myself because I got it mixed up. 1 is the negative, 0 is the positive.
Okay. See,
Yeah,
that's
different
dope.
numbers. So I
Why do
got
you
to
say that?
reverse because I have to reverse what I said. So one, just think about the numbers switched around. Negative numbers always start with a one. The smallest negative number is the largest binary value. So, for instance, in binary, in code,
Mm-hmm.
1111 is negative one.
Mm-hmm.
1110 is negative two.
Mm.
1101 is negative three, etc., down to 1,000, which represents eight.
Mm-hmm.
So, all I have to do is say that reverse the numbers. Instead, we would say that the negative would be instead of the two I said or the three that was being negative, it would be negative one, negative two, number three going down that route, which would be the negatives based off one. So the zero is actually, I'm correcting myself, is actually the positive. The one is the negative.
I see. I see what you mean. When you break it down like that, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I just want to correct myself
When
because I don't want to say
binary
something.
starts, so basically you're saying when binary starts with 0, it's indicating a positive value. When it starts with 1, it's indicating a negative value, right?
Correct. So all I'd have to do is reverse what I was talking about earlier and just reverse the numbers, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Which still goes with what I was talking about, just we're swapping numbers back. So
Yeah, it
um,
does. It still goes.
yeah, it's just the opposite. So, the negative one and then the negative two are the negative numbers. So the positives would be back to zero. Anything that goes above zero is not positive, it's negative. So zero would be the flat line. So that's where you
Mm-hmm.
want to stay is at zero, not the one.
And so those numbers are less than 1, right? Oh, snap. Oh, wow. So you're saying so, because think about it, right? The positive would start with 0, and it would be
Correct.
like 0, 1, 1, 1, whatever, right? But that's less than 1 if we made a decimal point, right? Like that would be
Correct. So
less than 1, the value of 1. So it would be between like this infinite space in between 0 and 1 is wow, this is, see.
yeah, so
So,
the zero would
Ain't
have to
that
be the
something?
positive. I just want to correct myself because I don't like being incorrect. I like to read, and I just looked it up just to make sure I was correct with the one, and I think I got it wrong. It got mixed, but yeah, the zero is the. I guess there's a word for this. Would be the starting point for everything, which
mm-hmm,
is would be correct, which would be
mm-hmm,
a positive number, and then anything that goes down. Because if you ever read binary, which I totally forgot about this. It's been years since I've talked about binary, but yeah, like I said, 1111 is negative one. 1110 is negative two because it's really tricky to follow it. Um, and 1101 is negative three. And like I said, this goes all the way down to 1,000, which is just 1000, which represents negative eight. So it doesn't actually go up. I was incorrect. It goes in reverse. So the zero is where basically, let's say, like I was pointing out earlier, the negative three would be the three I was talking about. So it'd be a negative three. And then to work yourself back up, you'd have to get back to zero.
mm-hmm. Wow. And 0, and then I love how we're like weaving all of these like concepts together because I feel like that's accurate. That's what it is. It's all relational to each other. Like it all does relate. And so like when you say that, we can look at it like, well, 0 means nothing. Like in our contemporary language, like 0 is nothing. It's representing 0, like an absence. Like it's before there's something, or or after there's something, one of the two. But there's nothing at that point. And
Yeah, so
so
basically
to
the,
get
the
back
math,
positive, you're going back to nothing.
right, going back to zero, flat line, like back to the norm. So yeah, so for instance, if you break the math down, you can figure this out. So 1111 is negative one. That's
Mm-hmm.
in binaries.
Mm-hmm.
1110 is negative two because there's that zero which we would be adding, right? You think you would be adding. It's actually incorrect because 1110 would mean adding an extra digit. If we can break this down, 1101, right, is negative three. And this goes down to 1,000. So 1000 represents a -8. So it can go negative. It can't go positive unless you hit 0, which is the absolute positive. It's the dominant digit
Mm-hmm.
for positivity.
Right. So this
Sorry
makes.
for all those that were following me, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure I clarified that because I thought something was off from that. I'm like, no, it's now I'm thinking mathematically. I'm like, no, it's you can only go down, you can't go up. So the one, once again, is negative. So if you go from 0, which is positive, to 1 that's negative, you're already in the negative.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the opposite. It's the negatives that are allowed.
Very
in
interesting.
binary, not the positives.
That's very interesting because you know, um, going back to 0 is like reversing out of the reality, like breaking the matrix. Like it's like you're going back to before the matrix or after the matrix. Like it's not a matrix anymore. Like you're out of that one, the thing that is. The thing that is the reality around us. So when we're past that and we're beyond that, now we're out of that. We're at 0 again. And 0 is like, as you're breaking down from a binary standpoint, is the positive. It's
Right.
moving in a positive direction.
Yeah, and that's the flat line is 0. So, and if you're not on 0, you're not true. So, let's say, for instance, you tell one lie, and 1111 would be your lie. You start out -1, which is below the 0, which is actually the positive. So now you're completely in the negatives. And then 1110 is -2. That would be telling a second lie. And 1101 is -3, and so on and so forth. So you'd have to get back to just 0 in itself to get back to normalcy or what's true and not what's false.
I see. Very interesting. And so when like Mental Ninja, he was talking about like the 5%ers or the nations of the gods and the earth. You know, they have these beliefs, and he was saying that they look at numerology and numbers, and they say 0 represents completion. So he's like, that's for the 5%ers. They say that 0 is the number of completion or the cipher.
Right, like 0 is like when you see the heartbeat on a monitor, sort of like flat line is negative, I'd imagine. And 0 is just the rhythm of the basic heartbeat. I don't know.
Yeah, and then think about this: is the furthest it can go down in binary is -8. So I would say those 5%ers, I'm going to say it's not true to them. So they know they're lying. They know what they're doing. So they would actually represent -8, which is down to 1000, which represents -8, and it stays there. So in order for them to be righteous or helpful or anything like that, they would have to represent 0, not -8.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And in a perfect world, 0 would be perfect. It would be nice. It would be everything. And people wouldn't lie. They wouldn't steal. They wouldn't do these things that these top 5%ers do. So they love the -8. They don't want to be 0. They don't want to be.
They love the 7. I know that.
So right there, that would be, let's see, 1,000. So it'd be like 1,000. I think it'd be 1,100 would be, well, 1,101 is -3. So 1,100 is going to be, let's see, like 4. So it would have to go deeper than that, which would probably be not 1,111, but I want to say 1,110 would be the furthest down, or 1,000 flat is -8. So they'd be sitting at that, and that those 4 digits represent -8.
Right. So it's like when you have the 0, which is from let's just say from a binary standpoint at least, it's truth, right? It's truth because it's representing the beginning of the positive values. And so going up from 0, when you put 0 in the front, the next numbers, preceding are going to be the positive values up until you get to 1. And then now when you get to 1, which is like to us, we count way past that, right? I mean, from 0 to 1 is nothing to us in our average life, but it's everything in the scope of eternity, because it's like everything reduces down to that simple math. So, but what we find is, like what you just explained, is when you feel, and again, I like how the Mayans did it, because they represented the number 1 as a circle filled, like a period or a dot. So it's like it's 0, but it's filled, right? However you want to do it, 0 will be empty space, and then when you put something in that space, now it's an illusion. Like it's an illusion. At least from a binary standpoint, it would be an illusion. And from a metaphysical standpoint, we're talking about matter. So everything that's separate, 1 would be like, in my opinion, would be like heaven. So I wouldn't, like, from a metaphysical standpoint, I would agree with the binary standpoint. And of course, from a binary standpoint, obviously I agree with that. But from a metaphysical standpoint, when I look at it, I'm like, I agree with the binary of saying that, the 1 is bringing forth illusion. I would just say the first one is the most true illusion. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just a proximity thing. So it's like when you arrive at 1 and it's just 1 and 0, now it's like the closest thing to before 1 that it was. And then, but even though it's still that illusion, or you're going into the negative, it's the least negative, so to speak. It's the least negative. So then you start going deeper and deeper as you continue to go into the illusion with 2 and 3, and all these things. You start multiplying your way into the illusion. But it's like, when you look at it from the zero standpoint, you feel you go into it, and now nothingness becomes infinity. And even though infinity is illusion, it's the least negative illusion.
And the crazy part is there's repetition. So that means a -0, which you'd be like, what's a -0, right? That would mean 5 1s would equal a -0. A +0 would register as 5 zeros. So you got a -0 and a +0, 2 on this.
Wow. So why does 5 1s equal a -0?
For some reason, it captures itself out doing mathematics.
Okay.
So yeah, even 5 1s you would think would be like what, a -5, but it doesn't. It means it's a -0, and then 0 0 0 0 0. To counter that would be a +0, and you say we're already at 0, right? So the +0, I guess I have to change the way of thinking, is that the +0 would be where we want to be. The
Right.
-0 would be the problem, which I just sum up to lying or just being dishonest, things like that. Which that binary in your head would mean that 5 1s is going to make you a -0, which means you're obviously lying or negative in any force, just negative about life, and then the 5 zeros would mean that you're more positive, and I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I can see. So yeah, I agree. Like, yeah, a positive. So what I'm seeing is like a +0 is moving towards, erupting in a positive direction. So like when you're bringing, for instance, when I said the Ein Sofer, right, you bring in like the creation of light out of that infinite darkness. I feel like, okay, say if the 0 is 1 darkness, then you bringing out the 1. The +0 is like what we might see as a 1 in regular, not binary code, but just regular, like counting 1, 2, 3, 4, like regular mathematics. Like we might see that as a 1, but in binary, it's a +0 moving. It's like positive light is about to come out. It's like the woman when her water breaks, and you're about to have a baby come out of her womb. Like it's a positive 1 coming out of a positive count upwards that's starting with 0, coming out of the womb, instead of going deeper into the inverse and creating that negative pattern like you was talking about, where you're counting negatives now. like from zero. It's like going, and so basically positive. So to me, like positive and negative zero are like directional. Like we were talking about the hexagram. Like you're going this way or you're going that way. Like you're going inverted or you're going positive, like the actual way. And it's like light is born out of, a positive, like the like what they call light is like the Christ concept, and it's coming out of the womb of the cosmic mother, so to speak. Like our earth is born, whatever, our sun is within the womb, like it's light within the celestial body. Like we look at the firmament, we look at like the galaxy, so to speak, like out here above us. That's a womb, and then we have the light within it, and the light is inside of that womb, and that's really what it is. It's like creation is emerging from that infinite or infinity, which is like everything canceled out. And so a positive is like in the direction of light, like
even when I just posted in the chat, if you read it, you'll start to break it down. So our light would be 0 or plus 0. That would be light in the galaxy, right? Dark matter, things like that, just darkness in general, would represent a negative. So a -0 all the way down to like a -8. But if you read the chart, it's kind of complex to put it together. But the negative, the further negative goes, the darker it gets, right? And that 0 needs to sit at 0. Plus 0 means obviously light, and the -0 will mean darkness. And the further you go down the negative scale, it would just be more darkness and kind of more chaos, I guess. I'm not sure if that's true, but just speculating.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just kind of reviewing that. Yeah, very interesting stuff. He's talking about, like you said, the positive and negative 0. And yes, as we see, the positive 0 is like 0, like you said, starting with 0. As you mentioned, positive numbers do in binary start with 0. And the negative 0 is starting 1 and then 5 zeros. 0 and then 5 zeros, and then 1 and then 5 zeros. So it's still the same concept that you broke down with positive and negative. One beginning with 0 and one beginning with 1.
Yeah, it's basically you have to wrap your hand around it. It'd probably be a lot of reading to get into it. But yeah, the representation of just 0 has 2 different representations, as it shows. And the second is those straight zeros would be my eyes, what it looks like, would be the light and life that comes out of the universe. And the other ones would be -0, which would be counterproductive to life. That would actually mean the negative part of life, which would be planets slamming together. And of course, there's gravity mixed in there and stuff like that. Yeah, if that makes any sense. It's just the sense I can make of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And kind of like that battle of duality and all of that stuff coming from that negative perception of splitting and creating a division. Because even in this, because you have number -0. It says the extra bit for sign, so no changes in magnitude. The sign bit, so they have the sign bit that applies to create the negative or positive 0. And again, that just goes back to 0 and 1 again. And so again, the 1, as you mentioned, is negative, and the 0 is what's positive, as the sign bit, as they're acknowledging here. Even though they're both 5 zeros, the only difference is the sign bit can indicate whether it's a -0 or the positive 0 and 1. It's the same concept. So you see 1 is like a division. 1 is like, if you look at the zeros across, and it's the difference. It's where it's like click click. It's like the click. It's like it's the stop. you know, and 0 is just like flowing through in a positive manner. And, you know, it's almost like you have to add the 1 to create the negative. You have to add something. 1 is representing a thing or something. So add something to in the midst of it, and now there's an identity, there's a separation. And so
Yes, it gets a little weird because unless you study it for a little bit, you'll probably get it completely down. Um, but yeah, it's for some reason it's just the way mathematics works. I was never a mathematic genius. I know binary and like how codes work, but you never think if you see 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, you don't think about those integers as exclusively negative, positive. It kind of scratches the brain because you're like, well, how the hell does code come together like that? But it does. You can change just simple digits in binary, like a program. Like, say you want a program for free, right? And you get your hands on it, and you go into a hex editor and you change the negative to positive, right? To trick the program into believing that it's registered, so you don't have to pay for it. Done this before with a hex editor. Didn't fully understand where the negative positive came in, but I do know the spots that I did change. For instance, like if you buy software and it says that it's going to expire on, let's say you bought it on Monday, beginning of the month, it's going to expire on the 31st, the end of that month. Well, by altering some simple values and recompiling that software, now you don't have to pay for it ever again. Or you can change the timestamp. So it thinks that it's registered for 2,000 years.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. So these things can definitely be manipulated because they're all a part of an illusion anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
It's similar to how you can manipulate a person.
mm-hmm.
Then you would either be the plus, right, the +0, or the -0, and the 1 plays a huge part. So if you were going to manipulate somebody, you would want to get into what the -1s, the -2s, -3, and keep it there. That way, they always believe what you're stating, because in their brain, it's obviously negativity, but they don't know that you're doing it, which would essentially mean that's how a sociopath works, except they don't pay attention to binary, but it just seems it would work that way.
Yeah. So you know what?
This.
Oh, go ahead,
Go
Misha.
ahead.
No, go ahead, Misha.
No. Just I was gonna say this is a little far fetched off topic, but this conversation is really making me think about the idea of simulation, right? Like, and the fact that we're able to have this conversation and we're literally talking about coding, right? We're talking about coding.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, it brings it up for me, and I'm not completely sold that we live in a simulation, but this is just it's interesting. It brings it up for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like it is some kind of like it is a holographic projection of sorts, in a simulation in that way. And it's like time is an illusion, so it's a simulation in that way as well. So, because if time is an illusion, think about it. I mean, that's everything. That's experience. That's everything you go through. That's the whole thing. It's an illusion. If we can logically deduce it down to an illusion. So then if that's the case, then space and time are projections. Then that means that our whole entire existence is a product of projection, because space and time are projections. It's like it, what we're talking about, it reminds me of this torus field again, because if we look at the torus field, it's like a donut, and I have it on the screen here. If we look at it, it's a donut, and I like this one because it actually shows the electromagnetic torus field coming from your heart pumping, and that field can be measured. This is something that's been measured, the heart's energy field, and so it makes a 0. This is a donut. If you look at it from top down, it makes a 0. It's a donut, and so I guarantee our Earth is probably more accurately looking like this. Not to say it's a globe like that, but I mean, like, there's probably, the plane aspect of it. as the body or something in the middle, and then like the energy, I mean, is like flowing in this similar nature from the center. And so we see the donut, we see the zero here as the toroidal field that signifies our existence, right? Because it's like breath and the heartbeat are very similar in that it's a rhythmic pattern of off and on. It's like you exhale, you inhale, it's that pattern of back and forth, back and forth. It's the ripple effect once again, the sine wave once again. And so we see that with this electromagnetic field as well. It's emanating in a pulse that creates a circular, regurgitation almost. I mean, for lack of a better word, where it's coming back into itself and pushing back out of itself, coming back into itself. And that makes a zero. It makes a donut, which is like a 3-dimensional zero. And so the fascinating thing is that we stick the person in the middle like we see here, where the heart is emanating this field. And now you have a 1 inside the 0, which as we determine from binary code, which is able to produce this simulation of internet interface, like what we're doing now with Discord and all this different stuff and like YouTube and all of that. We get this through binary code. And so it's able to create the simulation based on the fundamental truths of life that we're talking about, the divine paradox of 0 and 1. And so, and I hope I'm not saying too much too quick, but basically, we see the 1 as the being or the body that exists within this field, and that's the illusion. That separate entity is the illusion. We're actually all one, on a greater level.
Like if you're breathing in would be 0, correct? 1 would be breathing out.
Right. And it's making your lungs negative because your lungs lose air.
You're blowing out carbon dioxide out of your mouth, but you're taking in air, which is the 0, right? Which is the positive. And
correct.
What you're blowing out is the not positive, regardless. That's how we live. And it's a very tricky thing because our time is only based on our sun and swinging around it. So our time is completely just based off of what we went off of. And universal time has nothing to do with us at all, which is pretty intriguing because it really doesn't, when you think about it. Think about universal time. We don't even know what universal time is. The only time we know is by swinging around the planet 365 days out of the year, and that's our time. And our time is based on, 24-hour intervals, things like that. Universal time could be based on a scale that's so massive that's something we can't strictly comprehend as humans stuck around a rock just going around one star out of billions of stars in our one galaxy, and there's billions upon billions of galaxies. So yeah, it's pretty crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, and so I mean, we can just subscribe to different cosmologies or however you see it. But I think like the fundamental things of what we're talking about remain the same. And just the simple things that we can see, is still the same as we've been discussing. Like we definitely agree on the fundamental basis that we can see from ourselves right now in this reality. Like I do feel that separation is an illusion, and that that's the product of 1 of that number coming. And then like after that 1, it's like, 1, 1, 1, 1, or 1, all these different aspects beginning with one idea of a self-identity or a separation, and then it becomes like 2 and 3, but it's like 1, 1, 1 and 1, 0, 1, 0, and it's all these negative values that are exhaling, as you said, and going away. And I think like we just constantly see this reflection of this paradox in every piece. Like even the breath, even the heartbeat, it's the same thing. Like with the blood pumping through the heart, it's pushing out. But see, what's funny is like the heart is almost in reverse of the breath, because like you said, you take the breath in, that's 0. The breath is held in. It's giving you that oxygenation, which coincidentally is powering the heart. You know, is powering the heart, and the heart is doing the reverse. So that's time, because you have like those two pyramids, the pinnacles facing each other. One's upside down, one's right side up. And it's like you create the hourglass, and that's time, because it's like one feeds the other one. So you get a positive that feeds the negative, and we're back at magnetism again. Once again, we're back at magnetism, where we have those opposites creating something. Like you have the breath with the lungs, and then you have the heart. Because the heart, why did I say the heart was negative? Because the heart pushes out and gives life. The lungs draw in and give life. You see? So the heart pushes out when it pumps your blood through your system. That's giving your illusionary body life. Your body's able to function, do what it does, because the blood is reaching the parts it needs to reach, the oxygenated blood. And the heart, that's because the heart dispelled it and pumped it outward. So the heart is doing it in reverse. It's pushing out to bring the life. The lungs are drawing in the air to be the positive and bring the life. You know?
And then the negative is to push out, to get out the bad carbon dioxide
Right.
out of your mouth. So then once again, it breathes back
Exactly.
in. There goes a 0. There goes a 1. There goes a 0. And this
Exactly.
happens, what, 1 billion times a day with your heart. So
Exactly.
it's actually pretty intriguing to think about it, because the heart is the 0. The 1 is expelling what the body doesn't need. So the carbon dioxide going out is essentially the 1, and the 0 is the incoming.
That's right.
Outgoing negative, incoming positive.
Right. But do you see what I'm saying with the heart being like pumping the opposite of the lungs, right? Like exactly what you said just now, like the out being the negative and the in being the positive. But the heart, it's pumping out the blood to reach the rest of your body. That makes your body live. So it's pushing out. So it's reverse. It's almost like the heart is reverse of the lungs, and how the lungs are demonstrating the breath of life and showing you that, hey, you know, which I think is more fundamental than the heartbeat, you know, to an extent. You know, I mean, that's very difficult. Like that's the divine paradox. I feel like the lungs and the heart are creating that same divine paradox, because you have the lungs that bring, like you said, bring in positive, exhale out carbon dioxide, negative, but then the heart draws in the blood and it's taking it away from the rest of the organs in the body, which is, you know, the inverse of, because drawing in is positive with the lungs, but it's drawing in, taken away with the heart, but it pushes out the blood. It pumps, it does the pump, and it pumps the blood through your system. That's positive for the heart. Pushing out is positive for the heart. Pushing out is negative for the lungs. You see what I'm saying?
So when you look at it, it's a catch-22. The heart needs the positive and the negative all at one point. It needs to exhale that. So when you breathe it in, it starts to flow through your blood. When you breathe out, it excruciates, it pushes out the negative, but it needs the negative and the positive to balance themselves out, which goes back to 0 and 1.
Right.
Which is very intriguing when you think about it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's literally the building blocks of existence.
Yep. And what do stars do when they explode? They use the 0, right, to inhale what they need, and the positives get expelled outward. So when a star explodes, right, it's taking in, when it runs out of its fuel, all the negativity, right, or I should say the positivity, sucks itself all the way in to a point where it's trying to save itself. And then the negative breathing out, which would be the same as you breathing out of your own body, then it explodes. And then it sends all that carbon material all over the place at trillions of miles, something we can't even comprehend. And then that creates new life. So the carbon really is, it's a maker and a dyer at the same time. So then when a planet does start to form, it breathes in what? The 0. But it has to pump that 1 back out to keep it going. Just like the planet now. That's the same thing here, which is really wild to think about. It's a crazy concept, but it makes sense. Like I said, I mean, the only reason you can breathe here is because of the trees that are giving out oxygen, right? But if we breathe out, it's carbon dioxide. You get all these, people. We know carbon dioxide is bad. You can take a vehicle and put a hose in your window and die from carbon dioxide poisoning. But the crazy part is that you're actually breathing out that stuff every second of every day.
Right.
Very intriguing.
And it's almost like you have to do both. Like one has to exist for the other. Like you have to be able to keep taking breaths. Like you don't just take
Right.
one breath for your whole life. You have to keep taking breaths. You have to be able to exhale so you can keep taking breaths.
Yeah, so
It's
you have to bring in the good and exhale the bad, right? So this is a continuous thing that goes on
mm,
billions of times a day when you're breathing. And yeah, it makes complete sense because when you think about it, what do you think the earth does? It takes in, right? It needs oxygen for life to flourish. But if there's too much carbon dioxide, which it still needs, by the way, carbon is the basis for all life, it still has to exhale that carbon, the carbon dioxide at least, which is carbon. And we're all built of carbon, which makes it very, very tricky because you're like, is that really how things are? But when you break it down, it is. That breathing in the zero and letting out the one. Breathing in the zero, letting out the one. That's how your
mm,
heart continues.
absolutely.
Very, very intricate stuff.
Amazing how like it's so deep and it's so simple at the same time, and that's like another form of the same thing, zeros and ones, or the divine paradox. It's so simple. It's so amazing too that um you were able to bring forth the information about the binary thing, where now we know like the numbers in between 0 and 1 are what's positive, but when it reaches 1, now it's negative. That's insane. I mean,
And then imagine if we breathed in negative zero and breathed out positive zero. It wouldn't work at all. You need that zero and one to keep that balance. So the
mm-hmm,
positive, negative, just like positive, negative in your life. If you
right,
have more positive, right, your endorphins run, your body feels better, all that. But regardless, you still have to breathe in zero and exhale one. Um, so same thing with the negatives. It's if your life is more negative than positive, that means that even regardless of breathing, your brain now comes into play, and the brain would take in more carbon, I would say, carbon dioxide in a way, than it would exhale.
mm-hmm,
So then becomes imbalance in your body, which is where cancer, smoking, things like this, because you're breathing nasty ass chemicals in, that you're doing the opposite of what the heart actually needs or the brain actually needs. Um,
exactly.
really wild to think about.
Right. Exactly. So I wanted to like just kind of like lighten it up a little bit, because I know, and this is what I do want to do. Like after yesterday, I mean, that was the beginning. So I definitely want to like always, cover all the bases and like drown it out with like these heavier, deeper thoughts. But just to bring it back to like a surface level for people, and just talk about like how practical this is, and like how it kind of is just relates to everyday life. Like I liked how you were talking about like the relationship analogies and things like that. You know, it's like we were saying, like it's like this fundamental building block, and like just knowing a little key like that, like just having this little information of like 0 and 1, now this can change our entire perspective of life. That's how powerful it is. Like it can change your whole outlook of life. So now you don't have to, be a slave to like an emotion, or you could be like, oh, I understand the pattern of this. I get that breathing out and breathing in. I get that negative and positive are a dualistic aspect of the same one thing. I get that it's going back and forth. And it kind of ties into yesterday when we was talking about having empathy for the lower self. You know, knowing that it has its place because it wouldn't exist if it didn't. So we, you know, instead of just constantly condemning the lower self and like running from it and fearing the lower self, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, f that, it's so bad, you know, your lower self is so bad, it's this and that, the shadow self. You embrace these things and realize it's the ebb to the flow, you know, it's the cause to the effect, it's the ebb and flow of what it is. It's the zeros and ones. It's letting us know, like in our fundamental reality, that this is how it works. It's push pull. It's two. What we can say is two forces, but really it's one force. But we say it's two because we look at it from a dualistic standpoint of polarity. So
Yeah, and then as we put psychology into it, how the human brain works, is that zero would be our happiness, right? The one would be the negative. As we can see, it can go down to a -8. So people, I think, that are depressed, that are suicidal, hit that -8 because they forget about, and they obviously don't know this. It's just in their head. If you bring in nothing but ones in your brain, you're going to be a negative human being, and if you continue to do so, it will get into the negatives, -2, -3, until you get to -8, where the brain will snap and it will not take in any more input besides negativity. But if you did something good and you felt good about yourself, or you took care of yourself, or you exercised, or whatever it may be, you want to get back to zero, especially zero plus. And zero plus would mean that you would live a life of fulfillment, and you'd be happy instead of consistently um, being negative and just hating things, and especially based off your own life expectancies, or things that have happened in your life. You want to get back to that zero. And I think that when you see these people that are negative all the time, they're automatically binary. They're in the negatives. It could be -1 to start out with. Now you can bounce back. So you could go back to zero, right? If you did something positive or
so
felt
would you
positive.
say it's because they're holding on to that one? Like it's something. It's a thing that's causing their negativity, right? Because the negative begins with one. Like it starts with one. It starts with that thing. So it's
And then
like,
that negative goes to -1. And now you're already going to be negative. Then if you continue on that path, and you don't want to get back to zero, there's people that just get jaded. And then it turns into the -2, then -3. This could take months, -4. And then you
mm-hmm.
reach the maximum of -8, which I think suicide is a big ploy on that, because
Eight
they
being
don't think.
infinity, by the way. Eight being the number of infinity, as it makes the same symbol of infinity.
Yeah, and to get back to that zero, I believe that they think they're too far gone, because all they think about is negativity, which is going to be that -8. So it's essentially like breathing in zero, breathing out one. I'm sorry, breathing in zero, breathing out one.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine if you're breathing in nothing but negatives, and that's even psychology. You're just thinking about the negative, which would be binary for negative. You could start at -1. Maybe you had a bad day. Maybe somebody died. Maybe sad. That's a negative, right? But that zero that comes back in, if you sit there and look at life and you go, you know what? It's, I'm still going to go ahead and turn the ship around, and be positive, and you stay in that zero region, you wouldn't have the problems that you have, just a negativity. So
Mm-hmm.
I think there's people that look, let's put it this way, they have a good outlook on life regardless of what happens. Death
Mm-hmm.
happens, we know that. Drugs, let's throw that in the mix. If something happened to you when you're younger, things like that, you're already on the negative scale. So let's just say -1, and then you're like, you do drugs and you think it's helping, but it's not. You go into zero for a second, but then you're going back to a negative. Now you're -2. And I think once you hit the -8, you have a long ladder to climb to get back to just peace and solidarity, which would be the zero. And yeah, that's just my outlook on it. At least it seems, if we're breaking it down to binary, that's exactly how it would work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I feel like, and I'll just add, as we continue to build, that people are holding on to this thing. So in that example you just made, it's like almost like, if you let it go, that's positive. Like letting go or reducing back to zero is positive. Or the things in between 0 and 1, which is pretty much 0, because it's not 1 yet. And so reducing back to that 0, or that positive little space between 0 and 1, that's positive. So so imagine like someone has baggage, they're holding on to these things. They're holding on to their stresses. 1 is their worry. They have a thing. It's 111, it's worry, 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 and it's they have these things occupying their mind. And that's why they say to meditate is to clear the mind, to reduce back to 0. You're not trying to get something from it. You're letting it go. You're reducing it back to 0. And so that's letting go of that baggage and
Right.
returning to positivity.
Right. That makes. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go
Yeah.
ahead.
So if it gets to 1111, right, you're going to be completely negative about a situation, which means if you're negative about situations, you're going to stay negative, and you're going to create more negativity in your life, which means you're not going to be happy, or let's call happy 0. You're not going to get back to that.
Mm-hmm.
And 0 plus does exist. I think if you get to 0 plus, that is where happy lies. Instead, there's no ones. You just eradicate the ones, and of course, life happens. Maybe you have a bill that you can't pay, things like that, and you get depressed over it or mad over it, and yeah. So I think that the negatives, which is let's just even -1. -1's bad enough. You get to -8, and I think you're basically a goner. To fight all the way
Right.
back up that ladder is like you're setting yourself up for failure. And so that's where you would need positivity for an extended period of time to get back
Right.
up to 0.
Which a lot of people don't have access to, but it makes me think like, that's why things like art are, resonates with so many people, because I think how we're discussing it is super technical, I guess, right? Like, and not everybody has the luxury of being able to, I don't know if luxury is the right word to use, but I think for me, I know I keep being on this thing of language, but it's almost like, and I know I would assume most of us has heard like English is like a spell or word, language in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a spell, like the way in which we talk, the word, the words. Sometimes folks say like, I have no words for this, right? Like you can't express yourself in words.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why things like art and, other ways for what we're saying to resonate with folks, because and that's why I think people who are able to master language are like, we call them the scholars, or the, um, because I think it's a barrier, I guess, is what I could say, or can be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think everybody wants to be happy, right? Everybody wants to be in that 0 plus notion. Now, depending what happened in your life, you have the choice to continue if your life has been filled with negativity due to parents or something that happened in your life. You have the choice to sit there and just completely be negative and not think about the positive and building yourself back up, which has happened largely in the past couple of years. But yeah, if you can reach that 0 and stick there, then you won't feel these bad feelings. You won't. It's kind of like taking yourself out of a bad situation. If you know the bad situation is going to continue to bring you down, and you're going to stick in the negatives, then you're not going to make it. You're just going to be nothing but miserable, jaded, hate things. Have you ever, I don't know if this happened to you guys, if you've ever been in like a bad spot, you're not happy with your life.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever like walked down the street and seen somebody so happy it pisses you off?
Probably. That's probably
That's
happened.
more like Instagram these days.
Yeah, there you go. That was excellent example. Instagram. There you go. I think we've all tasted that one. Just going to.
It goes in, it literally goes in real life. Have you ever just been walking down the street? It's happened to me. And you just see somebody so happy, and because you're not happy, you just literally want to bring their day down to your level, which would be the negatives, right? The negative one.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you're just like, hey, man, why the fuck is that guy so happy? Why is that? And just because you can understand it yet doesn't mean you can't get there.
Negative one. Like drawing it in past zero. Like you drew it into yourself so much that it passed zero and it went negative one.
And then you get further to -2 or -3 if you don't stop it, and just realize, like, that guy's, he's like, he's fucking happy, but, under the circumstances, you're not happy about yourself, or let's just say that negative one.
Mm-hmm.
But if you realize that you're already negative and you're like, I gotta kind of knock this shit off, because I shouldn't be looking at this couple or this person as like, oh, they're faking it. And that's what I saw. I'm like, these people are faking it. They're not, they're not genuinely happy. But then as I get older, I'm like, these people are. I want to be happy just like they are. And the only way to get out of that is to bring that -1 back down to a 0 instead of just being extremely negative all the time. Otherwise, I'll fall down to -2s, -3 brackets, and I'll just stay down there in hell.
Right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, bro. I mean, wow. It's insane. Like, and this is so practical. Like that, like this part of what we're discussing is so practical. It's like this is everyday life. Everyday examples. It's like drawing it in, pushing it out. We got the 0 and the 1. Just like Misha was saying, I have no words for this. Sometimes that's a good thing. So sometimes less is more, right? Less is more because why? Because less, in that case of less is more, it's because less is positive. Like less is a positive thing in that case when you say less is more. That's why it's more.
And less is more to us means that we'll be more unhappy and we'll start slipping into those negative digits. When really we could just sit there and be like, that person's generally happy. I should feel good for that person. But if you're in the negatives, you don't want to see somebody being happy because you're not happy. So you just look at it and be like, ugh, makes you sick to your stomach. When really that's not what humanity should be about. You should be on that +0. You should be there. And it's easier said than done to get back there, especially depending on your life, like what goes on in your life.
Exactly.
But there's been times that I even the past 2 months, this COVID shit hit and it brought me down. And I'm just like, man, I could be sitting at a restaurant. There's a guy just with his kids and he's just so happy. And I'm just pissed off looking at him like, what the fuck are you so happy about? When really I should be talking about the other side, being like, why ain't I so happy?
Right. And you should be seeing him as a reflection of you. In my opinion, I would say if I were in your position, you know what I'm saying? In that moment, I should say, in just that moment. But
I should be seeing him as the 0 and me as the -1.
Right.
And then once I notice that, I'm like, hey, all right, I'm already falling off this here binarily wise to 0-1. Like I'm just not happy with myself, so I don't want to see somebody else be happy, which is actually very terrifying because then I will continue that activity unless I figure out how to get up to his level.
Right. Or like we said, less is more. You figure out how to reduce the 1 away back down to 0, which is in this case would be letting go the comparisons, letting go of whatever's holding you back, whatever's making you unhappy, releasing that thing and letting go of that worry or whatever the case may be, that effect that is something that's the catalyst for the feeling of unhappiness, whether it be depression. Because I'm only speaking from example, from my own example, like, whether it be a mental health, issue of like depression or whatever it may be, or whatever you may be going through, there's sure enough going to be a 1 behind in front of that negative to make it negative. So meaning there's going to be something. One is something. So it's going to be something that you're holding on to either make you depressed or be the cause for that feeling, for that bad feeling about it, where we're holding on to something because that feeling's persisting, right? And sometimes, let's say, like, it can be a chemical imbalance, right? Because people get treated for depression and stuff like that. Not saying I have, but I'm saying I've seen that happen before. Like, I've heard of people being treated for depression, getting medicine, which I don't believe in, like the pharmaceuticals and this kind of thing. But, people do, and that works for them and stuff in those moments. And so my thing is, in those moments, if it's a chemical imbalance, I think everything still applies. Like 0 and 1 still apply because there is a thing that is the cause of that imbalance.
Because if you ever spoke to somebody, I had a very tough life coming up. And, when I was younger, I was just like, I got to deal with it, whatever, put it off to the side. But as I got older, I found out that I became more jaded towards people that were happy and I wasn't. If I'm walking down the street and, I could be out there doing whatever, just walking down to get some ice cream or something. I just see somebody smiling. I get disheartened, like angry over it. And I'm like, I shouldn't be. I don't even know this person. This guy, maybe he's all stuck at the zeros and he's good there. And here I am sitting at like -1 or -2. And I would basically put like the negatives would be like a trauma or something like that happened to me. So that trauma could be the -1. And then I do something else that's negative. And then now it's -2. Could be alcoholism, could be drugs, could be, you don't like your parents or something like that. But as I've gotten older, I've realized that no, I'm the -1. Like and -1 in itself without the digits is still people like you're just negative. And I'm like, well, why am I negative? And then you start thinking about it like, well, I'm negative over things I couldn't control, but now I am in control of it. I can change it. I can bring it back up to that 0. And it definitely is 0 plus, where I could be just as happy as that person. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
so here's a question: what do you guys think? Like, do we feel that you can equate control to 0, meaning the positive state of being, like that central neutral state of 0 of what it is? It is what it is, like that state of just bliss or just being, or is that out of reach? Like, meaning like you're out of control when you go into 1 or have a thing or the negative, like all the stuff we're talking about. Like when we go into that negative or that bad place, are we out of control? Or do we think we have too much control? How do you think control relates to what we're talking about with positive and negative?
I think if you start to hit to the negative, like if you pass -1, you got a problem. Um, you get to -4, that just means that everything you're doing is just negative, which is going to fill yourself with hatred, um, not enjoying life, I guess I should say. And then that creates a huge problem because if you don't enjoy life, then what are you doing waltzing around? You're just mad at yourself. You're mad at everybody else, and you're not even mad at people you know. You just, like I told you, just seeing somebody in the street that's happy, and you get pissed off.
So do you think you're in control when you see that person and you just feel unhappy because they're happy? Do you think that's out of your control, or like do you think you're in control, or like how do you think control relates in that situation? Do you think you can control that?
Yes, in my person, I wouldn't walk up and smack the guy. It's just something in my head I talk about. But substance abuse has done it for me. That's where I notice the problem is, and it has to go. Because normally, when I'm on top of my game, and I'm just thinking normally, I'm a very nice person. I love to socialize with people. I just love helping people. But I got to a point where, I wasn't helping myself. And I noticed the problem is that I'm not helping myself, which is the reason I'm at where I'm at. And substance abuse has always been my issue. So I got off everything. Alcohol has been the toughest to get off of. But I know once it's gone, I realize the problem that once it's gone, I'll go right back to how I used to be, which is a smiling, happy human being. I love being around people. I would like to see people be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so in my current state of affairs, I know what the problem is. It's just eradicating it, and then I can get back to that plus zero, not just zero, plus zero. I was
Mm-hmm.
always a great person to be around.
Yeah. So, Misha, what do you
You
think?
know, yeah. So I think I think that it takes a lot of vulnerability to share that. So thanks for allowing that space. But I think this goes back to sort of the theme of what we've been talking about in the last 2 nights, and like to take away from the lower self, which we've been talking about in like numerical terms, so negative. I think therein lies the issue with to me because um for example, you see people, strung out. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I guess what I'm saying is life is so much more complex than that. And when we take it um to a place where we're only defining it by sort of negative and positive is where the issue comes in for me because we're so much more nuanced than that. And um, without going down a rabbit hole, all of that to me means that the negative can be just as influential or impactful as the positive, right? I mean, we've all known someone who, whether they're a celebrity or an everyday person who's like, "Oh, I went through this and it led me to this,"
Mm-hmm.
and like they're in such a great place. And so, I think we all can also relate to the common day everyday person who is struggling with like you've mentioned substance abuse or mental health issues, right? Like um and I think there's a space for that, but I almost like I hate to be someone who's not certain of what I speak to, but I almost believe in reincarnation. And so I say almost because I'm still on my journey, but um I think that yeah, like we're here to learn a lesson, and we spoke to this before. Like to think the creator has us here for no reason. It's like even the person who is doing well, from our perspective, right? Like they're not, you know, um, bound by substance abuse or other. Like they might be fighting a demon that we, don't perceive. You know what I mean? Like we've seen people who we would think they're super happy and they commit suicide, right? Like so I don't know. I digress. I'm gonna end there, but
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think when it comes down to, especially when it comes down to that, it's the choices you make in life. You'll make bad choices. That you consistently make bad choices, you're going to be a negative person. Um, and with that being said, I've noticed in the past 2 years that it's these normies, we call them normies, normal people. I just get angry looking at them. I'm like, why are you so happy? It bothers me. But the reason it bothers me is because I'm not on their level. And we're not talking about people that fake happiness, from people that are genuinely happy. And that's something I always was
well,
pissed off about. And
if I could, me personally, I think I shared this yesterday. I would call myself an empath, and honestly, like I can genuinely say I've never had that experience. And I mean, I've had trials. If I was to tell my story, I think everybody would feel it. So I've had trials, but I've genuinely never had that experience where I saw someone genuinely like maybe superficial on Instagram, right? It could be somebody who made it through something I was going through, and but um, yeah, I've never, if anything, I would cry because I feel connected, and I want that same outcome. And I say that to say again, we are very complex beings. Like And there is a reason for the negative. And I think for us to even use the word negative, I don't know that that's like the best way to describe it. Um, because there, I don't know. There's positive in that.
I think it's
Mm-hmm.
more the depression factor. Depression does play. Sometimes people even know they have it. Um, Me, I was like, I don't have depression. What the hell are you talking about? Get the fuck out of my face. But as you start to get older and things start to build up, you're like, you know what? Maybe I am a little depressed over the way things are going in my life. Maybe that's why I'm acting like the negative one, and the only way to get
The
out of that.
negative one. Yeah, go ahead.
The negative one, but hey, look, I feel like I think I'm a little well versed in that as well. And like for me, and this might mean that. So, for example, like I'm always thinking in the positive, I guess, because I could say that I've experienced the negative one, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm able to understand the concept of like why that was important for my journey. Does that make sense? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
so
basically
The positive one starts at zero, right? Like
you
zero.
started
positive one, zero.
you basically started to figure it out. And like I told you, sometimes it takes people a while to do this. Um, and it's also the life changes you make. And if you surround yourself with negative people, you're going to continue to be negative and drop down that negative scale. And to me, it's basically getting rid of everything around me that's negative, focusing on myself for once because
Mm-hmm.
I didn't focus on myself. I helped everybody else and I forgot who the fuck I was. I wasn't helping myself. So that made me jaded and pissed off over the fact that I'm like, yo, but I notice it now. Like, dude, I need to spend time on my own, figure out who the hell I am, get back to that. I had a lot of stuff. I won't explain my story, but at least I get it. I understand what the hell is wrong, and I know
Right.
exactly how to fix it, and that's what I'm working on to this date.
Right. I think also what it speaks to is individualism, right? Like that exists. And, for me, I don't know, as I've kind of been like having these, ideas, sort of bigger ideas, sometimes it's easy to funnel us all in one, like the beehive, right? Like the bee. I don't know if you, JP, are familiar with that in terms of like the relevance of the bee, in
Mm-hmm.
ancient history, like, right? So I think it's easy a lot of time for us to all funnel ourselves in that, category. But I think what we're speaking to now and what I'm able to see is um, this, yeah, idea of uniqueness, right? Because for you, that may like, be the case. Like, I don't know. But for someone else, and I'm kind of I'm losing my I had like I was building to something that was so good, but I'm gonna try to. But yeah, like
Yeah, like the it's really the same force.
yeah, like exactly, and it's like because I think we started getting caught up in this negative, the idea of negative so much that it was like, but hold on, like the that all seemed like computer generated, and it applies in the ways that we spoke to. But what's coming up for me is how we are actually unique in ways and individuals, right? Like that essence.
Yeah, I
Um,
believe I believe removing social media completely from your life, you will have a good 60% jump. Watching other people talk negatively, if you watch nothing but or see negative things all the time,
right.
you're
I
going to
just saw
start to
it too.
you're going to
I'm
let your
sorry to cut you off, but I kind of remember, like, so for example, there's been serial killers that exist in our world, right? Like people who have done like heinous things, like,
Mm-hmm.
and for them, that was their negative, like 8. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they're
if we're
just
talking about it in that way. But for someone else, their -8 could be just like being on drugs, right? Like, and so what? I don't know. I think that that's an important distinction to make. And like, I don't know. It's not as simple as if you're on -1 and -8. That looks completely different depending on who you are. And so while it makes sense, I guess this essence of, uniqueness, individual, it's like that's what's missing, I guess, in the conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, in my eyes, psychology plays a big role. It's how the human brain works. Firing on all cylinders is the best you'll ever be. When it comes to any type of, and this is my personal opinion, substance abuse, you start to turn towards just negativity. You start to feed on it. You start to like it. And you're like, the average human being's a piece of shit. And you'll just ride with that, And if you ride with that, that means these people that you see that are happy or doing good in their life, you don't want to you turn into a hater, even without knowing it. And then until you could take a step back and be like, well, why do I dislike this? This is not who I am. And then you're looking at, it doesn't matter if it's weed, beer, it doesn't matter what it is. You're like, I think this is causing the problem. I think humans work best when they have no additives in their system. They eat properly, they feel good about themselves, and care
Right.
about themselves.
Yeah.
And once you care about yourself, then you can change everything.
Mm-hmm.
Kick your little butt.
So do you think so caring about yourself, so that can happen in a bad way too, though, right? So what we're seeing is like we're all agreeing, like we're all talking about the same thing. It's like how that thing can have both sides, like how we were talking about -0, +0, whatever, right? That one thing can be, depending on your perspective, it can be a bad thing or a good thing. And I think that speaks to what you were saying, Misha, about individuality and like things being relative to a particular person's, disposition or perspective. So we see that, it's a perspective situation. But, I think that like it's good. Like there's a such thing as good to a person and there's a such thing as bad to a person. Like a person is going to have their idea of good and their idea of bad, just like the next person is going to have that same thing. It may not be the same like congruent idea, but it would be still, the concept is conceptually congruent. And I think that's the place where unification happens, is where the same place that conceptualization happens, the same place that imagination happens, like this kind of like etheric, like out, like expanded perspective is where we're unified. I think that's like a greater part of ourselves where we're actually the same thing. We're the same, source of it, of all of this, the mind. There's an ancient axiom you guys made me think of. It says, all truths are but half true, which is, is a truth. And I agree with that, because what that means is, it's a perspective thing. So it's half true. Meaning, yeah, if I say something is true right now, yeah, that thing is true. But then if we change the perspective, like if we change the time, the space, or the person, the
Right.
angle, now that thing that was true in that time space is now not true anymore. And so that's why all truths are but half true, because that can be deduced from any truth, because it's always a different perspective. We can.
I think once you drop from the 0 to the -1, you become negative, obviously.
Can I
Um,
ask you guys how do you guys feel about the idea of a simulation, the quantum world? Like, Facebook just turned their name to Meta, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if depending on how you feel about that, we could expand on a whole different level. But how do
Okay.
y'all?
yeah,
What's your
like
idea?
to me, once you hit -1, right, which is the first drop down, now you think negative, right? So that means you start thinking negative. I think once you hit -2, you start to become a narcissist, and
Like your
once you start to
compounds.
be Yes, once you start to become a narcissist, if you keep letting that going, you'll drop down to -3, which is not a narcissist. It's a narcissist plus all that anger towards people. And then you just project that anger out to everybody else. And yeah, I think once you get back to square zero, you can actually focus on yourself, realize who you are, and know exactly what you were from day one, regardless of any type of outside influence. And then you can actually start to turn the tables around. And narcissism is everywhere. It's literally everywhere. You can see it on social media. You can see it out in the streets. And narcissism is a very terrible thing. It's not something you should do ever. But if you fall into that bracket, you have to, and most people don't realize it. They'll keep going -3s, -4s, -5s. So they'll just keep thinking that they're correct about something when they are not. And once you realize that you're doing nothing but negative stuff, you have no other way but to turn back and be like, no, I need to build myself out of this narcissism, out of this hatred for things. And once you get back to just normalcy, which would be 0, then you hit +0 where you're actually happy. You do care about, things around you. You care about yourself more and things like that. And I think that's when you start to turn around, flip the table on yourself.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I agree. And like, so with the simulation thing, that kind of goes back into the simulation thing, like what Misha was saying, as far as like, with Facebook and Meta and like this whole world would kind of get into with the virtual reality, like what you just said, Jetpack, is like, it's, are we in, that's why I asked the question earlier, like, is this something we're controlling? Like, are we in control? Like when you say like, okay, you go back to 0 and now you're at +0, which I totally get. And so I also have a follow-up question to what you said about +0 and going forward from there and being in between that space of 0 and 1 in that positive space, because that's really the only positive space according to binary code, And so I'm wondering, is positivity the main force like that we're supposed to be capturing, in our existence here? And if so, how does that relate to control? Do we have control over how positive we can be according to who we are? Now mind you, when I asked that question, remember now, consider people have different dispositions. People come up differently, people grow up differently. Think about people in third world countries now before you answer the question. Think about people that live in a different type of environment. Like, these are all people. So do we have control? Do you actually have control of, your interpretation or, your, how you feel, or you moving the pendulum into the positive part of things, driving towards that? Do you feel like we have control? How do you feel about that? Anybody can answer that.
Yeah, no. So I'm I'm ready to answer because I recently watched a documentary, and they were somewhere in Africa. I want to say Lagos somewhere. I don't know. Don't quote me, but it was entitled "Zombies of Africa" or
Mm.
something, right? So like, and so I clicked on it, and they showed how there are these villages in Africa. Um, I hate to say Africa as a whole, but I don't know what it was, but they were like young people. I'm talking about 12, 11, right? Like, and up, but there were a lot of young people who were addicted to jet fuel and what they call glue. And
Mm.
I mean, it was entitled Zombie because they were literally looking like zombies within, there were multiple villages actually. And it was just, I'm sorry, but my baby. But
Okay.
yeah, it was just a trip to see it. And so when you bring that question up, I think that was my point initially. What I kept speaking to is like, what might be a negative, for someone like you. I don't know. We were being very specific about examples. You see someone, you're upset with them, like whatever. And I thought about a simulation because I just this idea of like it's not that cut and dry. It's not that black and white. It's so nuanced, but we are able to put a language like how we talked about codes to it. Um, but to be, I guess, more specific to answer your question, like no, I don't think I don't think we have control. Like I feel like I've seen examples of existences where people had absolutely no control over.
Yeah, like over their situation. And what I would say is that you always have control over your situation. Third world country, like here in the United States, we have an abundance of things that should make us happy. You know, you can go buy a house, you can do all this,
I'm
you can
not
start your life, and
okay. Let me be
it get
quiet.
it gets very crazy when you start talking about third world countries because they don't have the opportunities. And for me, looking at these opportunities, I'm like, I have way more opportunities than these kids ever had. And it's very bothersome when and people say this. So, like, in my life, when I talk about how rough it was, it could be way worse, way worse. And that's what drives me to be like, hey, you know what? My life wasn't that fucking bad compared to, and most people be like that your life was awful. And I'm like, no, not compared to what's going on in the rest of the world. That makes me feel like no, these people believe that it's so much worse here. It's like, no, it's not. You can stroll around the corner and get a cheeseburger for like $1. These kids can't get a cheeseburger or anything like that. They die at a young age, and so for me, I always told people, I'm like, look, you think your life's so tough? Go down to these locations and find. They don't want to go to these locations. They're like, oh, third world country. I'm like, but you need to go down there and see it. It's very devastating what goes on
Mm-hmm.
down there, and they don't
I don't
have.
know. I don't know. This is just why my point again is like I wish I remembered your initial question, but
I was gonna
um
restate it. Would you like me to restate it?
okay, yeah, let me be quiet then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Let me
restate
let
the question because actually, this we're at a very beautiful place right now. This is very intriguing to me. I'm very into what you guys are saying right now. I'm listening very intently. I want to know. So what I'm trying to understand from y'all and myself, I'm included in this too. Is do we? Is there control? Because what it's also a part of what we're talking about, the divine paradox, right? Where if everything is already known, how can you choose something? Do you have a choice? Is this a simulation? This is we realize that this is all a part of the same question. Is it a simulation? Because if we if everything is known and like the future, and stuff like that is the unfoldment, the cause, the effect to the cause, right? Cause and effect. Then are we actually choosing? Like, do we have a choice? So then we talk about binary code with the reduction back to zero. Zero will be like saying, we don't have a choice, wouldn't it? So I'm just curious what you guys think about that.
that's so deep. I almost got emotional.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
the zero plus is what everybody wants. They want that. Zero negative is teetering on. No, it's still there. But once you start getting the negatives, and I've noticed in my life, it's just I could fix it, and I know I can fix it, and I know exactly what to do. Now the choice is, do I do it? Yes, I have to. There is no choice. Um, yeah, it gets very. Everybody's life is different, so some people may say, "Why did I have your life than you?" And it's like all this. It's like it's not really about that. It's about explaining to them that you know.
Well, I think there's this curve in sort of reality that you kind of almost spoke to, and my brain is taking a minute to really be able to respond to it. And it's like it's almost two halves of like, okay, so if it were a simulation, that means that all paths are sort of create it. But then what you're speaking to, I forget, I don't know, I'm sorry, the other gentleman's name, but you're like, but no, you can create your path. But what I'm saying is like, there exists places where you actually can't. Like they didn't. Like that wasn't an option. Like they what they were born into. Like in that, we're not gonna get into pull you up by your bootstraps, and we're not gonna get into supremacy. Like we're not gonna do that. But there are third world countries where they actually didn't have a choice. So I don't know.
Yeah, and there's been plenty of people here that didn't have a choice. They had a very bad upbringing. And in my eyes, that, even if you push away as a child, as you get older, it starts to come back and it starts to fuck with you. And once that happens, you thought you had it already set down 20 years ago. And then you start to see that you really don't, because it starts messing with you as you get older. And yeah, you do realize, as I, at least for me, as I've gotten older, I know what the problem is. I know where it lies. I know who I am. But you have to fight yourself to get back to that zero. I'm already on -1.
But I think what the issue here is that you keep referring to yourself as an individual, and I'm like speaking to the larger picture. Does that make sense?
No, I get it. I'm just talking people in general. It's not specifically just me. It's just an example of how I got to where I got. Um, but yeah, anybody should be able to turn things around, look at themselves, and some people are too far gone, and unless without the proper talking to
No, I hear
them.
you. I think I hear what you're saying. But what I'm trying to present is this really like specific situation in which you were born in such a way that you actually didn't have much control, because that I think that exists, right? Like I've seen it. I've seen like there was a girl. I hate to keep fucking referencing Africa, right? Because propaganda they put it out there, but nevertheless, it was a girl in Africa where she, first it started off as a headache, and I relate to this so much because my son um had, I'm not gonna say similar, but it started out as a headache, and it was something way more extreme. But nevertheless, she had a headache, and over the years, like it ended up being that she has something in her brain that was eating at her. And over the years and years, like, all her neighbors felt like her house smelled like it decayed. And you seen her side of her face implode, not explode, but implode, because she has something that was eating at her flesh. And she couldn't, get to the doctor, right? Because you have to pay cash money there. So, there's no Obamacare, whatever. Um, and so this was her life experience, and I don't know that she had much influence in that. And so while I resonate personally with what you're saying, right, because I'm in a position where I'm like, no, it's up to me to make decisions, on where I land. There does exist situations where folks didn't really have those options. And so if we could zone in on that, I think that might change the dynamic of the conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, well, most definitely, because where it comes down to certain things in different places, no, they didn't have the opportunities. And that even happens here. It happens everywhere where they didn't have the opportunities. And some of us waste those opportunities and don't use them.
Right.
Even though we have them, we waste them because we're like, it is what it is, blah 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 blah, which is a dumb term. Um, but no, like I speak for myself and I say that I have plenty of opportunities. I didn't use them, you know.
Did you have a choice?
No, I didn't. But I won't sit here and sappy myself. It's strictly because of the fact that a lot goes on elsewhere that is way worse that I could ever even imagine. Here in America, it's somewhere else. There's some kid that hasn't eaten for 3 weeks, and it bothers me. And I'm like, dude, that's not cool. I went through a lot of stuff, but you start to see that. You start to see the fact that it's not it's not black or white, right? There's a gray area, and that gray area is where most people don't think about. And yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Hmm. Very interesting. I wonder, in like the gray area where the potential lies, like the potential is there. Even with the language, it's like the potential lies. I hate saying that, but because it's like lies, and I'm not saying lies like fibs, but that's the language. But it's there, and it's like the gray area where I think what you're saying is like things could happen. Like this is where you could turn it around. So I wonder how much of it is a choice, because I'm looking at it like there's some kind of dynamic where we're living in this like known path, like it's known, but it's somehow unknown. It's unknown and known at the same time. That's the divine paradox. So how much of it is a choice? Like what part of it is a choice, if any? You know.
I'm here. I just think that's a great question.
Because I see it like we're a result of our environment. Like a lot of time. Not to say that we're strict. I see. I wrestle with it too. It's like it's a thing you wrestle with. It's like you don't want to just give in and say, "Oh, I'm just a strict product of my environment." But then part of me thinks that like that thought of you not wanting to give in to that is a function of a greater pathway that already exists, and that's not
Right,
actually a choice for you.
but I don't want to say product of environment. What I'm speaking to is the whole paradox, polarity, all of that, right? Like I think that there is a greater, it's levels. Like so some
Hmm.
people, they grew up in the good, they had adversity, whatever, they had options. But there does exist situation where somebody didn't have options and they had a, disgusting, like morbid, whatever, right? Like the worst situation in which they did not actually have an option. Rather, that exists too. And so I'm just speaking to that. Like you have to acknowledge that in this conversation. I feel like because you can't say that every individual had an option because that's just not true.
No, like I said, when it comes down to it, most people don't in this world. That's why
Exactly.
George Carlin said this very well. He goes, rights aren't rights if they could be taken away. Some countries don't have rights at all. And that leads to what? Chaos, destruction, greed, famine. And it's true. Here we got it much luckier than anybody else. And like you said, even Africa. Africa is a very, I know a guy that lives in Nigeria, and he tells me that they cut his fucking power off. Like it's
Oh
7
man.
p.m. And it does not come back on until whenever they want to the next day. And they run into his fucking village. They shoot.
Oh, that's a
Rape,
fact. Yeah.
they literally they shoot and just rape
Happens in
women.
Kenya. Happens in
It's
Kenya too. The
it's,
powers
it's
that be will take away water from people. I mean, it's so sad. I know people that's there. They're like, yo, this is what happens. They stop the water, just because they want to, just because they want to control things.
yeah, they
Like,
shut things down. Why? So they can come in and do what they want to do. And this is the military doing this. This is the government allowing this to happen. So there are these places that are so fucked up that we should be very lucky what we have. And I don't know why you see such large amounts of depression here when most of these people, if you sit down and talk to them and you literally ask them, well, what is the problem? You know, they're like, oh, my mother didn't like me when I was a kid. You're like,
Right, but we can't minimize that because it has the
Mm-hmm.
actual, I don't know. And it's like this is why the question of the simulation in your initial question was so profound because I think I don't know. I feel as though the conversation we keep minimizing it to these sort of individual experiences when it is. I don't know. I hate. I don't know if anybody's following me on that, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
right,
well,
like
Like
it's
it's not
something
just
that
about like just some people. It's about all people, right?
yeah, like remember last night we talked about the one brain and it seems as though and but the way you worded your initial question to me is it resonated so much like I don't know.
it's crazy because we would love to help these people. We would love to do that, you know. And when it comes down to it, if you can't love yourself and you're upset with yourself, you can't help anybody. You can't have a good relationship. You can't raise your children properly. If you're pissed off with yourself or you're upset with yourself, or just simply not happy at all,
Mm-hmm.
you can't make a single difference at all. You'll just be jaded and upset with yourself. And I guess my
I don't
point
know
is that
that that's true. I hate to be the one, but like, for example, it's this guy. I hate to put his business out there, but I'm not gonna say his last name. His name is Marcus, and I live in Oakland. I live in West Oakland, California. And Marcus, I've been living here since I don't know. I was like 23, some I don't know. I'm 30, so I've been here for quite some years. But Marcus has been somebody who, when you look, I don't know if he's schizophrenic or like whatever, but he's outside every day before the sun comes up, and when the he's outside every day all day basically, and he to the common person he looked like he gone, like completely gone, right? But it was such a trip one day. I used to work for a nonprofit who did all kind of things for the community, and one day he walks in there and he's with someone who's a client, and she's talking about how, oh yeah, I'm leaving him with my kids, and initially I'm like, hold on, I need to call CPS because like, but this is an example of how he would be somebody who's on -8, damn near -10, right? Like he talks to himself, he's not here, but for someone and something, he was a positive influence in their life. um, and yeah,
Mm.
so
See that's crazy because I'm having these thoughts about positive and like you're talking and you're saying like stuff that I'm like it's all resonating. It's like because it's like the masculine being positive and the electric and it's like not here also being the hidden one because it's always in motion. It's always moving like
right,
wind. It's like he's not
right.
here. Yo, mm, it's
and the
crazy.
crazy part is I got a fucking neighbor, and I call him Jesus because he looks like Jesus, right? He's a schizophrenic, and uh, for instance, I had to take off and go to my dad's in Florida, and because he lives next to me, I'm like, hey, can you take care of the house? Even my kids were here. I'm like, hey, I need to take care of things. I'm going. Here's 150 bucks, whatever. I said, you could eat the food in the house or something like that. Most people, you would look at him and be like, that guy, no fucking way, let him around my kids. Not only did he cut my grass, clean the house, and take care of the kids, he took care of everything. And the average human being would look at him like he's fucking crazy. But he isn't. He does have a heart of gold and things like that.
No, that's I have more like I go on and on. There are people who live in that -8 where I had a cousin -10. He would talk to himself, whatever. I thought he didn't know me, when I was young, because I hadn't seen him in so long. He would be talking to himself in a whole other world. When he saw me, he was like, Misha. I was so surprised. Like, how did he go from there to here? Like, and so I think that um how you all were building on, the binary, it resonated with me too, but it didn't leave a lot of room for that nuance, if that makes sense, because it exists. And then it just relates to me to this idea of assimilation. I don't know, but yeah.
Would you say that you were actually good to that person?
I mean, Marcus, the one who I spoke initially, the first one, he's a neighbor. I don't even know him. So they have none. My cousin, though, I was a kid who probably said hello and bye and passed. And he probably had more endearment for me because I was the kid, than I did for him. I didn't know too much about him. I just knew, there was a big cousin who was around. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Um, I'm sorry. But all that being said, I didn't know too much about him. When he saw me, though, he snapped out of his, and I ended up living there for a couple of months. And when I lived with him, he would be literally in the you could see the kitchen from the living room. He would be in there talking to himself. I married Betty Boo on every street, just saying the most crazy things. He would masturbate with the door open. Like, I don't mean to be like, but he was gone. But if I walked up to him and spoke to him, he would, for whatever reason, he was snapping with Misha. Like, I can't, I don't know. But, life is just complex.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's
not,
extreme.
it's not that simple sometimes.
Sometimes it isn't. Especially if somebody's a schizophrenic. Like I said, my neighbor, no, I never jerked off for anybody. But if I could bank on him to like take care of things while I'm gone, and he does it very well. And so maybe he's not as bad as a schizophrenic as Marcus is.
Well,
But
that's the issue. I think when you say not as bad, and
I guess I can't say bad because in general, I've never met Marcus.
Well, is it bad or good if you don't have control? So if you don't have a choice, is that bad or good?
Yeah, when it comes down to my neighbor, he will. He's right next door. Gave the key to my house. And no, he took care of things while I was gone. I was gone for a week. He would even call me and be like, "Hey, the kids need this, the kids need that." Did an excellent job. And even though he's schizophrenic, he had no problems because he looked up to me. I actually think Icon. I think you actually talked to him on the headset one time.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
He's
definitely remember talking to some of your friends and stuff and family.
he's very like holistic into that stuff, tarot card readings. I'm not into any of that stuff, but he was, and regardless of where his mental state was at times, when it came down to doing something and taking care of things, he got it done. And that's just one example.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I just think it's such a compelling exploration of thought to consider that there's some kind of cusp, some kind of middle ground. I just piece it all together as we continue to build, and it's kind of like a beautiful tapestry. Um, I look at all of it like I like the example of the binary when it comes into it, but then I also am looking at the bigger picture of like, you know, it's so much, it's infinity, like it's so many situations, like it's so much nuance and complexity to reality itself, like, but at the same time it's all together, it's all together, like there's a balance, that it's all together. And so what intrigues me, and what the what always will elude, and I'm convinced that this is something we'll never be able to, like, me personally, I don't know about reality, I mean, perhaps we'll come to that realization. I personally, I mean, it's like literally trying to capture the wind in your hand. Like to understand the divine paradox is like literally trying to like capture the wind in your hand. It's like it's like you have a choice but you don't. It's like you perceive, and the way I break it down is like perception. And it's like our reality is based on perception. You know? And so it's really about what we're perceiving in our perceptive capacity. You know, what is our ability to perceive and what we are perceiving. You know, it breaks down to like the simplest terms, like of how we experience the reality. Because I mean, this is how I've tracked it down when it comes to choice. And I ain't gonna lie, my personal conclusion on it is, you know, on a higher level, on a more positive level, we don't have a choice. But you think you have a choice on a negative level, what we call negative. Of course, negative, I don't like saying that either, because negative I understand as a force. It's the feminine force, and it's not. There was a campaign to demonize the feminine, and that happened for a long time, for centuries, and in different ways with the church and stuff like that. And so they ended up turning like terms like negative, which was the feminine, into like a bad thing. Like, oh, negative means bad, you know, when actually negative is the attractive force, is magnetic. Negative is magnetic. It draws in, so it's not bad. And so, you know, I think it's a perspective change. So you do have a choice when you're like, let's say here on the bottom side of this toroidal field here, you think you have a choice. You're in the consciousness, a lower consciousness of looking at things from an individual separated perspective. You know, you're at an idea where we had a wiped memory. We're inhabiting the human form of the wiped memory. And with the white memory, we have been erased, but we're not truly erased, but we have the perception of being erased. So we think that we've been erased. So that's why we have a memory from scratch, so to speak, right? But when we really tap into our true self and we spiral on with it, you know, we realize that actually, you know, we have a memory that is intact, you know, like that never stopped. And that's the memory of our consciousness. And it's beyond what we perceive ourselves as at this time space, because what we perceive ourselves as is based on a lower thought, you know, pattern. Like it's based on a lower expression, so to speak. But we're not saying that's bad, though, once again, right? Because that's the whole thing. It's the divine paradox. It's not that one side of it is bad and one side is good. I think what it's saying and what it's showing us, the divine paradox, is the same thing. It's like one and the same. Like these things are one and the same, but it's half true because it's a perspective change. That's all it is. It's a perspective change. So on one level, we perceive that we have a choice. It's not even just that we think we have a choice. It's a little deeper than that, because we literally go through our lives and we literally, the reality shows us that we have a choice, so to speak. I'm just speaking from like actual terms, like in our, like if I feel like I can get up and go grab that, you know, bottle of water or whatever, right? You really feel you could do that. And then if you really want to test it, you'll do it. Right? So your reality shows you, and it's saying that you have a choice. It's what it's telling you. But I feel like on a positive or a higher, greater reality, you realize that you actually, that it's not a choice that you had, so to speak. It was like I just wanted to say, last part, I'm sorry, bro. Last part, I just want to end with that like it was like in the Matrix when they said that part when the Oracle was talking to Neo in the park. And she was like, you know, asked him the candy, and he was like, you know, why would you ask me that if you already know what I'm gonna do? Because you're the Oracle, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm gonna say. And she was like, it's not about you choosing or making the choice. It's about understanding why. You know? And I think
understanding why is the choice that you're making the right choice, or the wrong choice,
or the choice you perceive you're making.
Right, and maybe your choice that you think is right is incorrect. or maybe it's correct, but you still have to make that choice.
Exactly. So
And there
like
comes back the
in
0 and
reality,
1.
yeah, your reality shows you that you have to make that choice. Like your reality shows you that, you got to make a move. Like your body, you have to make your body move. That sounds like a dance song or something, but yeah, you got to make your body move. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to actually like do stuff with your body, like because that's the reality of the situation. But guess what? And as incredible as that seems, that we actually make our body move, that's actually the lower expression. That's the lower expression.
Why you say that?
Because it's the part where you think you have a choice. Like you think, it's revolving around your personal ego. It's a limited perspective of personal ego,
Uh-huh.
where we think
Oh,
that we
wow.
have a choice. Like it's our ego limited and it can't see the whole picture. So it's like, oh, I control this. But you don't
Yeah,
control
yeah,
it though.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, wow. This idea of simulation keeps coming up to me because it just, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a valid theory.
Absolutely. Yeah. Me too. I think it's a valid theory too. Um, I would describe this reality as like a hyper, like some kind of next levels, extra, infinity simulation. like whatever it is, I would end it with simulation. Because it's like at the end of the day, from my own personal deduction, and this is prior to this conversation, you know, I feel that, you know, I've come to the understanding that the choice thing is a perspective change, meaning that from one perspective you do have a choice and from another perspective you don't have a choice. And the actual difference
Right.
is the difference is that the perspective that you don't have the choice is actually the greater perspective.
That's
Perspective,
deep.
yeah.
And people say that all the time, right? Like I don't know, I don't know if hypocrite is the right word, but you hear people say things, especially Christians, right? Like God already paved the path for you. Like whatever it is gonna be like, but then at the same time can crucify and critique people for their choice, so
Yeah.
I think people, they hypocrites
What
when
we
it
should
comes
know
to that.
is like if we all lived each other's life, like say if I lived your life from like start to finish, I would be you. I would literally be you. Like that is the definition. It's like that's who you
Mm.
are. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the definition. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah,
Jetpack had the
yeah.
dip. So yeah, so it's to me it's like
Yeah, I think Jetpack was similar to Ninja in that, and maybe me, I don't know, right? But like the perspective was super tied to them as an individual versus the sort of more broader perspective. I don't know.
right. And I agree, and which is valid,
Right,
as we
right.
acknowledge,
Like that's what, right. Like
that's actually
most
t-
of us do that. Like I'm doing that right now.
yeah, I feel that empathy for the lower self is that in action. It's like understanding like
Right,
our lower self is the
right.
physical form. It's like when we get into our ego of the physical self, that's our lower self.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we understand like it's a necessity.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And
that's
so
deep.
our greater self, exists. Our lower self allows our greater self to exist, just like the not allows.
Right.
I don't want to say
Ah.
allows.
But
Our,
it
our
keeps you humble.
Yeah,
It
it's a
keeps,
part of your
yeah,
greater existence.
yeah.
Like that lower self is like the shadow to that great. It's a result. It's like almost like a result of the greater existence in a sense.
Right. But that was awesome. But like the way y'all went in terms of the 0 and the 1 was, it was a trip. And language came up for me because I'm sorry, baby.
Are you
Um,
good?
but there are so many people who will be able to hear that and just directly connect. Like in language, art. The way in which you are, the binary codes. So it was a language. You were speaking that not everybody could get, but some people can, and that's what they're yearning for. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that ties it into the simulation too, because all of this stuff is simulated, as far as like the virtual realities and all of this kind of thing that Meta with Facebook. And I did, want to touch on that before, we wrap up, because we didn't quite touch on that, with the Meta Facebook situation. With the new age of gaming and, everything being like virtual reality based, this is all like a cascading of the same principles we've been talking about. The same
Yeah.
binary code is being used to create these simulated realities.
Right.
And so
Damn.
we got the
Damn.
divine binary code, and then
Damn.
the actual,
And like AI, right? They're literally using coding to develop the same things that we know to be true as humans, emotions and perspective, and they're using that, the zero, the one, which is why it was so key, like, and it was so major that's how the build started. Ain't that a trip?
mm-hmm,
That's how it started. Right. And I think that there was a time and a moment where we did need to shift from that, because that's what happened. AI started from the zeros, the ones, and as it grew, I don't know.
mm-hmm. It's just reverse engineering like existence, basically. But see, I feel like that is even polarized. So like even the future that they're trying to build with this transhumanist agenda that they're doing, that's polarized, because it's like, the way they're trying to do this future, like of futuristic technology, they want to make it like, used for control. So they want to invade your body, they want to implant things and do this kind of stuff to you. They want to alter your being,
Mhm.
because to them that's the way they can control. Remember, that's their lower self. They're coming from a lower self standpoint,
Right.
because control, remember, we don't have a choice, right? On a higher perspective, it's a bigger picture than us. It's way bigger, right? So if we think that we're out here like really controlling stuff, I mean, yeah, that's a perspective, which
Yeah.
is okay, which is okay to think that,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah. Yeah.
perspective. And so, you know, that's what these people think. That's the same perspective. They have that exact perspective,
I
that they
would
feel
nothing
like it's
without
their choice.
perspectives, though.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
That guides people.
And so they're like, yo, that we have this choice. This is what they feel. They feel like, hey, we have this choice, and we're gonna make this choice, and this is what we're doing. And it feels like, what they're doing is they're playing the role without knowing it. Some of them may know. I wouldn't put it past them. Some of them may actually know that they're playing this role, but it's like we said, empathy for the Lord self. They are a necessary part of this thing. I think that a lot of us should just be glad that we're not playing that role, and like that
Right.
that's not the role that we're on,
Like
in
the
our,
Matrix, right?
yeah, exactly.
Like the people who
Like
are passing by and just living,
exactly.
they don't have to fucking worry about all of that.
Yeah.
Like,
Agent Smith can commandeer their existence at any moment.
right.
And they're trying to create that in reality. Like they want to be able to commandeer you, like commandeer your whole existence, you
Oh
know.
my goodness.
And so, that's, again, that's the fear based existence. Here we have love, on the aspect of
Right.
truth, and like just on a greater, because again, the fear one is the shadow. It's really it's like a holographic shadow type situation. It's lesser when you work it out. It's lesser, you know, you could say it's balanced. I mean, that can be argued for infinity. So, but
Mhm.
me personally, I say I look at it like the shadow and the object. The shadow is not the same dimensions as the object that's
No,
casting a
it's
shadow.
not. Right. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah, and so
It's not. Right?
yeah,
Or am I wrong?
No, I think I
The
agree with
shadow
that.
could be dimension. Yeah, yeah.
It's 2D shadow and 3 dimension object,
Right, right,
and the shadow is direct result of that 3 dimensional object. And that's how I feel our
right,
physical existence is. It's just like that.
right. But a shadow has to exist, though.
Right.
Like,
Exactly. And there's the
yeah,
empathy. You
yeah,
know it.
yeah.
We know it has to be here.
Right, which ties back to, but I think, and I keep going back to that because it got super technical in that conversation of binary. Maybe I'm missing it, and I'm open to that, but it just seems like that left no room for the nuance that I was speaking to. Like it, it makes sense, and
Yeah.
I guess help me, understand if I'm missing a piece,
Yeah, it's just
but
yeah. I would.
yeah.
It's not that because what it is, it's just an example. That's all it is. So first and foremost, it's just an example. So as an example, of course, it's already a limited thing because it's just an example. So as an example, it has all this area where you can play with the nuance where it's like the different coding of the binary. So really we're just with the binary it's just basically bringing it back to duality and polarity itself, just that fundamental one of the like
Mm,
fundamental aspects of our reality, that perception which
mhm.
which we already know is actually not dual, it's one thing, but the binary is bringing it back to that again of electromagnetism, divine feminine, divine masculine, this kind of thing.
Right, right,
So
right. I
it's
think
so
it threw me off because it can. I guess maybe, in introspect, it was like relating back to a personal story. I think that's probably where I was like, hmm, because it didn't relate to. Oh, does that make sense? Like, which is valid.
yeah.
Like, but yeah. Um,
I think I get what you're saying. Like it was, just more individualized,
it
Um,
started to be, yeah,
yeah. Well,
but
like you said, that
yeah.
is
I
it
mean,
is
that's life.
valid. It is valid.
But yeah, yeah, facts.
Yep. So that's valid because no doubt, many people feel that way, or this way, or that way, or whatever way, right? And so people feel all which ways, and so that's what it is, we represent each other, and that's the truth of the matter,
Right.
and that's what love
There you
is.
go. There you go.
Is
That's love.
recognizing.
You can't put a calculation on love. You can't put a
Hmm.
yeah. There is no negative ones, none of that applies to love, in my opinion.
Hmm. No, I agree. Well, if we look at love like the heart, right? I mean, the heart pumps, so I would say like the positive and the negative apply to love.
Exactly. So you can't put a number on it. Like,
I agree.
yeah.
I agree. It's infinite. It's unconditional in its purest form. It's
Right.
freely there. It's the energy that keeps you going. It's there. It's like the
Right.
Taurus. It's like it's free energy. You
It's like
know
God.
exactly. It is.
Yeah.
They say God is love, right? That's what they say.
Yeah.
It's in the Bible.
Ooh,
And all that type of stuff.
I
So
feel so I feel so appreciative to be a part of this, your build, because it's not often that I get, to have a conversation and feel like I'm not on a different planet. So, yeah.
I appreciate you for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. But yeah, we made it come back full circle. Very dope build. I appreciate Jetpack 2 for coming through. You know,
Yeah.
Ray
Yeah.
for listening in, little bro Ray.
Yeah, that offered a whole different perspective for me, for sure. And what he offered was, that opened up a whole new avenue for me to ponder on and think about.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
interesting though, as we look, at where we're at now and kind of where we're headed with this. Everything's an NFT. It's very
Right.
digitalized. There's a lot of
Right.
cryptocurrency, going on and all this type of thing.
Yeah.
It's very digital crypto type of, which is, as we see, is a simulation. It's just another simulation. So,
Right.
you
Which
know,
which makes I think which makes the probability of a simulation that much more greater. You know?
hmm what do you mean by
Yeah.
that exactly when you say that?
Like it makes the probability that we already exist in one.
Hmm.
Good.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So either way it go, you know, love, like your spirit, and I mean, I don't know, it always comes back to something very simple but so complex. But it's really simple. Like we wake up every day and our lives are in some ways mundane, and so
Hmm.
that's the simplicity of it all. But if you want to be technical, we could break it apart in that way. But the goal, I mean, at least for me, is to love. And we talk so much about the negatives, right? And
Mm-hmm.
when you look at the negatives, at least for me, the negatives that even if I've only witnessed the negatives, it shaped me in a positive way. Even if that was
Right.
like, damn, I don't want that for me. Like, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling like there's. Let's just keep it going just a little bit longer, because I feel like there's something tiny
Yeah,
we're
no
missing.
facts.
There's a slight thing. I
Hmm.
feel it's something. It's right there. It's gonna come out. We're missing
Hmm.
something. There's something we're missing
Hmm.
with. It's like I feel it. It's like with the choice thing or something like that. It's something with that,
Hmm. Hmm.
and with the choice.
Yeah,
Cause
no, keep going.
yeah, cause I know with the choice, as I understand, I felt like um on a greater level there's not a choice because of divine, destiny, um and cause
Mm-hmm.
and greater cause and effects of reality. So I felt like there wasn't a choice, and then on an individual level I felt like we perceive that we have a choice due to our limitation.
No, I'm with you. I'm literally there because there is only so. Oh, honey, hold on, give me a second. Give me 1 second. Oh, let me not lose this thought. There's only so many possibilities. Like we can perceive that the possibilities are infinite, but for example, if I was to create a game, a video game right now, I can come up with 100 endings, and I can come up with so many ways in which you can get to the same ending, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that could offer a perception that you have so many choices,
Mm.
when in reality you really don't. I already got them.
Mm-hmm.
Like in Christianity, again, God has already paved the way. Like He already knows your outcome, right? Like, does that make sense?
Oh yeah. Uh-oh, we just got mental ninja just popped up.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on, man. Who are these guys? They Jetpack and Mental Ninja. Come on, man. Yeah. Definitely want to get these perspectives on choice. Fire build. We've been building like crazy. I'm just drawn into it.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't plan to have these two builds, but just felt didn't just to do it. Like we did it. It is what it is. Um,
Right.
yeah,
No,
I
it's
think it's
really,
more than the
it's
YouTube thing. The build itself, like just the actual build, is really
oh,
where.
facts. Fuck, I'm not even on
Word.
YouTube right now, but no facts. Like, it's really helpful to me. I mean, in a practical sense, like really, really is. So, you know, salute for creating space.
Absolutely.
Is he joining or no?
Yeah, he joined. He joined the server. I think he's trying to figure out how to get into it. What
Yeah,
you got to do,
yeah.
bro? You may be on a laptop. Just on the welcome message, the first reaction at the bottom is like a chat balloon. Just hit that chat balloon. Just click on that chat balloon on that first message right there. If you see the welcome screen, it's a bunch of reactions at the bottom. Just click the chat balloon. You on Android? Yeah, you should still see it. You should still see the reactions on the bottom. Okay, there you go. You got it. Now just click the speaker where we're at. Click the top, and it's gonna bring you into the voice chat. Speaker on the chat. If you swipe right, swipe your screen right, you should see portal chat. You're in the area. I see that you did that. I see you right there. You want to have your little 666 and all of that. But you know. Yeah, I added you. All you got to do is click the speaker. No, man, just click the speaker. Because if I answer your call, it's gonna make me go out of the thing, man. If I answer the call, it's gonna make me go out of the voice chat that we're on. It's if you click the lightning bolt, right? Just the main lightning bolt right there. You should see the portal and the chat. Oh yeah. Well, when you click that lightning bolt, you see the whole server, you know. So maybe you want to do that. It shows you the whole server at one time. Either way, now you should just see where we're at. You see the two names, JP and Misha Me. See where our two names are at on the left. You may have to swipe right to get all the way left on your phone. Yeah, you got to swipe over to the right. You're gonna see to the left, the leftmost. You'll see it. I mean, you should see it. If you're on the welcome screen, if you still see the image, that's the circling pyramids. If you still see that, you just need to swipe to the right. Swipe to the right. Like swipe your finger right. And when you swipe to the right, you'll see like the options. It should say portal. You'll see chat. It's definitely, you guys are all stars though, man. Just for even being able to do this on your phones for the first time, because it's hard enough to do it on the computer. Like, it's confusing. It's so confusing. Like, when you first see this thing, you're like, what? Especially if you haven't used this type of program. Like, there's a program called Slack for corporate environments that people use. It's called Slack. Companies use that to communicate internally. And
Yeah, I've heard of Slack. Yep.
Yeah, it's very similar, but this is more wide open. So you're almost here, man. You've joined now, bro. You gotta click this button, bro. Like, you're here. Like, you've already joined the server. I'm looking at your name. You're already here. You just gotta click.
It's one of those things. Yeah, you got to keep playing with your screen, and it'll happen. Cause it's a little confusing to me too.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was feeling like choice and the illusion of choice, as we call it. Because I think that was a lot of wisdom right there with the Oracle and the Matrix. Shout out to Sophia Stewart. The Oracle, when she said that, you know, it's not about making a choice. It's about why you made a choice. There you go. You did it, bro. Congratulations. Yo, I wish I had like a sound effects.
Hey.
Cheers.
Welcome.
Cheers. Welcome. You did it. That's amazing, man. You guys are amazing. Like, you realize, like, I brought some of my homies on here. Like, it took them days.
No, like our order, we use Discord and shit, but like we never really like we just use it to communicate, you know, because like it's basically a protected server and shit, and but we never like kind of like really just do like the audio things on it. We just like put our link for the whatever Zoom or Google Meets we're doing, and then we just click on the link and go to Google Meet.
That's so funny. When I was trying to figure it out, my son was like, I was on Discord. Everybody at my school was on Discord.
They know it. They're ahead of it. Yo, these ones they ready for it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my son, he 8 years old. You know, he knows how to use Discord better than me. Zoom, all that shit. And they be asking people to mute their mic and shit.
Yeah. Yo, the build has been like extraordinary, man. Another one. Man. This is like off the top. Like we're doing this off the top, y'all. Like this is just like we was inspired from our first conversation we had on Advo's channel. We was just inspired, and this is it. This is off the top. Like, super builds.
Yeah, it's so crazy because this is actually one of those situations where we could sort of, the philosophy is built upon like what part of this was our choice? What part, because I feel like I'm getting a lot from it, right? Like what part of it was my choice? What part of it was meant to be? Like, I mean, we could pick it apart even from that. Like, I don't know.
So, one sec, bro. Yeah, so let me ask you, bro.
Summary might be able to bring you up to speed of sort of where we went and where we are.
For sure.
Yeah, was just wondering, because I mean, we dealt with binary code. This whole thing has been about the divine paradox. We've been talking about the divine paradox. We reduced it to, binary code zeros and ones. We understood, according to current understanding of binary code, that 0 is positive and 1 is negative. So the space in between 0 and 1 is all positive direction. And then when you get to 1, it's negative. And so that was just that was just the binary code part of it. We went into that, and then we were talking more about the divine paradox, and then, we dealt with the binary thing real heavy, and we started getting into like choice, and simulation and kind of like destiny kind of ideas of, is this already planned out into what effect, and the illusion of choice, that concept. And so we I was putting on the table that I felt like on a higher level, choice is an illusion, and on a more immediate lower level physical ego based vibration, that's where we think we have a choice. And so I was saying that choice is a perspective.
Yeah, I kind of look at it like, especially in like in legal, we were talking about last night with the three stages of the triple darkness and three stages of consciousness, including the abyss that
Yep.
separates the collective from the subconscious or unconscious. You know,
I'm having a convo
the
on my
the
YouTube
idea
stream. You
of
want to join my stream?
choice, it
It's a
exists
discussion.
only
It's open
in it
discussion
does
forum.
exist, but then it's also still an illusion. It exists only in
Say
the
what?
conscious state, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like perceivable
I just
thing, like
started,
the
man. This is the
dimensionality
second
of
one.
it, of one
So,
point moving towards another point, in the
of course, I've
subconscious,
thought about
it
it, but
becomes
this one
kind of
I
like,
got drawn into. It
hazy
just
because it
happened
becomes
to
like
be
more
this.
possibilities, of different ideas
I'm
of,
on the stream.
you go one way or
You
the
want
other
to
way,
join?
make one
It's
choice,
in my
make the other
Discord.
choice. And
On
every
YouTube.
choice kind of has its
We're
equal and
having a
opposite
discussion.
choice,
It's
in,
deep.
in like the law of polarity and vibration and gender and hermetically and stuff. But above the abyss in the collective conscious of the
Okay.
superconscious,
So I guess that's
there
allowed.
is no choice because all the possibilities are actually in existing and happened and carried out there. Even the possibilities that aren't possibilities and the possibility of no possibility all would exist in this, super conscious, collective conscious, whatever word we can call it and stuff, or we said Ein Sof, or Ein, what I'm saying? So I think like, you know, in the idea of the one dimension, we're moving on a perceived point, and then two dimensions creates two choices.
Mm-hmm.
But when you make one choice, that's the one dimension, and then the two choices is like two different possible outcome choices that have two different possible outcomes. And
I
then
had
the
my
third
mic muted
dimension,
on the
the way if we
Discord,
look at
guys. Sorry.
dimensionality, it'll kind of make sense,
Sorry about that.
mathematically and stuff. But I do think that it is an illusion. It's not an illusion. You know what I'm saying? Even it not being an illusion is an illusion itself.
Yeah. So wait. So you're saying it is an illusion?
Like I'm saying, like literally, like I just basically double back on my own statement on purpose. It is an illusion in a certain state. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And the perceivable consciousness is not an illusion, right? But
Right.
it is an illusion because there's other states that aren't the conscious state where it is illusionary. You know what I'm saying? However, even it not being an illusion is still part of the illusion itself. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like we go from like the zero to the negative to the one, which is actually -1 because it's moving away, it's moving further away from the collective all. So we can look at like, if we go backwards, you know, the complete emptiness before zero represents the complete emptiness. The first, when you draw zero, that's the first negative, but it's a positive. But then when you move towards -1, it's actually even more negative because you're moving away from, you're actually going down. You're not going up, you're going down. You know what I'm saying? Until you get to 9, and then it becomes +0, -1, or +1, 0, -1. And then you have the 11, 12, 13, and they keep cycling back like that.
Mm.
Where basically what we've done is we changed the idea of negative is going back to like actually -1, 2, 3, negative, you know what I'm saying? To where +1 is actually -1 until it cycles back. And then
Yeah.
the actual negative, the actual -1 actually becomes +1. And the new one after the other it'll be the right side of the zero is actually now
What?
the new -1.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's deep. That's complex, and I can see that as a perspective
Yeah.
It's a
thing.
mind fuck.
Yeah. Is
But
that
no.
because
Yeah.
it's a renewed self? It's a new beginning. It's a blank
Yeah.
space.
More like completion. We move from, because
Completion.
once you don't get the number scale until you have the first manifestation, and the first manifestation is actually the first zero. Before the
Right,
zero,
but what
nothing
I'm trying to
exists.
figure out is how is not one positive, but when you get to -9, that's like, yeah.
So
Does that
basically,
make
like,
sense?
yeah, when you're going up the numbers from like 1, so we have in math, you have 0 and you have -1 on the left of the zero, you have +1 on the right of the zero, right? But and if we look at it from, an occult or a Kabbalistic point of view, as soon as zero manifests as zero, as the circle or the empty set symbol, it is fallen from its true source, its true nature, which is infinite nothingness, triple what we call triple darkness, right? And then when it goes to one, it's actually even going farther away from one more step away from the infinite triple darkness. So the one, while it seems positive to us, it is actually negative in retrospect to the triple darkness.
Right.
And then when it goes all the way up to nine, it's still to us we perceive it as positive, but to
Yeah.
triple darkness it is negative. And then when it goes to
Mm-hmm.
10, it
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
the cycle starts again, and now we're actually once it gets to 10, we're actually moving backwards
I
and
just
forward at the
like
same time.
how
Yeah.
that's such a trip because it's almost the exact opposite of what dude was saying. Am I tripping?
No, it's
Like,
this and it's the same thing. It's binary code. So basically, the zero is positive and the one is negative. So everything above the one is, which is exactly what you were saying, is that is negative. And so the
right, but
one and
he
up
but
is
he
negative.
kept making it a point to say negative. He associated negative with bad, everything we associated with, as society. Bad, like, right? Like, I feel like,
Mm-hmm.
and I was doing a lot at the time, so maybe I didn't catch it all. But, yeah, no, I think that that's profound. With, yeah.
Yeah, we're basically like, I mean, we're like basically junior master fucking physicists with this conversation. Like, and
Yeah.
there's no need for any bestowing of fucking credential given by any individual institution to validate what we're talking about. And I'm not really, I don't know how you feel about the Greeks or the Athenians, but I always look at when I get to really fucking deep, powerful builds. I always kind of in my mind, I have this idea of what would it look like if we could be if I could be a fly on the wall when Plato and Critias and Timaeus and Socrates are all sitting there doing their thing, what I'm saying, pondering the intellectual curiosities of existence and non-existence and stuff. And I kind of feel like, in a sense, what we are doing, what I'm involved in at that point of time, whenever I'm in these kind of builds, is we're just like replaying the infinite consciousness, speculating on itself in different points of time.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. For
Yeah.
sure. I imagine that the conversations were, very similar as it pertains to the lane that we're, talking about, because as we all know, it's broad. We can
Mm-hmm.
go different angles with it, but I definitely imagine that this was, there's nothing new under the sun,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like,
Right.
I imagine that it's very similar.
Yeah. So yeah, we tapped into a lot of the great things, man. Like you said, we could definitely, you know, out rap these amateur. No, I'm joking. But nah. But some of these people, it's just about that proves again what it really is. Is like the knowledge is based on your intent and what your passion about it, and whether that's a choice or not to you. That's something that drives our ability to obtain that knowledge and to get to certain aspects with that knowledge. And so
You know,
it's that passion within. It's your drive. It's your magnetism of the situation, of you being attracted to knowledge or knowledge attracted to you. You know what I mean, and bringing it into yourself. And just having that inner pursuit of these things that are the greater you.
Right.
Really, the greater you. I mean, it's
I
really
know
you
we,
exploring yourself.
right. And we've been going up, I know we're going to wrap it up soon, but this is just another sort of paradox because for some people, right, it may not be healthy for them to um, delve into these sort of philosophical conversations because it may they may go somewhere else with it, right? So like follow me, like, and it you know what is will be like it's just for a reason. And I know, it's so cliche, everything happens for a reason, but some folks are where they should be because they should be there. Like, does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Like, yeah, like, yeah.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense. And that kind of ties into what we're talking about with this like expression that is like already fulfilled in a sense, because we understand, and that's a deep teaching too, and like the mysteries and so forth, is that it has already been fulfilled, as far as like reality itself and in all of eternity has kind of existed, and like we're actually like in the
Yeah,
past, like
yeah.
we're living the past, like of what
I
already
can't
happened,
take
and
it.
that
Yeah.
and that goes with the simulation aspect of it. But again,
Yeah. Right.
um,
Right.
it is a
Right.
necessity, because like we was talking about the empathy, it is a necessity for that empathy, because we are here right now, you know.
Exactly. Oh, I'm so appreciative of you guys. Like you don't even know.
Same.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know, one thing that we were talking about earlier or yesterday and stuff that I don't know when it was like kind of like I don't know if like dawned on me or however it works and stuff, but I kind of have the idea, that we're not really moving forwards or backwards in time, and we're not really stagnant in time. But like, and I guess the Taurus field would be a good way to depict it. You know what I'm saying? If we can use some kind of imagery,
Hmm.
or concept. You
It's
know what I'm
not
saying?
linear.
And yeah, it's flowing into itself and out of itself. And like,
Yeah.
I've been meaning to do this a little video on the Tesseract. I don't know if I did yet. Oh no, I did on Clive on the live stream, but I'm gonna do a video on the Tesseract and like, how like the fifth dimensional existence works. Like, it's still happening now, even though we're not really aware consciously of the fifth dimension. Doesn't mean we can't be aware through speculation and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's I think it's funny. I'm gonna read this to y'all, right? So, has anybody ever read the Corpus Hermeticum?
Mm-mm.
I have
All right,
not.
so it's a
17
dope
books.
book. So basically, the Corpus Hermeticum was like one of the things that Hermes Trismegistus, if he ever existed, who fucking really knows and stuff. But it came out in the same like 200 AD,
Hmm.
and it's basically written in the same tone and style as many of the books that were end up being used or scrolls that were end up being used in the Christian original canon, the King James Bible and stuff. So, there's many books and many tomes, whatever you want to call it, that were not included in what we modern day call the Bible and stuff. And this is one
Right.
of those things that
It's
are believed that
Gnostic.
they kept it Gnostic, you know what I'm saying? Some of the Gnostic teachings and stuff. But I'm just gonna read it as it says, you know what I'm saying? And does have the word God, but I just want to like kind of keep that in mind, like suggest that we just look at the idea of God as like, something, a goal to reach to, that we are able to attain this understanding. God is an understanding, not some figure in the sky and stuff, right? So this is what it says. If then you do not make yourself equal to God, you cannot apprehend God, for like is known by like. Leap clear of all that is corporeal, and make yourself grown to a like expanse with the greatness which is beyond all measure. Rise above all time and become eternal. Then you will apprehend God. Think that for you too nothing is impossible. Deem that you too are immortal, and that you are able to grasp all things in your thoughts, to know every craft and science. Find your home in the haunts of every living creature. Make yourself higher than all heights and lower than all depths. Bring together in yourself all opposites of quality, heat and cold, dryness and fluidity. Think that you are everywhere at once, on land, at sea, in heaven. Think that you are not yet begotten, that you are in the womb, that you are young, that you are old, that you have died, that you are in the world beyond the grave. Grasp in your thought all of this at once, all times and places, all substances and qualities and magnitudes together. Then you can apprehend God. But if you shut up your soul in your body and abase yourself and say, I know nothing, I can do nothing, I am
Yes.
afraid of earth and sea, I cannot mount to heaven, I know not what I was nor what I shall be, then what have you to do with God? Bro.
That's so deep. Hey, that's so deep. And I hate to, be so quick to respond, but that's so deep. Like, and I feel like as a woman, I've confronted that like by giving birth, right? But that's that's so deep. Like,
Yeah,
I
I
I, I
personally
ponder on that for a while. Where is that at? Where can I find that?
Okay, the book is called The Corpus Hermeticum. It is a beautiful book. It is, if you ever heard the Kabbalion, right?
Yeah.
You can actually
I
order
have it.
both of them on
I
Amazon
got the
for like,
PDF of those. I got the digital
yeah, I mean,
copy.
Can you
you can
send
It's
it
like
order
to
it.
me?
17. I got the 17 book version.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I have to figure out how I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna just put it on Google
But I'm gonna
Drive.
put my email in the.
You know, one
But
thing I do is like I'll download PDFs,
I'm gonna
right?
put it
When
on
I got
Google Drive
sober,
though. But yeah, you can still send the email.
hey, when I got sober, I was like down like in my first 3-4 months. I was on the bus. You know, say I had a 30-day bus pass and shit.
Wow.
And what I would do is I would just download book after book after book. And I would be
Yeah.
in the middle of the book and I would download references from that book, other books. And I mean, I was listening to Manly Hall lectures every fucking day and Alan Watts every fucking day and shit. And just, and what I found is you can get this thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have Android, it's Google Voice. And if you have
Yeah, Alan
iPhone, it's
Watts. I like
Speakerphone.
Alan Watts, Neville Goddard. Those kind of guys. They drop those bombs on you.
Goddard, bro. Neville Goddard. The Ethiopian mystic, nigga, that motherfucker right there, bro. Open my brain up, nigga.
There's a lot of people that kind of get it, like we get it, like we all the same, really. But you know, it's just for whatever reason, it's the existence that we find ourselves in, and so it's a beautiful thing. I mean, we see what it unfolds into. Just
It
like
is.
yeah, we see the Taurus, continue to move, right? Like what is the next perception of this unfoldment? And so that's the beautiful thing of it. It's like and it's something that's happening. It's already like underway. Like it's like the momentum like I don't know how to explain it. Like it's an effect of a cause. And that's what to
Yeah,
me
it's
that's what life is. And I do really sincerely, and I always talk about this with people, is I talk about your greater existence. Man, I broke it down to a young brother the other day. I was saying like, yo, this reality, right? He was talking about the astral realm. And so I had to break the astral down to him like this because, I've done lots of, my inner work on that and, this kind of thing. Astral projection, is something that I'm aware of. I feel like we all do that. We all do that, whether consciously or unconsciously. The controls, that gets back into the control thing where you're like, oh, people can control that and this and that. And that's the control thing again. So, which is a perspective, an illusionary perspective, right? And so it just goes back to, just knowing like the astral world is like a backstage, like like a backstage. If you could imagine like a spiritual realm as a backstage, I mean, it's insane. I mean, I don't know how to express that, but basically like you could, like different people could have a very different version of the same thing, but still know it's the same thing. So
Yeah.
it's interesting. So with the astral is the backstage of these, like, I guess you could say infinite realms, and it's just versions of the realm, and higher versions included with that. And then
Have you ever?
there's a greater reality, right? So the astral is a part of this reality I just explained with these realms, and like the astral is like the backstage of these different realms type thing. It's just a rough, super rough explanation, human, diluted, infinitely diluted explanation, right? So astral, backstage, different realms, type of multiversal reality unfoldment, right? Timeline based linear experience. All these different directions of different realities, timelines. All right, so backstage of that is the astral. So then there's this greater reality, right? That is like a little circle and a big circle. The greater reality is like a big circle surrounding that little circle of even the astral. And in that astral, where the astral's the backstage, and then there's all those realms, it's heavens included in that. And that's just a small part of the greater reality. So that whole thing with the astral is like this expansive infinite realm, da 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 da. And it's like the heavens are included in that. And I guess you could say hells, you know, I mean, this could be a hell, you know? I mean, however you want to look at it. This could be a heaven, you know, however you want to look at it,
You
right?
know, in the
But there's a greater reality. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like in that greater reality, that's the truth right there. That reality right there is actually the real truth. That's the shadow. This realm with the astral and all that is the shadow. The whole shit is the shadow of this greater realm, which there's no way I could put that in words other than just kind of saying it like that. I don't know a way.
we were kind of saying it with the idea of binary code, right? The zero, the first manifestation of when we draw that circle is the first shadow. And we're looking at the extent of the shadow that triple darkness causes once it has an understanding of itself and has that first emanation of thought, which is the light, which we call lux or Lucifer, whatever fucking name you want to call it. There's different names to describe this phenomenon that's happening. You know what I'm saying? And you know, when we look at like, so Jesus Christ even kind of makes a similar style statement. And when I look at the Bible, I try to look at it as, you know, allegorical metaphor, literal allegorical metaphors. You know what I'm saying? A beautiful book of science, not a history book. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't want to take it literal. You know what I'm saying? As far as unless I can make it literally apply to an experience I've had. He makes a statement. He said, "In my father's house, is a mansion with, or my father has a mansion with many rooms." It's like, what do you mean by that? You know, we're talking about God's house, and the idea of the Judeo-Christian is, you know, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient being, and this motherfucker has a mansion. So it must be a super mega fucking crazy mansion that could even ever be displayed on MTV Cribs if you used it every fucking, if you just ran that shit for 1,000 years straight, you know what I'm saying? You still ain't gonna explore this motherfucking shit. And there's many rooms. And then you have like Dante's Inferno. You have the Norse mythology with the 9 realms and stuff of this exploration shit. And you have, you know, and then like, if we can look at it like in a subharmonic string theory, especially string theory of multidimensionality, right, is let's use every individual human being in every point of perception as its own dimensional existence. Then like right here, we are living amongst of infinite dimension, infinite spectrum and stuff perceived from all points. And I heard this quote that I don't know who said it, but it was on a Killer Priest song from the album Planet of the Gods. And this dude at the end of the video, at the end of the music song, he says, "Man is God." Oh, no, it's not. It's on the song called "New Reality" on Killer Priest, "The Secret Life of Walter Reed," a beautiful double CD. And at the end of this song, "New Reality," it's a quote that guy comes on. He's like, "Man is God. He is everyone. He is anybody. He knows everything. Experience the Prometheum, new world." And when he said it, I was like, ooh, he is everyone. He is everywhere. He is anybody. He knows all things. Like, that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, if we quantify the idea behind God, you know, and what he's on the God paradox, you know, if God, could God, in his omnipotence and omnipresent omniscience, could he create a rock that even he couldn't move? And that's called the God paradox. So basically, if God could create a rock that even he couldn't move, that shows that he's not omnipotent. And if God couldn't create a rock that even he couldn't move, that shows he's not omnipotent. So that's like where we get this paradoxical understanding, you know. And
but then what if it was just something that could never be answered? Because why would you do that?
Yeah, that's really good. You know, and but the thing is, like, if we look at God in the Judeo-Christian aspect from just like the base fundamental adjective description, omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent. That means he's all everywhere. It's everywhere. It's always, and it's all powerful. Well, that would actually include everything that you see would be this what we call God and stuff. I think what the Christians do is like they make it that way, and then what they do is through the mind they create or allow the mind to create these lessers where the individual is actually going from, you know, in a sense, the binary from complete super conscious into zero and goes farther away from themselves, but they never cycle back through. You know what I'm saying? Like they get to 9 and get stuck there and shit, you know what I'm saying? 9 levels, 9 hells or whatever and shit, you know, of Dante's Inferno. And without the completion of the cipher, you never get to understand what the cipher is capable of and shit. And the thing is too is like, when we're talking about chance and stuff, like if that's the case, then you said like, there could be many hells and many heavens. And I would say like, I'm pretty sure somebody's going through a ultra fucking crazy chaotic hell right now that we are unaware of, but they are in full conscious reality of. And there's also somebody probably going through an ultra, beautiful heaven thing right now and stuff that we are unaware of, but they are absolutely aware of right now. Somebody just hit $1 million. Somebody just fell in love. And on the other side of that, somebody's getting kidnapped. Somebody's getting raped. Somebody's getting murdered or something horrible and stuff. So all these things are present right now.
Oh.
It's difficult to talk about like the bad things like that because like, in my mind, like, okay, what can I do to help? And maybe the only thing I can do is like that, like the corpus medicum says, ponder these things, consider these things, try to perceive things from all points, not just your own, because my point is the finite point and it's limited in its expression. And we have a saying in AA, the goal is you become rocketed in what we call the fourth dimension. They use that word, rocketed, into the fourth dimension, which is saying a suggestion of a psychic change of the way the individual is able to perceive and also interact within reality. That somehow they have transmuted or transitioned the normal boundaries of what we call mankind into something different. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that shit is possible. Yeah. Most definitely.
I feel like the fourth dimension is probably is most probably like representing time. Distance or travel within space. Let's travel within space, and therefore the fifth dimension is where you have that multi-faceted, simultaneous existence, which this reality is based on. Like, by the way, guys, like this reality that we're in right now is based on that multifaceted ability to exist at multiple places at one time type thing in the fifth dimension type of situation. And that's just my personal view on it,
Like even like the fifth dimension, it kind of like saying like if we look at the way dimensions work, like we talked about yesterday, like the 1 point is the first dimension, 1D. 2 points, which become a straight line, is 2D. And the way dimensions work is how many points, how many intersecting points are there? How many corners? You know what I'm saying? And so we get to fifth dimension where you can only have like 4 corners. It makes a square, the square. You know what I'm saying? Then you have this other point. Well, you have to have an enclosed geometric shape, and you can still do that. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, like, if you look at the fifth dimensional aspect, the fifth is a new point that is still within the rest of the dimension, but outside the other dimension, because represented in 2 points that are not really included in this understanding. It's like in the fifth dimension, you're looking in and out, left and right simultaneously. You're looking up, above, and beyond, and within simultaneously. And that's like kind of like exactly like the idea behind a sudden state of nirvana, where just everything becomes clear, or like this Holy Ghost phenomenon, or where people become like in the Rosicrucian order. It's not even the Rosicrucian, but in OTO, in some of Crowley's books, he talks about these practices of what you do is like you think about something, you think about somebody, and you think about them really long and hard, like meditating on them and shit. You know what I'm saying? And what he was doing is he was corresponding back and forth with this individual, and he's like, all right, he's never been to this person's house, but he thought about him and thought about him and thought about him and thought about him. And he wrote a letter of what he saw in the person's house. He sent that letter to the person. Like the person's like, yeah, this is exactly how my house looks on the inside. That's exactly what it is and stuff. So, when we talk about remote viewing and astral projecting and lucid dreaming, and another thing Aleister Crowley calls it is action at a distance. And he displayed that when he was having a conversation with this dude that he would end up fucking over really bad. They're walking behind this guy, and he's explaining how action at distance works. And so what Crowley did, he started mimicking this guy that they're walking behind. Every step, he was mimicking his motions, and then Crowley like drops to one knee, and within that same second, the dude trips and falls down and falls on his knees and shit. You know what I'm saying? And whether it's true or not, but the whole goal is to apply this and approach this as a scientific method that we can actually use and produce
Right.
results with. You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying?
And I feel like so that's interesting because that makes me think of a question I'm about to ask you about choice real quick. But it does help you appreciate, when you look at things from like a logical standpoint, and you actually, like I was saying earlier, examine nature, and you actually just see it for what it is, because I feel like it's a mystery until you examine it and you look at it. But if you don't look at it, then it's a mystery. You don't understand. But that's what the eye, like I, and then that goes to this image here of the Bhumandala in the center here with the different planes of existence throughout this kind of cosmic, and we see the duality of it as well. So it's very they call it the cosmic egg. To me, this is very high vibrational. you know um Man, you know, I think at the very least, even if say someone's like very skeptical of something like this, I mean, this is like ancient kind of Vedic cosmology here, but thousands of years old. But even if you're skeptical, you can kind of at least admit that just through your own examination in your own life, that it's pretty intriguing, and it's like a wondrous kind of existence if you think about it. Like, look at your body, look at your actual existence. You're designed to experience things. That's why you have eyes. That's why you have the ability to grab things, and this and that, right? It's designed to experience. And so um
Yeah,
you
it's
know
all about like that study,
yeah, there's a
like
lot. Yeah,
even
there's a lot to it, and we kind of get sidelined or sidetracked, like we were kind of talking about earlier. But we get off track, and really, what we were saying earlier with the binary code was reducing back to zero, right? It's reducing back to zero, because one being the negative, and I'm just saying in that scenario of a binary code or whatever, we were saying one is the negative and zero is the positive, because that's how binary code works. And so reducing back to zero, I personally was likening that to removing those things, because one is a thing, right? One represents a thing. We saw how the
yeah,
Mayans wrote it and how the Hebrews wrote it, where they put the dot in the zero, which makes sense. Or the Mayans that wrote just the dot, the filled zero, like the zero filled is the one. That represents the
is all
one.
that's also the monad. The idea behind the monad is literally a fucking circle and a dot, no cootie shot. You know what I'm saying? Comes with it. And when we think about it, like when we're moving away from zero, what I'm saying, we're not like going better. We're actually, it's not, I'm not saying it's going better or going worse, but what we are doing is so look, when we talk about choice, right? Let's say before the choice is made, there is no choice, but the possibilities of endless choices are available, but they haven't solidified or become, magnetized or, calcified or whatever you want to say into the material world. So you have what is represented triple darkness, and then the first opportunity for choice is spawned by that first thought of there's two choices, what I'm saying? And to think, to be or not to be, that's the question, right? But after you've decided to be, now you've created 1, 2, and 3, negative 1, 2, and 3, because it ripples outwards and stuff, what I'm saying, from that first manifestation and stuff. And if we look at like that, like, I mean, when we let's like sit back and like look and just become in awe of the universe, just in awe, like something small, like Marlon Brando, fucking a genius. He was being interviewed by Connie Chung, and he was fucking throwing her for all kind of loose. That nigga was like, she's like, what do you like doing? He's like, you know what? I do my free time? I like to watch ants walk up and down my sink. Saying like what? But he had found something and shit, and once if we could think of like this, so the idea of the first thought out of triple darkness, that represents every thought that will ever be thought, ever, is always coming from that same source. So is choice an illusion? Yeah, in a sense, choice is definitely an illusion, because once you make that choice, you are stuck in it. You have actually changed the fabric of space and time itself, and it has to play itself out. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, Rush has a song. It's called Free Will. And in that song, they said, you can choose a varied guide in some celestial voice. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. And it's about it's basically questioning what is free will. You know what I'm saying? And the free will aspect of it is the will to complete the cipher. And if you ever seen that movie Casino, right? There's this one part where they get the ultimate bank robbery. Robert De Niro gets ultimate bank robbery and shit. And it's from this fucking dude in a wheelchair. And the guy gives him the breakdown how this robbery will go down. And Robert De Niro looks at him and was like, what the fuck? You're in a wheelchair. How'd you get this information? And you know what the dude said to him? He looked up in the air. He said, the information's out there. And he just reached up into the thin air and just grabbed it and said, you just got to reach up and grab it. And every time I saw that, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Because I understood exactly what it meant. You know, if you really want to know, you're going to know. Because there's no wrong question to ask. The worst question to ask is not to ask a question. And we're given the five senses for the purpose of exploration. We're the ultimate explorers and stuff. And you have the side quests, the side tracks and stuff. And, you know, egotistically, I can get in fear of like, why is this happening? Is it an assault against my character, against my being?
Right.
And then, but from a collective conscious, there's something in the back of my head like, nah, nigga, this part of how it goes down. You just got to
Right.
figure yourself out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so like she was just saying, like Misha was just saying, like the gaming thing, you know, is evidence of the simulation. Like when we look at how games are created, right? We create games, right? So like, you know, the games are designed, you know, we have like these outcomes and things like that. And kind of like what Misha was saying, and I'll just add that, you know, yeah, no matter how many different outcomes you think could happen, only one happens, the one you choose. And guess what? You can't prove you could have done anything other than that. So if you can't prove that you could have made a different choice, then did you make a choice?
Yep. That's you know what, I'll never forget, right? This is when I was still like struggling, trying to get sober. I was in and out the program. I was living in St. Pete. And I remember I was at this faith-based recovery program thing in St. Pete, Florida, and we were in like, it's like a kind of like a faith-based AA meeting, not really AA, but more of like follow Jesus and shit. They just, you know, use AA in a way. And I remember I was sharing. I was like, yeah, man, you know, fucking the detectives, they came, the motherfucker, this damn CI set me up, and the detectives came and arrested me and this and that, and fucking Pastor Monty, bro. That nigga just stood up and yelled at me. He was like, they didn't arrest you. They came to save you. And I swear to God, nigga, like, I was like, you know what? That sounds pretty like, yeah, I was on the crash course and stuff, you know? And with the idea of like, once you made that choice, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I would never change anything in my life. You know what I'm saying? And even there was times where I was like, I hated myself, and I wanted to fucking die. It was hard. It was all fucked up. It was all bad. I was delinquent on existence altogether. And I look back now, and for a while, my life seemed like a bunch of broken pieces. But now I look back, and I can see how those pieces fit together to form a path. We don't see it while we're in it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things we can't go around, we must go through. And that's such the nature of life itself from triple darkness. When we're in it, we're always in a sort of a state of triple darkness with our own mindset, our own consciousness, but that we have to go through that spark of recreation, recombination, re-evolution, de-evolution, you know what I'm saying? And my life today, let's say that I have went left instead of right that one time I got my first felony, then I wouldn't be me today. And maybe I wouldn't have got locked up and shit, but there would be some motherfucking other person running around using my body doing God knows what. I am who, you know, that's the one thing is like, free yourself from the lust of resistance. From the book of the law, like I said yesterday, the book of the law, free yourself from the lust of results. Success is thy proof. Success is your proof. Like, man, you were already born, bro. You know how fucking difficult that is to plot your space and time, triangulate and get here?
Yeah.
Stop, freeze the whole celestial to born yourself into this bitch? What you worry for?
Yeah.
But the aspect of the perceived fear kind of helps us grow.
Yeah,
We can't
exactly.
know it. You don't want to. You want to enjoy the
It's
shit. You know what I'm saying?
necessary. Again, it's necessary that, again, the same thing, empathy for the lower self is necessary that these things exist. It's necessary that we have a limited perspective of this reality because that's the existence at this moment, in this reality. That's what we're doing. It's like a fulfillment of itself. It's like, why? Because it is what it is. That's why. That's the reason why,
Yeah.
is because it's what it is why. And so,
I,
we have a lot of different synchronicities that show us these patterns. You know, we love to play with the frequencies and the different waves and things like that, to show us these patterns of like how sound is, how sound is like shape and shape is color. And, it's just like, just an incredible, really incredible existence. And we have this collective perspective that there's a boogeyman. And I'm not saying that it's unfounded. I didn't say that the boogeyman, theory was unfounded. I mean, obviously, you know,
yeah,
there has
something
to
going on.
be that. That's, again, we're getting back to the same conversation, because that boogeyman, and as crazy as it sounds, and I'm definitely not bigging up the boogeyman, because at the end of the day, like I was telling Misha, I'm glad they have to play that role, so I don't have to, because I know, like, cause and effect, and karma and things of this nature, the cyclic nature of reality. I'm not trying to ride a roller coaster be based on my bad actions, or my attempt to control, or the role I had to fulfill for society was based on my ego pursuits and things of that nature. So I don't really want to go that path. So I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I'm on the other side of the Taurus at the moment and things like that. So so, but
Hey,
that doesn't discount that existence of them, and they doing what they do. So for instance, these people, I get into near death experiences a lot, outer body experiences a lot, did a lot of studying on that. I recommend the website near-death.com. Thousands of cases of near death experiences logged on there, lots of great cross referencing with different spiritualities and things of that nature. Very good resource for the study of that. Robert Monroe and stuff like that with the outer body experiences, astral projection. Thomas Campbell. A lot. These type of people. I just keep my eye on all these different things, and I see what my experience is. And then I compare that, and yeah, man, it's an amazing type of scenario that we exist in, with this whole reality and stuff like that. But it's like you got to have that inverse view of it, like, oh, it sucks. It's like the lower aspect of it, like the more physical, like dense, like, oh, if I stub my toe, like, it's like, oh, I really hurt myself, like it hurts, and like I have to recover from it, and like it's a process. It's like, going through pain is a process, and like suffering is a process. Learning suffering is a process, and it's like
hey,
that's
you
what
know
this
what?
reality is based on. And it's like just knowing that that's just the shadow, and that it's necessary. We gotta
Yeah,
understand that
it's
it's
like,
necessary.
in one way, to a real simple way that I can look at it, right? So this is how I said in AA. I don't even know what day I came up with. I was like, it just dawned on me, right? 'Cause I'm sitting out there like, man, what's really that wrong with the world? It's only bad when I say it is, like, but that tree has not moved. Yesterday was a good day, and that same tree was there doing the same thing it's doing right now. So is it bad or is it good, or am I causing change by a perception? Am I injecting my intention into the universe around me, and it's saying, yeah, you're right. It's just in full agreement. It was whatever you
Well,
wanted to
what do
be,
you say?
bro.
What about when your boss screams on you? You go into work, you did nothing, and your boss just screams on you, lets you have it. What you think of that?
Yo, look. So this is we have my sponsor told me this shit. He said, And that happened before. My boss was fucking chewing me out on the strip in front of a whole bunch of motherfuckers. He kept walking away and coming back, walking away. And he wasn't yelling nothing, but you could tell the way he was moving and the way he was talking. He's like, and he's saying good shit. He's like, you're the fucking best OPC out here. Nobody's better than you. Blah, 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 blah. And I talked to my sponsor. I had to walk off of his ass, call my sponsor. I'm like, man, I'm about to trip, blah, blah, blah. He said, calm down. He said, listen to me. The problem isn't the problem. It's how you're reacting to the problem. That's the problem. And I was like, fuck you, nigga. That is right. You know what I'm saying? And, we look at it like, I remember I was thinking like, let's say I'm walking into a door to open a door and the wind blows the door open and it hits my cell phone, my brand new iPhone or Android or whatever. And the phone hits the ground and shatters the whole fucking screen. And now my day has been fucking ruined. This bitch ass fucking door has conspired against me with the wind to fucking destroy my brand new cell phone. It knew I needed that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just a door. It's just wind, right? And then the very next day, I'm like running down the street towards the same fucking door, being chased by 3 fucking pit bulls. And I run, grab the door, open it, and slam it behind me and shit. And this same fucking door that had conspired against me yesterday has now saved my bacon from these pit bulls. And I'm looking at the door like, bro, man, you my nigga, door. We should hang out later on, man. What you doing later and shit? And the only thing, nothing has changed. The door is still the same, but my perception from causality egotistically has changed, And if I look at it like this, what did that nigga say? Henry Ford, I think, said it. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're absolutely right. And he also says, if you think everything's against you, nothing's going for you, just keep in mind that airplanes take off against the wind and not with it. And there's a thing about in our childhood stories of Rumpelstiltskin and even Beetlejuice, right? There's one thing that Rumpelstiltskin does not want the girl to know. His name. There's one thing that Beetlejuice does not want that girl to know. His name. You know why? Because once you can call up their name, you have dominion over them. You can banish him and you can summon them. Rumpelstiltskin, or Beetlejuice. You can banish him and summon them. And the thing is, like, if an individual is able to verbally announce what that fear is, they now have dominion over it. And that there's power in the spoken word, especially in the Christian Bible. And God said, let there be light. You know what I'm saying? And when I hear that, I'm like, maybe God sound like a little fucking kid that was scared of the dark.
See, that's the thing. See that, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I feel like that's where a lot of these guys go wrong. Like in these secret societies and stuff, it's like they're all about like this personal pursuit of becoming a god, which is, we're actually, to the real positive path of actually doing that, of what we're saying here, would be not actually doing that from a physical standpoint, which is an illusionary shadow-based standpoint, but you'd actually reduce back to zero and then do it from that standpoint. You know what I'm saying? So you would actually remove yourself from this existence, not in the sense of like killing or death or anything. I don't mean it like that, because you can die and still be a part of this realm, and stuff like that. But I'm saying, like, you would reduce yourself to removing your attachment to this physicality of this kind of matrix of being locked in like the shadow perspective of a greater reality.
Since you brought that up, right, I have the same feeling too. It's like, in the OTO, especially the OTO or in Masonry, I have a lot of Masonic friends, and even they know I'm in the OTO and shit, and they kind of like treat me like a redheaded stepchild in that sense, especially when I talk about, what we call, the Masons called breast to breast, or, and like in OTO, we cannot have what we call intercourse with Masons, because for one, it's a violation of the oath, you know what I'm saying? But there's this thing like this, oh, I'm a master Mason. Like, so what? You know what I'm saying? The whole real goal is not to uplift, but it's to humble. The whole purpose when you become a master Mason, or you become, my next degree will be the master magician. It's not saying I'm a master of everybody else, or I've mastered something. You know what I'm saying? The whole goal is I've mastered ego death. I'm supposed to be able to go through a process of ego dissolution, to where I'm just a fixture of existence and stuff, serving a perfect function. Not like look at me, guys, look at my regalia, look at my degrees, look at me speaking shit, you know what I'm saying? Which, that makes that path, whether you're in a secret society or the path of illumination, it's that much more difficult because the ego as an illusionary idea is a
Yeah,
motherfucker.
exactly. You know what makes it worse is when it's that downward spiral of like these guys think they're kind of moving up, but it's like again like the pyramid thing. It's like upside down. Like you guys. It doesn't matter which way the pyramid is facing. It's which way you're traveling. That's what
Yeah.
matters. So,
Yeah.
you can create the positive example from either direction of the pyramid. It's about which direction are you traveling to perceive the pyramid, upwards or downwards. And that's what these guys don't have, is like they don't really want that upward trajectory. They kind of meet that glass ceiling, and it's like it makes a mockery of what they claim they are part of and what they claim they believe and stuff like that. And they exercise false knowledge and pseudo interpretations, right? I mean, I know I'm
That's the one
creating
thing.
that, but I know you can get what I'm saying.
No, no, you
Pseudo
good. Like the
interpretation.
one thing,
Like, yeah,
the
they
one thing
pseudo.
too.
Just real quick, I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna land it, but like
So,
pseudo interpretations, like of misunderstandings and stuff like that. And it happens in religion. It happens in the secret societies. It happens to all this. And what happens is these people get they fall victim to their ego, and now they feel like they can control people and take over people and stuff like that, and rule over people, and feel now they don't have that reflection anymore. They feel like they're something different than the next person. They're not reflecting.
and theoretically, it's exactly supposed to be the opposite experience of what you just said. And for me, I've heard the stories. When we talk about the third degree in the OTO, I haven't met any of these people. Well, yeah, you know what? I've met a lot of them that they have gone fucking mad after that experience of the third degree and shit, because they're trying to hold on to something that is supposed to be no more. They're supposed to come to a realization and shit. And for me, it just always keeps me to be aware of my own progress through these degrees and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's not I'm trying to go somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It's more I'm supposed to be understanding certain things. And this is the thing. The funny thing is like you go through the degree and you like, it's dope. It's cool, the ritual and shit, but it's all the shit you start to think about afterwards in the months preceding, or the days. Like when I took my Minerval, I swear to God, I had fucking like every night the wildest fucking dreams and shit. It was wild as fuck, crazy ass dreams and shit.
Yeah,
And I
because
was
it's the
like, damn,
process you're participating in. Of course, it's going to
yeah,
leave an imprint.
something had changed. It was completely the degree, the initiation itself was completely outside of my encompassed norm. And of course, the secrecy behind it, I see why it works, because there was no way I could envision what I was about to go into. Because, I have an idea of what I'm going to order when I go to the McDonald's. The woman, she might not know just yet, but I know exactly what the fuck I want when I'm trying to do something and stuff. I have it kind of single pointed and stuff, but like, especially with the idea of, you know, technically in any society, and so the secret societies are supposed to be, they're just systems. The systems itself are perfect. It's just the fucking people. It's just like life. Motherfuckers, you got people doing what people do. Niggas do what niggas do. You know what I'm saying? And they're mirrored off of our best ability to understand an occult nature, a deeper meaning of life. But that is not always and I would say it's probably rarely transmuted between the individuals that actually go through the degrees and shit. And that shows me, to me, myself, that there might be, 3 million Masons, but I promise you, it's probably a small percentage, like less than like maybe 1% or 2% of ones that get into the real esoteric studies and shit. Saying that they're looking at life in a different way. The degree was kind of like just a means to an end, kind of to allow themselves to open themselves up to different possibilities. And what they do is the actual degree begins after they take the degree in their own life and shit. So there's no one way that everybody sees it, everybody goes through, and they become all light in this one idea. Nah, not at all. I know members that are higher degrees than me. They're like I said, they're like, they just have a lot
Yeah.
of fucked up shit going on in their
So yeah,
lives, or like
man.
struggling even worse. You
Yeah.
know?
No, I feel you, and I remember you saying that yesterday too. And like I like to, just we like we discussed, that's your experience. Um, Obviously you're not out here, recruiting people or anything like that. I mean, it's you're just expressing your experience, and like I said, if that's what works for you, everyone, as you acknowledged, and I acknowledged as well. Everyone doesn't need to, participate in these kind of things and stuff like that.
No.
And so, it's not something that people, and that's obvious. And like I said, we talk about the simulation and stuff like that. Like even me saying that is, it's like, I mean, how far does it really go? And when you do the astral projection thing and all that, Thomas Campbell, he has his whole perspective on that. He talks about like how he feels it's all probability. I mean, I get it, but I don't, you know, I understand, hey, it's a probability, but to me, that doesn't really, because if you say, it's this high probability that's going to happen, but then, oh, it's an exception, then it's just what it is. It's not, it doesn't have to be like a probability. It's just, it's that. It's just that. It's like how they built, certain monuments with like what was perceived to be flaws built into them, right? Like with the
Hey,
where people
another
felt
thing
like it
too
was
is like,
inaccurate measurements, but you know,
check this out. So somebody asked me, they came to one of our OTO Zoom Google Meet things, because like, our local body is not able until we fulfill certain functions, to be able to do public events and shit, you know what I'm saying? And it's recommendational. You got to have this, you got to do this, you got to have that, so you can open fully back up because of the COVID thing, right? So we're doing a lot of Sean meetup. It's still working. Our local body's still connected, doing our thing, having fun. A new person came and they asked a question, and the individual's like, what's the difference? So there's another side of OTO that is not the secret society, but it has everything you will find in the secret society except for the group participation and the group ritual and the oaths. It's kind of funny, it's called the AA, Argentum Astrum. And basically what it is it is the solar practitioner's journey on his own. There's no ritual, there's no oath taking, nothing. You won't that you'll have like a sponsor or somebody that'll tell you, okay, well, this is the curriculum that you'll read it. You'll take these little tests and stuff, and you do your own work. You know what I'm saying? And we call that the secret order. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's
And
cool.
somebody
Yeah,
asked me like, what's the difference between AA and OTO? And I was like, well, AA is single player or campaign mode. OTO is multiplayer. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, they don't feel comfortable with dealing with other motherfuckers. And I totally can see why not. It's still you're dealing with people and shit. But there's this one book. I want to. It's by an author named Mabel Collins. I believe she was part of the Theosophical Society, but this book is dope. Yeah, she was a Theosophist. Met Annie Besant and Madame X. People Blavatsky and all them shit, right? This book is called Mabel Collins Collection of 7 Books. It's like you can download the PDF, or you can even Google it on YouTube, and it has like somebody reading it or audio voice reading it. But the first book is called The Light on the Path. And I was going to read some of the real quick. On the introduction, there's a quote. It says, "Where I pass, all my children know me," and that is referring to wisdom itself. You know what I'm saying? And then the first chapter in this little book, it's talking about how the initiate path, like the ancient initiate path that has nothing to do with like secret societies, what these individuals were doing. You know what I'm saying? And the first one, it says, what did it say? And that power which the disciple shall covet is that which shall make him appear as nothing in the eyes of men. Seek the way by retreating within. Seek the way by advancing boldly without. And what it's basically saying is like, this whole path is not for fucking onlookers and for everybody to glorify you at all. You know what I'm saying? And another thing it says, for through your own heart comes the one light, which can illuminate life and make it clear to your eyes. Study the hearts of men, that you may know what is that world in which you live, and of which you will be to be a part. Regard the constantly changing and moving life which surrounds you, Taurus field, for it is formed by the hearts of men. And as you learn to understand their constitution and meaning, you will by degrees be able to read the larger word of life. Now, this is one thing I like about this whole book is that, it's just open. It's just open, you know what I'm saying? And this, so when you get into the comments on Light of the Past, so the first thing, the first precept is, before the eyes can see, they must be incapable of tears. And the second precept is, before the ear can hear, it must have lost its sensitiveness. And it's like, what the fuck you mean by that? And it's basically like saying, like, when you cannot be offended by what you hear, you're actually hearing. If you cannot be elated by what you hear, now you're hearing just for hearing itself. So and then, like, before the voice can speak in the presence of the masters, all these kind of things. And so in the OTO, we have these concepts as well. Alistair Coley calls them the secret chiefs. Who the fuck are they? Nobody really knows. The Theosophists have this idea of the ascended masters. There's ideas called the ancients or the ancestors, or, Serapis Bey, but there's always been like a pervading element in all these different cultural, tribal, secret societies, mystery schools, bodies of knowledge of a group of a collective group of information that is actually watching what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that some of the people in the sky watching, like that, or archons, whatever. I would say that it's like when we talk about DNA, it's your own existence that you're not aware of in the collective conscious through the subconscious that is watching every move you make. And the goal is to go within to, like, basically make a handshake deal with this inner resource, this inner repository of infinite knowledge and shit, not for the purpose of knowing, but for the purpose of knowing that it's there. I hope that makes sense.
Why would you have to make a handshake deal with something that's a part of you?
In a sense, not hand. This I use the word handshake is like, you want to meet this, you want to come into contact or communication. You want to establish conversation with this, and it's not on the outside; it's on the inside. And of course, when we talk about the lower, we should have compassion for the darker self, the lower self, and stuff. That's how you get there. There's always in those horror movies, there's this motherfucking evil ghost in the basement and shit. And, it turns out to be some kid that was buried there and never, needs to be released and shit, And I remember somebody in AA who's a real heavy Christian. He was like, I'm just moving from I'm running from the man I used to be to the man that God wants me to be. And I remember when he said that, I'm like, so you're basically leaving yourself to get to somebody else?
I mean, it sounds like he's transfiguring, like he's morphing.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like that, but the way he is in a very dogmatic Christian sense, he's looking for approval. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have a good dog, you have two wolves inside you. One is a good wolf, one is an evil wolf. Well, one day these wolves are at war. Which one's going to win, Dad? Well, whichever one you feed the most. So what we're going to do is we're going to starve a wolf. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shadow work would say, no, let's find out what's wrong with this wolf. Maybe this wolf has
that's a good point. So we kind of still talking about the divine paradox, which is dope. And I don't want to hold this too long, but I did want to touch on that real quick that you just said. That's on point. When you talk about the shadow moving in that direction, do you think people have a choice in the direction that they're moving in? I know we kind of express like the thing on choice, but we know that in this reality, we perceive that we have a choice. Like, from this human, from our human self right now, we perceive we have a choice, right? So if we think we have a choice, so I'm just wondering if, in that case, does it make sense to still feel like you have a choice in that?
I'm gonna say it like this, man, because I did have a thought. I don't know when it was, maybe in the past the past like 6 months, in regards to the idea of not when we remove the word God and replace that word with the higher genius, right? So, if we remove space and time from the conversation, then there's this future me that's the perfected man. And I'm connected to that person. I think I'm making all these decisions, bobbing and weaving, ducking and dodging, just shucking and jiving and shit. But all I'm doing is everything that motherfucker has planned. Like it was inevitable that I was going to become sober. It was inevitable. You
Mm-hmm.
know why? Because that's what happened. And I look back, and this is the one thing too, especially not for the lower self, but for our old self, the way we can conceive as our old self. I look back at myself when I was homeless, when I was going to jail, when I was in these horrible relationships. I was like a bitch ass nigga crying, this, just boo hoo, snot bubble, totally just a broken human being. You know what I'm saying? And I look back, I'm like, man, don't give up, bro. Don't give up, because you got to get to be who I am today. And if that's the case, I can surmise that from right now going backwards. Then there's somebody else on the other side in the future, in the future experiential sense, that is rooting for me as well. So am I making my own decisions, or am I just actually playing into a already set up divine comedy that I have all knowledge of, just not right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, one thing too, I just want to let you know is like I try to see the good out of everything.
Yeah.
We could all be fucked for all we know, bro.
Yeah, no, it's clearly a positive progression. Progression itself is positive. We talk about between the 0 and the 1, that positive space of just moving, right? That's the movement from 0 to 1, right? In our mind, we just instantly go 0, 1, and then it's boom. But actually, that's a process. That's a movement. That's a quick movement.
It's a journey too.
In that exactly, in that movement or journey, there's all positivity, and all progression. It's very electric, and so that which is very masculine, and so
it's literally life and death, bro. Like you're going through the process of 0 dies and becomes 1 and transmutes itself in transfiguration. And yet it hasn't changed, only in perception of itself. So is it evolution or de-evolution, or both happening simultaneously for the point of exploration and understanding of the knowledge of its own incarnation?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's just aware of itself on a different way. That's when it becomes 1. It's negative. It's inner. It's drawn inward. It's magnetic. If we talking strictly, yeah, because I felt like Misha felt like we were talking a little too, because I know it was a little kind of good and bad tied to these terms of positive and negative, which is another half truth, because of course that's only based on a person's perspective. That's not actuality as far as positive and negative being good or bad.
When we're looking at positive and negative strictly from a point of consumerism and fucking inventory, we're deficient. That's like,
well, I was talking about from like a magnetism standpoint,
Yeah, but even when the word negative has like a negative connotation to it, it's like we're just talking about
that was the demonization of the divine feminine, that campaign that was happening for probably 1,000 years or something like that.
So on Nothingness, Nuit, when she's speaking to the priest, it's a strict role. Everybody says the same shit every single time, but Nuit says one thing is like, not only am I 1, but I am none. You know what I'm saying? Right. I am none, and whoever gives even a speck of dust will lose even that. It's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, nigga, when you bust your nut, nigga, it's over. It's fucking over, bro.
Yeah.
One aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? She taking your soul, nigga.
It's that motion.
What it says is exactly what it is.
That
you know what Crowley said? Bro, that nigga Crowley said women have no souls. And that is like one of the things that it causes a lot of fucking friction when we bring that concept up, because like, if I could look at it not in a wow. bad way, it's like,
yeah,
maybe something 0 about that. Yeah.
But having look, exactly. See, infinite or 0, right? Nothingness or infinity, same thing, different perspective, right? And so, and that's the mind bend. That's the paradox, and it's so appropriate that it's just like we're still talking about the central theme, which is the divine paradox. But yeah. Yeah, like Crowley, I get it with Crowley and all that, but like I said, where people like that fall short is because they get too divested into their own ego, and they fall victim of their own knowledge or lack thereof, you know. And so
Oh yeah, he said it himself on his
yeah,
deathbed.
yeah,
He was like, at first he was like, I wouldn't change nothing. He was like, I think I fucked up somewhere. His last breath was like something like, I think I messed up somewhere. I mean, he got too fucking caught up in the limelight. He was doing too
it's like
much. Of course,
Antoine
like,
LaVey and all these devil worshippers. You know, I'm not trying
yeah,
to
but
listen.
hey,
I'm not knocking anybody's lifestyle. I'm just saying, like, I look into things and I look at like what people know. I'm like a person, like, I don't even judge people. Like, I try not to judge people, like, because I don't want to be judged, right? So I you know, study all these different things, right, over the years, and then I realize, like, oh, you know, most of these people don't know what they're talking about, you know.
yeah,
And
LaVey was
that's
a
just the hard
fucking
truth. Yeah,
that was an angry
he
individual,
that
and
dude
he created.
regretted his whole life on his deathbed type shit. Like, he didn't want, you know,
And the
he
thing
didn't
is,
want to be a Satanist.
the COs, the Church of Satan, bro, is a real motherfucking like not a really good thing. Like, you know, it attracts the most impressionable people that are just doing it in rebellion to Christianity, which they're still operating in Christianity and it's
Exactly.
adverse. And Satan is a Christian concept, but like that shit gave birth to a lot of fucked up CIA activity, and some of the individuals that were in it were high-ranking generals and shit of our government,
Of course.
and you know, which is not really the best thing, you know. And
Yeah.
even like, you know, the Rat Pack, the motherfuckers is in it too. Like fucking the Rat Pack from Las Vegas, they were fucking members of it. So like, you know, there's an luster and a
Is it
lure, just like this
Sammy
bootleg
Davis
stuff.
Jr.?
Sammy Davis Jr. was one of the most famous members, and he's the one who recruited motherfucking what's the nigga's name, Sinatra into it. You know, and Sinatra's life didn't go that much gooder and stuff.
Yeah, to me, you know
Sammy
what the
Davis
new
was a
Satanism
motherfucker.
became is Scientology.
Oh, Scientology is like, so Scientology, that whole shit is a bastard child of OTO. L. Ron Hubbard basically stole and used. He was a smart, very charismatic, manipulative individual, and he raped and
All
robbed
these
Jack
groups.
Parsons of his fortune to create
Wow.
Dianetics into Scientology, and basically used the information of the OTO to fucking enslave minds. The worst way to do it. We look at Elron as a black brother and a black magician. You know, like the worst. And it's kind of crazy. Like Aleister Crowley's people call people bad. Like fuck yeah. You know, because it's, you know, OTO on the outside is very vanilla, but it's what people of high intelligence will do. They're going to do
But if
really
you're
good
traveling
or they're going to
downward,
be bad.
you're all about that so-called
Yeah.
black magician life.
And black
If that's
is
your
basically
direction.
vampirism. It's
Yeah, there you
basically
go.
energy
It's
vampirism.
vampirism. It's all of that. These people are energy vampires. They that manifests in so many horrendous physical manifestations, right? So that can be a lot of different things, organ harvesting, etc. You know, whatever, right? I'm not gonna go too crazy. I'm still on YouTube right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
but
Yep.
you know,
Oh yeah, there's no
we
quote.
know. I like to speak freely anyway, so it is what it is. So, but
Yeah,
uh,
we're in total agreement with that and shit. And I'm not, like I said, like I'm not saying that OTO is like the greatest thing on earth. I personally believe AA is probably the best thing for me, and I see how it really helps people. But then it fucks people up because they come, you know, well, I'm just gonna get sober so I can pick up on newcomer chicks, shit like that. We're still humans living in a state of maturity or ignorance of our own destructiveness and stuff. And a lot of people are still being hurricanes, tornadoes in other people's lives. Doesn't matter if you're an OTO, masonry, working at Walmart, or a fucking farmer with your neighbors, you know. But there's this one book that I think that'll go along. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy named John Borderon. He's a French dude. He wrote a book in 1980, and this is the book it's called Simulacra and Simulation.
oh yeah,
You should read that shit, bro.
I think I have that.
That shit
I think I
simulated. So it's
glanced at that years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
it came out in 81, right? And basically, when Neo on the Matrix, the knock at the door, you know, so it goes like, you know, he's the opening scene with Trinity and Morpheus, and then screen goes black, and a cursor pops up, and it says, "Wake up, Neo, wake up." And Neo kind of he wakes up, looks at the screen like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "You're in the Matrix." And he's like, "What the fuck is this?" It says, "Knock, knock, Neo." And the door knocks, right? He opens the door and shit. And there's a guy who wants to buy some drugs, which is pirated software that he creates because Neo is he's a computer programmer and he's also a hacker. So
Of
he
course.
goes to the bookshelf and he pulls this book out. And I was watching the movie like 2 years ago, and I seen the book, and I was like, "What? It had a name."
It
Fucking
was that
replayed it,
book.
froze
Yeah.
it,
Oh, that's why I
and that
got the book. Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me of that. That's why I
Stimrock
got that
installation
book. Yeah.
of the
I got
same
that.
thing, right? So you caught it too, right?
Yeah.
So
Had to.
from what I surmise about Neo is that the Matrix. We were talking about creating video games and shit, right? So Neo is the Matrix. He created the Matrix. He is a computer programmer, so he programs the Matrix, and then he creates an avatar of himself so he can hack the Matrix from the inside. But Neo, and if you look at the door, his door was 101. So it was these two forces. It's the one who is an anagram for Neo, and Neo represents the word neophyte, new initiate. And then there's Agent Smith on the other side, and they both want the same thing. They both want to get out the Matrix. And every time Neo rises, when Agent Smith rises, Neo rises. It's that Kundalini, that the Caduceus snakes. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the whole thing, fucking Agent Smith becomes he absorbs every fucking body in the Matrix, right? And then he absorbs Neo, and then Neo reabsorbs and destroys Agent Smith, and then Neo gets carried off into this, after this big battle and shit in Zion, he gets carried off to the actual Matrix fucking computer homeworld or homeland or whatever, and he meets this fucking weird fucking looking Black Mirror alt, Trent thing, and it's like a baby's face. And the thing about the Matrix at the end was that's when Neo realized that he was the Matrix, so, and that's something powerful for the individual on some Neville Goddard shit, when he says about the I am, you believe in Jesus, but, you believe in the I am, but what about the individual that has the power of belief? If you're not believing yourself first, then how can you believe in anything second? You know what I'm saying? And going back to this binary code thing, if we can, like, in a sense, put ourselves in the position of this binary code, become one with God, so we can equal ourselves to God and shit, then in our own mindsets and our own personality and psychic nature, we should theoretically be able to cause some sort of change in our universe around us,
That's
but
not how
only
it
from the
works.
perceivable point of
So
ourselves.
you understand why it doesn't work that way, right? Because by definition, both is neither, but both is not neither. You know what I'm saying? So when zero is both and neither, it's also both and not neither. So, and it's neither and not both, And so it's like, it's that reversal, like it's that paradox. It's that space where it's like folded on itself type of situation or something, but it's within itself. It's like coming out of itself within itself at the same time type
Like
of shit.
the Tesseract. Or if the best way to say it, or one of what we say it is like you put a mirror. You've seen the funhouse mirrors where you walk and there's these two mirrors on each side, and you can see yourself reflected infinitely, and it bends. The mirror actually bends reflection into this darkness and shit. You know what I'm saying? And
So
what
it's like,
you're looking at when you know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah.
And like if you have two mirrors on equal side of you and shit reflecting on itself, it reflects itself into canceling itself out, and you can watch it bend towards cancellation. You can watch it cycle back. With you, the thing is, you are the center, but this is the fucking, the mind fuck. If that the reflection itself is bending itself back to nothingness, then that shows you what it's reflecting off of.
Right.
Nothingness. I myself am an illusion that nothingness is created. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly.
And that's the ego is, ego and geo is an anagram of itself, and geo means earth, fixed. And I think I'm fixed, but I'm not fixed. I'm always
Exactly.
Alan Watts talks about taking off the mask. Take off your mask and see who you really are. It's like what's the name? I forget the dude's name, but he's like,
And that's that reduction back to zero from the programming standpoint with the binary code. It's like, it's just knowing, like, yeah, you're taking off that mask, or you're removing the illusion, that thing, that something, that one something. And so, yeah.
For all we know, life itself, I was gonna throw this out there, life itself is the enemy. Because that's where ego manifests, and it doesn't even exist.
No. But see, you got psychopaths that use that as an excuse to try to harm people, but they're really just playing a role. But of course, they perceive like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play the role of harming someone, or something like that, and this kind of thing. But it's just like that's a delusional pursuit of like this downward sort of direction, so to speak, because in duality now you're choosing a direction of down. You're just like, okay, I'm in duality and then I'm going down in duality. So it's
Yeah,
like,
I call it the Batman complex. I did a video. My first video I did was called the Batman complex, and I was fucking just, I don't know, I guess it's the residual effects of fucking meth and Sherman shit. But I was sober. I came up with this idea, and it was that so Bruce Wayne is the ultra magnet, super rich, super good looking. He doesn't need nothing. He has everything he could ever want. He can get any female he wants, and yet something's missing out of his life. He's not happy. So he concocts this brilliant idea to dress up in this leather fucking suit and wear a cape and a cowl and creep around the darkness as this individual named Batman. And when he puts the cape and the cowl on, he feels like this rush of purpose. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, in order for him to have his purpose, he needs enemies. So when he puts the cape and the cowl on, he's walking through the alley one night, or he's hiding in the alley, and there's this individual's walking through the alley, whistling and laughing and shit. And the individual stops, and he notices there's somebody in the shadows. He said, "Hey, who's that over there in the shadows?" And Batman leans out. He's like, "I'm Batman." And the nigga looks a little close. He's like, "Wait a minute, I know you. Aren't you Bruce Wayne?" And now Batman gets mad. Nigga's like, "Nah, nigga, I'm not. I got the mask on." He leans forward. He's like, "I'm Batman." And the dude's like, "Okay, Batman." So you know who this guy is. He's the Joker. The Joker is also wearing a mask, but it's not a mask. It's actually face paint. And he's always laughing, but he has like these cuts on his face in a grin, but they've been like cut into his face. It doesn't look happy, but he's always laughing. He's like a psychotic person. So basically, he represents Batman or Bruce Wayne trying to hide himself from the world. But Joker's not hiding, and he knows the game is on, so he's having fun with this shit, and he knows it's also serious. So there's another aspect of this psyche of Batman or Bruce Wayne, and that's represented in the Penguin. So the Penguin is this ultra rich trust fund baby. His parents are murdered, kind of like Bruce Wayne. He has a endowment, of a bunch of money and stuff. He's very, very eloquent. He can speak very well and shit. But he's short, fat, stubby, got a long ass nose, pimples and shit, and these weird warped hands. He's the representation of how that Bruce Wayne feels inside. Ugly, not worth it and shit, you know what I'm saying? Trust fund baby. So that's another aspect of his psyche. Then you have another individual. His name is the Riddler, and he's like a night guy, night cat. He's got the little pimp outfit, the green with the question marks everywhere. He wears like a little mask on his face and shit. You know what I'm saying? And he's always asking questions like, "Who is it? What's going on?" The riddles and stuff like, "Who's Bruce Wayne? Who is he really?" Right? And that's another aspect of Bruce Wayne's psyche. And then you have the other person. His name is Two-Face, Harvey Dent. And Two-Face, he's a lawyer on one face, and he's a fucking mob boss on the other face. So he knows the law, and he knows how to break it. The vigilante is Batman. He has the law on his side because he knows law. He's a vigilante, but at the same time, he's doing negative, bad things he's overstanding the law to bring law and order and stuff. So that's another aspect of Bruce Wayne's psyche. Now, the final piece is the ideal woman for Bruce Wayne, and it's Eartha Kitt, or wherever Kitty Pryde, or Eartha Kitt, and that is Catwoman. See, Bruce Wayne can't get Catwoman when she's regular, Eartha Kitt, and Batman can't get Catwoman, and she's like in a BDSM outfit, all leathered up and shit with a whip. Bruce Wayne can't get her, Batman can't get her, and she toys with both of them. So she represents the elusive woman that Batman, he's trying to get this feeling, right? And at the end of the day,
I thought Batman clapped them cheeks, though.
Huh?
I thought Batman clapped them cheeks. Didn't
Yeah,
Batman clap Catwoman's cheeks, or?
Yeah, eventually that they do, but she's always fucking with him no matter what. She got him on like a cat on a fucking like a rat on a string. When the rat and the bat are the same family and shit, marsupial, right? This one flies and one doesn't. But the thing is, like, so every time Bruce Wayne puts the mask on, bad shit happens. All these different characters of his own persona, his own psyche, are popping up. So the truth about Bruce Wayne is, he's really a fucking psychotic motherfucker with split personality disorder, fragmented personality, and he's locked up in Arkham Asylum. and he's having all these other personalities to give himself a purpose while he's in there and shit. And so how does apply to the Batman comics for to every Tom, Dick, and Harry or to myself? Well, when bad things are happening, I need to take a look in the mirror and see if I'm wearing my fucking mask. The mask represents the ego. The mask represents the individual trying to hide from itself, creating this alternate personality and these alternate fucking dramas and adventures because it feels like there's something missing. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about like the Joker, the special thing about the Joker, like especially in that movie, he's like, "You're gonna kill me?" And Joker's like, "I'm not gonna kill you." He's like, "Nigga, I need you." Joker knows it all. He gets it. You know what I'm saying? He's like, "Fuck it, let's play the game and shit." So in the
So the
egotistical
Joker, yeah,
sense,
the Joker, as in like the esoteric or the metaphysical
yes,
Joker, is the playful. Like if you think about it, it's like it's that
Loki.
concept of knowing. Like that's the joy of it. It's like it's known. It's like you know what it is, and it's a game. But even the Joker is like destructive. As like the Joker can be. I guess I could say can be destructive. But
Well, the Joker's only destructive because he has to give Bruce Wayne a purpose. So if we look at that in like events that are unfavorable, life is like, okay, well, let's play the game. You want to get mad? Okay, get mad. Let's make it interesting. Alan
So
Watts
it's
talks
almost
about,
like an ego-based gamble where you're going over the
oh,
odds. It's like you're going
that's
beyond
what,
the odds.
Alan Watts talks about the Joker. He talks about, you won't wake up until you're ready to wake up. You feel you have to be paid a certain price in order to wake up. And the gamble of life. We're rolling the dice every time. Is these snake eyes or seven, or we're crapping out, what I'm saying, or we're hitting, we're on a roll and shit, what I'm saying. But the game, the aspect of the game is like life is like, fuck it, let's do this then. Let's play the game. Let's make it really interesting. And Alan Watts talks about it. What if you were able to dream any dream that you could dream? And you go on all these far out, every dream is like 75 years. You go on all these far out adventures, traveling all over the cosmos, doing all these crazy things and stuff, and you're in total control of the dream. He's like, but eventually you'll be like, let's make it a little bit more real. I want to get a little bit more lost in this dream and stuff, on some Brahma shit. So eventually you dream a dream where you're not in control of the dream and you can't remember that you're dreaming it. And the stakes seem real. There's like an aspect of a real gamble going on because you want to be really lost in this dream and stuff. And he
Mm-hmm.
said eventually you'll dream where you are right now. And I heard that and it fucking gave me goosebumps and shit. And you're like, and he follows up like, we play a game where we try to imagine what it's like to go to sleep and never wake up. And he said, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's play a game where it's like, and try to think about what it would be like to wake up after never going to sleep. And I remember like when he said that, I was like, holy shit. And I try to think to where I can't remember my first thoughts. And when do I remember being? It's like, nigga, I can't remember not being. I've just always been. And it fucks me up. And it showed me that I'm still connected, but not in the way I think connection is supposed to look like, because I'm still looking at it from the egotistical point of view of something a lust for results. I need to
Mm-hmm.
actually grab and say, there it is, when you can't.
Right. And, do you have a choice?
No,
Do
you
you
don't have a
have a
choice, bro.
choice? Yeah, there you go. So it's just but see, when we it can be tempting to be like, yo, that's a defeatist kind of perception.
It's
Um,
nihilism. It's nihilism.
yeah, and people
But like,
feel, yeah,
can you be okay with it though? That's the fucking the secret. Do you have a choice? Do I have a choice? Well, can you be okay whichever way it goes? So when you do that, when you get okay, like you find, like what did Bruce Lee say? Bruce Lee said, you put water in a cup, it becomes a cup. You put water in a bowl, it becomes a bowl. Water can flow, water can crash. He says, be water, my friends. Be able to fit any shape. And it's like that Corpus Hermeticum quote, become this and become that, the highest, the lowest and stuff. So you have a full comprehension, and therefore you're not really attached to either one because your water going to be fit into a different situation, but you always remain water.
right. Which is a great analogy. I think choice is not
You're said and
choice.
done.
I think it's yeah, exactly. I think yeah, exactly. Way easier said than done, but definitely worth attempting. But I think choice is not choice. Like Like they're the same thing. Like
Yeah,
just like infinity and nothingness are really the same thing. Just like electricity and magnetism.
it's like Wi-Fi, radio. It's all the same shit. They don't let us know that. What happens to radio? Oh, it expired, so we have Wi-Fi to replace it. It's fucking radio, bro. It's air. Tesla said it. It's air. They're turning air into electricity. It's all the same
There
shit.
you
It's a
go.
power source. Torus field. And I'm like, fuck Tesla.
Exactly.
You know, one thing about Tesla, there's a movie with, I forget the guy who plays Tesla. It's on Hulu, I think. And he goes to JP. So JP Morgan's like sent his daughter to like fucking Thomas Edison and JP Morgan, the rich motherfuckers are like, this nigga's super smart. We got to fucking get his information from him. So he sent his beautiful ass rich daughter to court him. And she listened to all his fucking adventures and all his inventions and stuff. And he had come up with this idea of the Tesla coil, the Torus field. And he says, yeah, I have this new invention and I have a plan for it. She's like, what's that? He said, I'm gonna give it away for free. And she like stops and looks at him like he's fucking crazy. She says, you can't do that. You can't give it away for free. And I believe that that's ultimately what led to his
Exactly.
character assassination.
And her in that moment, she represents the ego.
Yep.
She's grasping at like you have to be solidified. Like even death reminds you that you can't hold on, no matter what. Like you eventually have to go. Like eventually, you have to stop existing as the current form. And that's just what it is. And that's eventuality. And so that's linear time experience that we have, right? And so the ego is confronted by that and does not want to die. And that's what a lot of these guys suffer from. And that's when I talk about the glass ceiling. I go back to that part because that's where they're at with it.
Mm-hmm. And it's like you become to be infinitely. That's the thing. Like traveling to the abyss. That you don't want to go through that shit thinking that's you. You want to leave you behind when you go through that shit. And then the fucked up part about it, once you do that, you've already gone through it. That's the whole point of the abyss, is to get you to like, you know what, shed your skin. Mm-hmm. And there's a snake. Yeah, a snake that does not shed its skin is a snake that's going to die. And a snake that hasn't shed its skin is a dead snake. You know what I'm saying? So you want to go through that process and stuff. But like, we're a consumer state. I don't want, my first thing I do when I wake up is I grab my phone or something's missing. So, I know in my own life, I have a long way to go, a long fucking way.
Exactly.
And I'm not there yet. Shit,
And I like the, how you quoted the Alan Watts with the Lost in the Dream. And I think that's where we're at, seriously, like right now.
Yeah.
Like, I think in that pursuit, that downward motion, that I call it that, but you know what I mean. Like it's like the inverted, like you're going towards suffering and separation. When you're going towards this and this infinite amount of forms that it manifests, you're going towards being lost in that dream even deeper and deeper, and that's what we're amounting to. It's like not us specifically, but this is society as a whole, so to speak, if there were such a thing. It's being trapped deeper in that dream. So the more like we talk about the metaverse, like we was talking about with Facebook and all of that. And I like technology. I actually, do work in technology and stuff like that. But I do see, certain aspects of certain technologies and things like that being just that pursuit, not to say good or bad, but just saying like it's being that pursuit of just being further lost in that dream, that concrete, super lost in the sauce. And what do we think about people that's lost in the sauce? Like when we say that about somebody, they look crazy out here.
It's
like
all bad.
if you out, it's all bad. Like if you out here lost in the sauce, you look crazy out here.
You ghetto bogus. Yeah. Hey, there's this. You listen to hip hop, right?
Of course, yeah.
So there's this artist, and his name is Historian himself. He's a weird ass motherfucking California dude. He put out a couple songs, and the one song is called "All Will Ever Be" or something like that. And basically, it's a song talking about exactly what we're talking about. And like the hook goes, "All we ever be is blasted cosmic road." I forget what it is, but it's basically a song about like it's a cryptic ass song, and this nigga's literally dressed in the woods like as fucking a fucking fertility god. He's all fucking. He's got his head's like a fucking a big seashell and shit. He's got covered with leaves and shit. He got his big staff and shit, and all was ever will be. I forget how the song goes, but it's fucking deep as fuck. And matter of fact, it's a video with it and shit. But you check it out. His name is Historian himself. Let me see what the name of the song is called. But and then Alan Watts says one thing. He's like, the guy goes to the guru. He's like, Guru, I need your help. I'm looking for you. And the guru's like, what's your problem? He's like, I'm trying to remember who I was in my previous lifetimes. And the guru leans in and is like, who's asking the question? Right? And the dude's like, me, I'm asking the question. And the guru leans in and says, who are you? And the nigga's like,
Right.
I don't know. And that's like the biggest question you can ask is like, who am I? It's like, well, who's asking the question?
Who am
That's
I?
a fucking mind
And guess
fuck.
what? And do that's the divine paradox. Who am I? Who aren't you?
Yeah.
Who aren't you? It's the real question is who you're not. It's the same question as who am I? It's like,
So
who are you? Nobody. Who aren't you? Nobody. You're
The
everybody.
man was it on Game of Thrones, the man with 1,000 faces?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite characters from that.
Dopest. And then like even
Faceless
Alan
Man.
Watts quotes, the faceless man. He quotes that one thing. He says, "A strange thing in the streets seems any human nod. We're shifting strange democracy, the million masks of God." Now, when I heard that, I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, the million masks of God. What
Yeah.
the fuck?"
It's brilliant. But yeah, man.
And look, hey, real quick, when I first heard Alan Watts, I was like maybe 30, 40 days sober. I went to this AA meeting with the biggest clubs in Vegas and stuff. And there's this guy that was always there. He's a Buddhist. His name was Nick. And I seen him. I said, hey, Nick, can I talk to you? This dude had like 20 years sobriety. I'm like fucking 45 days in, not even that. And he's like, yeah, come on, sit down. So I sat down and I was like, hey, do you believe in reincarnation? He said, yeah. I said, I think I'm Alan Watts.
I think I'm Alan Watts.
Because the nigga Alan Watts was saying shit that I've only thought about, and it fucking scared me, bro. I'm newly sober, you know what I'm saying? But when I got sober, there was like that idea of adventure. There was something to discover. There's something to discover, and it had nothing to do with what we think it is. You know what I'm saying? It was also the name of that song is called All Always Was by Historian himself. You should check that shit out. It's like a 5-minute song. Sick.
Historian himself. Gotcha.
Historian himself. All always was. But he's basically saying that everything goes back to zero. Everything.
Absolutely.
He said we're blasting kind of fragments.
Because that's exactly, and that's the torus field. That's it's emanating creation. Like the electromagnetism is showing us that it creates the zero. So the zero is both and neither. Remember, so it's both and neither.
It's something and nothing.
Exactly, and then that's where the one comes in. Where the illusion, comes in or whatever. The beginning of the illusion, because what happens is. It's not an illusion. It's like me personally. Like I know you mentioned about how it goes from 0 to 2. And how you related that. But for me, one is not it's one, almost one. Like the body of one is positive. You know what I'm saying? Because that's and even in binary code we were building on like
it's
how
charged.
Between that space between 0 and 1 is the only positive space in binary code. Like it's considered positive, right? So everything else is like ones. All the different combinations that begin with 1 are all negative. Everything that begins with 0 is all positive. So the space in between 0 and 1 is the positive space. So the body of 1 then. Because all that space is what builds the first 1. And then when you get to that first 1, now it becomes negative because now it's complete or a simulated complete, which really it isn't.
That's Neo and Agent Smith, like simulacrum simulation. Like the dude talks about that. He's basically saying that everything is a simulation of a simulation infinitely. It's fucking a mind fuck, right? But like basically we can look at 1 not only being negative or positive, but being both. Because if we look at it in reference to 0, to the supreme let's call it sublime. That's a better. I like that word, sublime infinitude, sublime nothingness, like the perfect nothingness, right? As soon as it manifests into that one, it becomes zero first, right? But it's still in a state of representing itself as nothingness. So in order to move
Mm-hmm.
from that, it positively charges itself negatively away from itself and becomes the second or third emanation, which should be one, which is both positively charged in its fixed position, but negatively because almost in a sense being cast down from the supreme source, the sublime source. And another way we can look at that also is the idea behind, I'm saying the idea behind the nature of a fallen angel or fallen angle.
Mm-hmm. What's the point of that?
No, I'm just saying, like, just from the perspective of like the demiurge and the monad. The
Yeah.
demiurge is what makes the monad
Fallen.
separate and become
That means
fallen.
going down. It's simple, you know.
Yeah,
Fallen is going
it's
down.
decreasing from supremeness.
Right.
It's becoming fixed.
Just like
And I'm not
like
saying
like
it's either
like
good or bad.
because yeah, we
You
went through
know,
the symbols earlier. Like I brought up like the hexagram, and I'll do that real quick. I want to wrap it up here. We've been on for a while. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, but real
for sure.
quick.
I gotta
Real,
get to bed.
yeah, absolutely. Like I was appreciating the Mayans and how they represented the one as the filled circle. And so, you know, with the hexagram, you know what I'm saying? We have the upward and the lower directions. And so we not only do we have the directions, but, you know, we have the actual representations. So what you have is like an upward facing triangle, so to speak, with the pinnacle at the top here. And then you have a lower one superimposed there with the pinnacle on the bottom. And neither of these is this is both and neither. So there's something about the 6 that's the 0, because if you, and the 9 as well, if we think about the 9, right, and the 3,
369.
all
Yeah.
the numbers, is the 0 because it's both and neither. And so and if you look at the 6, it's like a spiraling 0 type of shit, like it's in motion, it's
Oh,
spiral.
taxes.
Yeah, it's spiraling. 9 is the same way. It's the spiral, right? It's upward spiral, downward spiral type shit. However you want to look at it, whatever. But
We're both spiraling away from the center.
yeah, exactly. So you have these so-called pyramids or triangles here, and what determines whether they're good or bad is the motion that you're moving from them. So like when you go here, you're going from, you know, a wider perspective of, you know, everybody like if you're looking at it from a societal standpoint, like you're lost in delusion, right? So you think only you matters. So you're like some Illuminati guy or some bullshit, right? And so you're like, okay, well, these are all the masses and they're the slaves, and like they build up the pyramid and I'm up here on the top because I matter. You know, it's all about me, and then that I becomes the immediate like illusion, like that one. You know, it becomes that negative thing. It's that one, because now you made it that one in a negative way. But even though the symbol is pointing upwards, yeah, it's pointing upwards towards your own damn ego. You know what I'm saying? So
Telling you what you
it's
got to go assassinate.
yeah. So it's all about interpretation. So when you're coming from, you know, that's a societal standpoint. Like that's society. When you put society in this triangle, and then you move in that direction because it's like inverted. So then when you look like from a personal standpoint, where you're mastering, like, you know, yourself, which coincidentally is the greater self, which includes the people, you know, in society and things of this nature. It includes all people, you know.
It's all inclusive.
It's all about your emotion. So you're moving from this upside down triangle, you're moving from the bottom to the top, where your consciousness is from localized to super conscious. You know, it expands, you expand awareness. Here you would actually be, you know, this would be like the bottom pointing up. Like if we were to split this into duality truly, we would take this and we would make an hourglass sign by taking this pyramid and moving it to the point here, and it would make like an hourglass. And that hourglass is time, obviously, but it's the as above, so below in perspective. And so it's in motion. So that's the only way, is if you're traveling upward on those pyramids with the perspective of, the higher, the higher unification of zero, then that's when you know what I'm saying, that it's a true process, or it's a process that, because like all these different experiments that can show you like suffering will shape behavior, and so that's kind of like what this reality, it's like the guardrail, like, yeah, when you bump that guardrail, hey, that's the boundary. It's saving me, but it's also like it's kind of painful that it has to save me. It hurts when I slam into it too hard, even though it's saving me, but it hurts, And so it's
Yeah,
that.
that's like when you're talking about, people, especially not just in secret societies, but you'll find it a lot there. But then the pride of life idea mindset is they get that glass ceiling in. For one, they like boom, they hit their head like, oh, I'm at the top, and then they try to
Exactly.
keep everybody else from up there and shit. And they don't like, nah, there's still more to go. You got to break through that fucking that egg, that cosmic egg, and reborn.
Exactly.
But then if you do that, then you leave everything behind. That's why Jesus said it's easier for the camel to thread the eye of a needle than the rich man to get to heaven. And I totally understand what that means, especially when we talk about that glass ceiling shit.
Yeah, the
And
glass
the
ceiling
glass
thing with
ceiling
the
is no,
money. The money blinds them because it gives them this illusion
that's
of
it. It's an illusion. The glass ceiling doesn't even exist. They just
exactly.
stopped.
Exactly. Because they felt like, oh no, this is, like you said, this is, they felt like they had the realization that they were at the top, but actually it wasn't the top. They didn't
When
quite
you see
reach it.
like individual like Kobe Bryant, like this nigga made it to the NBA. Do you think he stopped practicing? He's in the gym at 3 a.m, after games, before games. He never stopped. You know what I'm saying? The little inch that could, and like, and that's one thing too with like the paradox between Peter Pan and Captain Hook. Captain Hook, they stopped. They got to that point and they were mad. They were mad at Peter Pan, and Peter Pan saw it. He's like, I don't never want to be like that. So there's this infinite war against each other. Another thing too about the universal hexagram and the 6 pointed star is, when you said it's something and it is and it's not. It is what it is, but it's not what it is because it's the divine child. It's the new creation. You know what I'm saying? And that process needs, not saying need, but theoretically it would be the best. I don't even want to say it like that. Maybe its purpose is to incarnate its own self within the imprint on the psyche of the individual,
Hmm.
where who I was, the man of myself, and who I also was, the woman of myself. Which is, I'm not saying in a hermaphroditic sense, but being both mom and dad in one body and stuff, to actually complete that transmutation of becoming the divine child.
Right.
Shit, bro, I gotta
Absolutely.
get to bed though, my nigga. Fucking, this is a dope ass build, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it definitely was, man. I appreciate you for coming through, dog. Appreciate Misha for coming through. Yeah, definitely a dope build. I was like combining the words, a dope build, but it was a dope build though, man. Fire, loving it, man. I appreciate all the input. You could listen back, yo. The homie Jetpack was on here earlier. My guy Jetpack, he was breaking down, his perspective from a binary code standpoint. It was very dope. You know, we swung for the fences earlier too, so so it was
Sure,
gorgeous. It
sure.
was gorgeous, man. I love being a
That's all it's
reflection.
about.
Yeah, absolutely. And um, just to end on some positive thing is like all of this, is the beauty of it. It's all beautiful. It's like when you realize that, you know, that the paradox is to keep you interested. It's the reason that you're here. It's the point of it all, right? It's like that question why. That's the fun. That's the fun in it. It's like just being able to ask that question why. Why is it like that? Why is it
That's why
this
you
way?
gotta fuck with the Joker, bro. Like, nigga, hang out with that nigga because he knows something. He might not unless you know it, but he knows something.
Absolutely. Yeah, so yeah, you be the Joker, just try not to be a crazed lunatic.
Right.
Don't hit any glass ceilings. You
Oh,
know.
you already know. Only thing that's gonna kind of accomplish that is like just self inventory, taking an adequate stock of the goods
Hmm.
versus like What can we get rid of today? Uncover, discover, discard.
Right. That return to zero, right? Like zero. Why do you last thing before we get out of here? I'm about to go ahead and end everything, but this is the last thing. Why do you think zero is positive? Like because binary says it seems to be philosophically the thing that makes sense. I mean,
I mean,
metaphysically.
I can look at it in both ways, actually. Like, coming from the sublime nature of infinite whatever. I mean, that there's like no word to encompass what we're trying to conceive of right now, right? But zero can be like represented as the first thought. If it looked at itself, what would it look like? It look like a zero, a complete cipher, completion of knowledge, right? But then once you have that completion of knowledge, like in the 5% style, you have to have the wisdom, so you have to do something with it, show and prove that you can re-accomplish this again. And the zero, it is positive, but it's also negative because it's going away from the sublimity of the whole get up, And I
Mm-hmm.
think at that point, all good and evil is represented in each fucking manifestation, and it's up for like the cycle itself to reflect on the nature of itself as far as good and evil and shit. You know what I'm saying? So it is positive. It's masculine being fixed, but its infinite possibility is negative because it can always cycle back on itself and learn something new from itself. Like the snake that eats its own tail, literally.
Right. The zero. Exactly. That
Like even
masculine
like
being the motion. The masculine
why
being the
must I
motion.
chase? It's like why do I chase the cat, nigga? You trying to get that tail, nigga? You eating your own tail. It's like that's the
It's
it's
that
the get
infinite
up in the end,
cycle.
but
It's like that infinite cycle.
yeah.
Like you're feeding yourself and growing. Yes. Like you're feeding and growing at the same time. Like
And you know what? That's the nature behind the idea behind Jupiter wants to eat all his children, and Hera and
Chronos.
Hera, whatever, Kronos wants to eat all his children, and she hides the rest of them and gives him a rock, an illusion. He's like, yeah, this was it. It was good. And we count Kronos' time also. So
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Exactly.
I can definitely identify with that nature.
But look, remember what we built on yesterday with the goat and Mother Nature, right? Think about that. Think about the duality aspect and how they're one and the same force, right? The zero, right? It's both and neither, right? So think about that. Father Time, Mother Nature, Kronos eats the children. Mother Nature
And then
eats everything too. They work
yeah,
together in this dirty
as we
scheme.
see.
No, I'm joking.
And even the idea of the word metanetter, which is
Mm-hmm.
like literally a symbol like Mother Nature and symbolic form, and basically the
Yep.
metanetter is like the exploration, what I'm saying, this the search, the seeking, what I'm saying, of
Mm-hmm.
what things mean, the meaning of life and stuff, of happenings and stuff. And that's exactly, the nature of woman is to nurture. And what is it nurturing? The quest for the grail. It's going to create the space that man can, infest or manifest in. And, the whole time, man, or the idea of man, the single point as a collective, is trying to get back from which it left, but it needs to stop trying to go and just know that it's always been. But I think
Right.
that comes with the ego death.
Exactly. That illusion, just the passing of the wind. All of this is
That's what
masculine concepts, you know? And that's what happens. It's that motion, it's the hidden one. That's why the masculine is the hidden one. It's there and it's gone.
and that's what you like, and you'll see like in the sign of silence. It's one of the things that we do in the OTO. That's brought over from the Golden Dawn. But there's like this guy standing between these two pillars. On the top pillar is the winged disc, and each pillar represents like the positive and negative. In the middle, this guy's in a red cloak or a black cloak or red cloak, whatever, and he has his finger to his saying "shh," it's the sign of silence and stuff. And like it's a mysterious symbol and stuff, but it's like saying like stop.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Shit, all right, bro. But I'm about to plug my shit up, and my girl been slamming doors and shit, trying to get my attention.
There that go. But yeah, man. I appreciate you for coming through, bro. Have a good night. Thank you for coming through, bro. Hopefully
So,
we can
bro,
do it
easy.
again sometime. Yeah,
Oh, you already know.
I'll be checking your
You already
channel
know.
too, man.
For sure, for sure. I'm a little nutty and shit, but like, yeah, check out the Batman complex and the because you'll say like the shit that we talking about, bro. I'm not saying, oh, you stole that shit from me, but we know, what it says. All my children will hear my voice as I pass, whatever. We know what we're talking about. We're just, pondering this shit together and shit. So it's dope.
Yep, definitely. All right, well, have a good night, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and
You
close it
too,
down.
bro. For sure, for sure. Be easy.
Easy. Peace to Misha. I'm pretty sure Misha's asleep. Definitely appreciate Misha for coming through. Second build of the century. Just closing it down. Fire builds. Shout out to my bro Sanchez. That's what we all have in common, man. That's my guy right there. Shout out to Misha again. Shout out to my little bro Ray. Shout out to my boy Jetpack. Shout out to the Mental Ninja for coming through. Definitely excited to see where we take this next.